reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Recent Developments in Media. Fang Lang was really helpless about the old man's traditional ideas. In fact, Fang Lang didn't want to find a Chinese girl to marry and have children. It was just that the original body didn't leave him any resources in this regard. In the impression of the original body, there was no Chinese girl in the same village who sweeted his eyes. Look at Lilith's figure and appearance, which resembled Monica Bellucci. As she grew older, she became more and more attractive. As a visual animal, how could Fang Lang be willing to give up? Besides, Lilith's personality was completely different from the European and American women he knew. Instead, she had a service-oriented personality close to that of Asians. What else do you want? What's more important is that there is a mother-in-law who can give both of her daughters to her. You can't blame the enemy for being too cunning. It's just that she gave too much. And since he has accepted Lilith as his girlfriend, it is impossible for him to give up a woman who has entrusted her whole body and soul to him because of his family's opposition. Therefore, Fang Lang could not compromise with the old man on this matter. Grandpa, please believe me, when you see Lilith, you will definitely like this granddaughter-in-law. If I were still single, I would never go against your opinion. But, Lilith and I have already established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Do you want your grandson to become a chenshimui who abandons his lover after having an affair? Even if the old man wanted his grandson to find a Chinese woman as his wife, he had to temporarily put aside his insistence when he heard the accusation of chenshimui. Seeing that the old man and his mother fell into silence for a while, Fang Lang was afraid to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the subject and said to his younger brother, Tao, how is the development of Brazil times now? Fang Tao saw that everyone was winking at him and asking him questions, and he knew what they meant. He smiled and said, brother, I have to say that your newspaper running ideas are very successful. Now Times of Brazil has firmly established itself as the #1 paper media in Brazil. It has left behind the original mainstream newspapers such as the Brazilian Daily, Commercial Daily, Globo, and Folha de Sao Paulo. Now we are launching an acquisition of Globo and Folha de Sao Paulo. Once the acquisition is completed, we will occupy half of the Brazilian paper media. The newly established Newsweek and half-monthly talk magazines have also achieved good results. Speaking of Fang Tao's favorite media industry, Fang Tao was somewhat eloquent. He was no longer the naive boy who only had theoretical knowledge and insisted on the 3 characteristics of journalism. The topic of discussion was no longer the specific content of the newspaper, but began to consider the status and market share of newspapers in Brazil from the perspective of a media tycoon. It shows that Fang Tao has also matured, and maybe there will be a media tycoon in the Fang family in the future. Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction. Even if we have occupied half of Brazil, we must not relax. If a company does not make progress, it will regress. Therefore, we must make the company enterprising. Brazil is a vast country with a sparse population. The market is still too small. We need to let our media group go abroad, go to the world, go to the stars and the sea. Let our voice be heard to the world. Fang Tao was very satisfied and even a little proud of the great achievements that Brazil Times has made in such a short time. Although it was not him who was in charge of the helm and made Brazil Times what it is today, as a part of it, Fang Tao felt proud. But his brother's words today made his head, which was a little dizzy due to the joy of victory, cool down quickly. He seriously thought about his brother's words. Go abroad, go to the world, go to the stars and the sea. Let our voice be heard to the world. At this moment, he felt that he was very small in front of his brother's grand ambition. When he was complacent about his achievements, his brother had already begun to plan for a future that he dared not even think about. Brother, can we really do it? In his heart, he still felt that his brother's goal was too far away, even out of reach. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Brazil Times is just a starting point. In the future, our Fangio Media company will go to all parts of the world to acquire and open newspapers. send reporters to the world, collect news materials from all over the world, and spread them to the world. When we founded Brazil Times, did you dare to believe that Brazil Times would have today's achievements? Don't be afraid to dream, be brave to think and do. Dreams are realized by taking one step at a time and being down to earth. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Fang Tao felt as if he had seen the future of Fangio and media. The whole person was a little excited and couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. I understand, brother. I won't let you down. Fang Lang looked at this brother who was stirred up by his few words and smiled knowingly. It's still easy to fool young people. Have you learned about the development progress of Fangio and media and the TV station project? Of course, brother. Although I haven't really seen what a TV program is like. But I have a hunch that TV may soon replace traditional paper media and become a new media front. During this period, I often studied with Vice President Anderson, who came from the United States. I feel that his idea of setting up a news station is simply a genius idea. Now people still get the latest information from the text on paper media. But, on TV, you can see real pictures, images, and sounds. What a great change it will be. Even illiterate farmers can sit at home and watch the current hot news happening around the world. The audience will be countless times that of newspapers. Now Fangio and Media's TV station will start trial broadcasting in a month. The main problem now is the popularity of televisions. Our Fangio and Group's TV factory has begun to produce black and white TVs of about 10 inches, but the current output is not high. However, the manufacturing cost of televisions is relatively high, and the selling price will definitely not be very cheap. Everyone still doesn't know what this guy can be used for. Therefore, it may be very difficult to promote it in the early stage. It seems that his younger brother, who is studying journalism, is indeed very sensitive to the media industry, and his thinking is not old-fashioned, and he is very quick to accept new things. Fang Lang thinks it is very remarkable that he is not bound by traditional paper media. This makes Fang Lang very happy. This is an era of rapid change and rapid development of science and technology. If you are old-fashioned and cannot accept new things, you will soon be eliminated by society. It's great that you can discover the potential of television. I agree with you that television stations will definitely become another major media platform different from traditional paper media in the future. We must seize the opportunity, actively participate in it, and quickly complete our own technical accumulation, and make it bigger and stronger before others react. As for the difficulty in promoting television sets you mentioned, don't worry. Television sets are just starting now, and the difficulties in the early stage are foreseeable. When our TV station is completed, and TV programs can be broadcast normally, we can put the TV in some conspicuous positions to attract people's attention. When everyone understands the role of television sets, people will naturally pay for it. For a family, television sets are a relatively luxurious home appliance, and difficulties in early promotion are inevitable. It takes a process to cultivate customers' consumption habits. We are not in a hurry. Step by step, steadily, and slowly you will see the results. Fang Tao obviously understood that what Fang Lang said was the fact that the promotion of radio and television was not achieved in one fell swoop. After all, the number of people in Brazil who can afford television sets is still a minority. The current situation is that there are not many signal-based stations for radio and television stations. The plan is to cover the capital cities of each state in Brazil and the coastal developed cities such as Rio and Sao Paulo before the TV station starts the trial broadcast. The investment in building signal-based stations is a considerable investment. If Fang Lang had not attached great importance to the development of the media company and provided sufficient funds, it is almost impossible to complete such a task relying solely on the self-generating ability of the Brazilian Times. Brother, the investment in building this TV station is really too large. We bought an office building in Rio de Janeiro and purchased a lot of photographic equipment, recruit various professionals and build a team for the TV station. TV signal-based stations must be set up in each state. The cables alone are enough to circle the earth twice. When the TV station officially starts the trial broadcast, I estimate that our investment in the TV station will exceed $10 million US. And Vice President Anderson told me that the TV program is actually broadcast for free, so how should we recover the cost? Fang Lang smiled, knowing that Anderson must have sounded Fang Tao out and wanted to hear from Fang Tao about Fang Lang's method of making profits for the TV station. After thinking about it, Fang Lang didn't mind telling Fang Tao how the TV station could make money. He just felt that the timing for advertising was not yet ripe. Televisions hadn't even entered people's homes yet, and if he advertised for free, it was estimated that no one would be willing to pay to shoot a commercial. Therefore, in response to Fang Tao's doubts, Fang Lang smiled and said, "The time for the TV station to make a profit has not yet arrived. The time for expanding customers in the early stage must be a period of heavy investment for us. We will set up branches in various states across the country to be responsible for laying TV signal lines for customers who apply for TV or telephone. We still have to charge customers for laying lines. But my idea is that we should not charge too much for this fee, and we should still focus on promoting TV. When the number of TV sets reaches a certain number, we can start advertising for various companies to charge advertising fees used to make up for the investment of the TV station. When the TV advertising market matures, we can auction advertising time in each time period according to the TV ratings in each time period. The higher the ratings, the more audiences the advertisement has, and the corresponding advertising fees will definitely be higher. Just like the advertisements in our newspapers. Do you understand?" Fang Tao slapped his head and suddenly realized, "Oh, my pig brain, why didn't I think of such a simple method? Newspapers have text advertisements, and TV stations can play audio and video advertisements. The effect will be more obvious than that of newspapers. At that time, powerful businesses will definitely fight for an advertising space in a good time slot." Fang Lang looked at Fang Tao's expression, smiled and said nothing. He didn't want to enter the media industry to make money. If he wanted to make money, there were many industries that could make money than the media. Why invest so much in assets? The real role of the media is the right to speak and cultural output. This is why Fang Lang invested heavily. But now is not the time to tell his family about this. When the time is right, he also wants to set up his own film company in Brazil and Hollywood to subtly export culture. At least, no movies or TV shows that vilify the image of Chinese people should be allowed to appear. Chapter 252 Member of Parliament. Fang Lang's conversation with Fang Tao really diverted the attention of his family. Fang Lang was not worried about the impact of Fang Tao telling Anderson about the TV station's profit-making method. After all, the current TV station has been built. Anderson has invested a lot of effort and energy in Brazilian TV. At this time, he will not leave, even if you drive him away. As for other people who want to enter this industry, Fang Lang cannot stop them. On the contrary, he hopes that more people can enter this industry. Only when there are more programs and TV channels will people's enthusiasm for buying TVs increase. Only then can the TV station really develop and prosper. In addition to his family members, there is also his uncle Yang Zhang in his home today. He has been busy communicating with his uncle and brother, and Fang Lang has not been able to say a few words to his uncle's family. "Brother Kyan, how is your work in the Sao Paulo city government?" Uncle Yang Zhang got married earlier than his mother. He and his Portuguese wife were classmates and got married through free love, and Yang Kyan is their eldest son. He now works in the Sao Paulo city government. He is 2 years older than Fang Lang, so Fang Lang has always called him Brother Kyan. As for the younger son Yang Kyan, he is 2 years younger than Fang language. According to Fang Lang's understanding, he seems to be studying at a teacher's college in Sao Paulo. It is precisely because both of them have their own struggle direction and goals. Therefore, neither of them is willing to take over the unprofitable small cigarette factory in the hands of their uncle, forcing their uncle to sell it, and finally Fang Lang got a bargain. It has grown and become the largest tobacco company in Brazil, with amazing monthly profits. Fang Lang doesn't know whether his uncle's family has some other ideas in their hearts. "Brother, I came here specifically to thank you. Thanks to you, I'm now the secretary of Mayor Scalia. The mayor took great care of me after knowing our relationship. He also introduced me to join the National Alliance and planned to let me run for the Sao Paulo city government in the next parliamentary election." In Fang Lang's impression, Yang Kyan was originally just an ordinary clerk in the Sao Paulo city government. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, he was directly promoted by Mayor Scalia to the mayor's secretary and joined the National Alliance, one of the three major political parties in Brazil. Although the influence of the National Alliance in Brazilian politics is not as strong as that of old parties like the Social Democratic Party, it has developed very rapidly in recent years. This can be seen from the fact that the mayor's seat of Brazil's second largest city fell into the hands of Scalia, a member of the National Alliance. What surprised Fang Lang even more was that Scalia was able to continue to be re-elected as the mayor of Sao Paulo in this election, which shows that the strength of the National Alliance in Sao Paulo is still very strong. As for the other party's promotion of Yang Qian, it was definitely not because of Yang Qian's outstanding work ability. Yang Qian obviously understood this, so he directly opened his mouth to express his gratitude to him. From the facial features, Yang Qian inherited the genes of his father Yang Zhang, but the wavy hair and skin color clearly carried the genes of his mother. However, Yang Qian's name and living habits are very Chinese. Because of his living environment since childhood, he is very identified with Chinese culture. The most amazing thing is that this guy can actually write good calligraphy. This skill was envied by Fang Lang for a long time, when he was a child. Of course, Fang Lang now actually envies people who can write good calligraphy. Brother Qian, why are you thanking me? Didn't you get all this by your own ability? What does it have to do with me? Hey, if I really had that much ability, I wouldn't have stayed in a clerk position for 3 years without moving. Ever since you developed the industrial park in Sao Paulo and our relationship was known to the people in the municipal government, I have become a popular person. The entire municipal government staff seemed to have become very polite overnight. Soon I was promoted to a small supervisor. When Fang Yuan Group established a shipyard in Brazil, I was directly recruited as a member of the National Alliance. As Fang Yuan Group's investment in Sao Paulo increased, my status became higher and higher. If all this can't make me understand how I have the status I have today, I'm really stupid. Yang Qian's frankness was unexpected. In my impression, Yang Qian was still a little self-righteous in front of Fang language. He didn't say he looked down on this mischievous cousin, since he was a child, but at least he was a little pretentious when he spoke. Now he looks free and easy, and he has indeed matured a lot. For Fang Lang, this was indeed an unexpected gain. According to Fang Lang's plan, it was inevitable for Chinese people in the future to enter politics and join political parties. Now that his cousin had joined the National Alliance, as long as he could provide him with some help, he would be able to quickly gain a foothold in the National Alliance. Now Yang Qian was naturally the representative of the interests of Fang Yuan Group in the National Alliance, and he had no choice but to do so. Because of his identity and background, everyone would automatically classify him as this. Fang Lang smiled and said, "That's good. We at Fang Yuan Group do need our own representative of interests in the government. Since everyone knows your identity, I wonder if anyone has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to you?" Fang Lang's affirmation made Yang Qian very happy. With Fang Lang's recognition, Yang Qian could openly show his identity as the representative of the interests of Fang Yuan Group to the outside world. Of course, now that I haven't officially become a member of the Sao Paulo City Council, many members of the National Alliance have already approached me. I hope to get the support of Fang Yuan Group. If you agree, I can organize a small gathering after I go back to formally gather everyone together. In the future, we can make our voices heard in the parliament. Fang Lang understood Yang Qian's plan as soon as he heard it. Fang Lang didn't dislike it. On the contrary, he felt that politicians should take advantage of the situation in this way. I believe that after this party is held, Yang Qian's position in the National Alliance will be more stable, and he will soon have his own voice. This is what Fang Lang is happy to see. No problem, I have no objection. If you need my dad to come forward, that's fine. You know, I'm a soldier and can't attend your party's internal gatherings, so I won't go there to join in the fun. In the future, I will let all the subsidiaries of Fang Yuan Group actively participate in some political activities. At least let each subsidiary have a member of the local parliament who speaks for itself. If you can unite everyone, then I think the day when you become a rising star in Sao Paulo politics is not far away. Fang Lang's words made Yang Qian and his uncle's family very excited. If this is true, Yang Qian's future will be limitless. At least, he will become an important figure in Sao Paulo, and it will only be a matter of time before he becomes the speaker of the Sao Paulo City Council. Thank you. Brother, don't worry, I won't let you down. With the relationship between Yang Kan and himself, there is no need to say too much. Everyone knows that they are a whole that cannot be separated. If you say too much, it will seem strange. Fang Lang smiled and patted Yang Kan's arm, ready to end the conversation between the two, but Yang Kan said awkwardly, "Brother, I have two things to tell you this time." "Oh, what are they?" "Mr. Mayor, let me ask you, when you are free, he hopes to visit you." Fang Lang was not surprised at this situation. After all, Yang Kan was able to become Mayor Scalia's secretary because of his relationship with him. Fang Lang Group now has many projects in Sao Paulo, such as shipyards, steel mills, artillery factories, Porsche car factories, and many auto parts supporting factories, all of which are built in Sao Paulo. In addition, Fang Lang's main purpose of returning to Sao Paulo this time is the aircraft modification factory that is about to open. After Portman's inspections, he finally chose to settle in Sao Paulo. Even if Mayor Scalia does not look for Fang Lang is also ready to meet with the mayor. Tomorrow, go to Sao Paulo and find a good restaurant. I'll treat him to lunch tomorrow. Hearing Fang Lang agree to meet the mayor without hesitation, Yang Kan was very happy. This showed that he still had a high status in Fang Lang's mind. "There is another thing. I have a senior who also wants to visit you. I wonder if you can give him a chance." Fang Lang was a little stunned when he heard Yang Kan's second thing. What did he mean? Why did a senior want to meet him? Seeing Fang Lang looking at him with a questioning look, Yang Kan quickly explained, "It's like this. My senior also works in the municipal government, but he is a member of the Social Democratic Party. At the beginning, he wanted to invite me to join the Social Democratic Party. At that time, I was just a small clerk, just entered the government work, and I was not very clear about these political matters. In addition, he was only a grassroots party member, and his recommendation was not approved. Later, after I was pulled into the National Alliance by the mayor, he was very dissatisfied with the slow response of the Social Democratic Party. I want to change the passive situation of the Social Democratic Party in Sao Paulo with my own efforts. After knowing our relationship, he told me many times that he hoped I could introduce him to you. So." Fang Lang smiled when he heard that the other party was a member of the Social Democratic Party. In fact, since Fang Lang controlled the Nice Company, Fang Lang has had a very huge influence in the Social Democratic Party, the largest party in Brazil. Because the main members of the Social Democratic Party are farmers and ranchers, or spokespersons representing the interests of farmers and ranchers. The original Nice Company had a very huge voice in the Social Democratic Party. Now that the rights of Nice Company have been peacefully transferred to Fang Lang, it means that Fang Lang now automatically has the right to speak in the Social Democratic Party. But in Fang Lang's view, this is not enough, although he already has a huge influence on the Social Democratic Party. But in fact, he does not have his own people in the Social Democratic Party. Now what Fang Lang needs to do is to plant real people in these parties. I didn't expect that the Social Democratic Party, as the largest party, would be so slow and miss the opportunity to recruit Yang Kan. Now hearing Yang Kan's introduction to his senior, Fang Lang understood that this is a very ambitious guy who is unwilling to be lonely. As an ordinary member of the Social Democratic Party, he can think of using Yang Kan's relationship to get to know himself, the big boss behind Nice Company. I have to say that this is a bold guy, and Fang Lang also has a little interest in him. I really want to meet him, but my schedule is very tight. After dealing with the matter of Sao Paulo, I will go to the United States to receive the aircraft carrier. It was really impossible to give him too much time. After thinking for a while, Fang Lang said, "I may not have time to meet him this time. How about this? Tell me his name, and I will notify the Nice Company and let the manager of the Sao Paulo branch talk to him and support his development." Chapter 253 Education System. In Fang Lang's heart, he actually wanted to meet Yang Kan Sr. However, his current status does not allow him to have too much private time. Even if he meets, he can only nod and shake hands, and then rush to the end. Yang Kan was not dissatisfied with this result. After all, his relationship with Fang Lang was obviously closer than that with his senior. His name is Benin David. He is a white Portuguese. His father is also an old member of the Social Democratic Party. However, he has been an ordinary community member all his life, responsible for collecting some community information and submitting some grassroots proposals. Under the influence of his father, he has been interested in politics since he was a child. He joined the Social Democratic Party during school and actively participated in the Social Democratic Party activities in the area where the school was located at that time. After graduation, he stayed in the urban area of Sao Paulo and became a clerk in the government. Although he is just a small clerk, he is very active both in school and in the unit and has a lot of prestige among young people. It was also under his influence that I began to be interested in politics. From Yang Kan's description, Fang Lang could feel that this young man named Benin David was very outstanding. Maybe one day this young man will become a rising star in Brazilian politics. Maybe if I let nice company help him now, it will bring me rich rewards. I understand. Let's let the people from nice company contact him this time. If he can seize this opportunity and have a seat in the Sao Paulo City Council. Next time I go back to Sao Paulo, I will meet him in person. After getting Fang Lang's personal promise, Yang Kan did not continue to pester him. Today, he has gained a lot. Fang Lang looked at Yang Kan, who had been following behind Yang Kan. Yang Kan is 2 years younger than Fang Lang. Unlike his brother Yang Kan, who finished college, his younger brother is not as good as his brother in academic performance and only got into a normal college. The education system in Brazil is actually not much different from that in China. It is mainly divided into primary education, secondary education, and higher education. Among them, primary education is equivalent to primary and junior high schools in China. Secondary education includes high school, vocational college, and normal college, with a school system of 3 years, which is similar to that in China. Higher education is university. Of course, this is just Brazil's plan. In fact, the current education level of Brazilians is very low, and many people cannot even complete their initial education. Thanks to the Chinese universal value of everything is inferior except for reading, Chinese families cherish the opportunity for their children to receive education. Therefore, both Fang Lang and the Yang brothers completed their secondary education in Brazil. As for higher education, it really requires learning talent, and the opportunity to complete higher education in Brazil during this period was very slim. In 1789, Brazilian literati and patriots once requested to establish a university based on the model of the University of Coimbra in Portugal. However, due to Portugal's opposition, the plan to establish a university in the colony finally came to nothing. It was not until 1920 that Brazil established its first university in the country, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Then the University of Sao Paulo was founded in Sao Paulo in 1934. This is also the only 2 universities in Brazil so far. Yang Kan is a graduate of the University of Sao Paulo, while his younger brother Yang Kan is studying at a teacher's college. The academic qualifications are similar to Fang Lang, both of which are equivalent to high school education. Don't look down on high school education. In Brazil at this time, high school education is considered as a cultured person. Brother Kun, how is your study now? You didn't skip classes like me, did you? Yang Kun looked at his parents embarrassedly, shook his head shyly and said, "Brother, I have graduated, and am now a teacher in a primary school in Sao Paulo. Hey, are you working already? Time flies. How is school life? Are you used to it? If anyone bullies you, tell me and I will help you beat him up." Yang Kun is 2 grades lower than Fang Lang. When he was in school, he was often bullied by his classmates because he was thin and small. Fang Lang, who is 2 grades older than him, helped Yang Kun teach his classmates who bullied him twice. So when Fang Lang saw Yang Kun again, he started to joke with him. This reminded Yang Kun, who has grown up, of his childhood embarrassment, and made him feel a little embarrassed. Fang Lang noticed his cousin's expression, smiled and changed the subject. "What are you teaching in school now? Our immigration company is in need of teachers now. Have you considered helping the immigration company?" "Ah, I teach mathematics in elementary school. Can I help?" Yang Kun looked at Fang Lang expectantly. Obviously, he was also willing to participate in Fang Yuan Group's Chinese immigration work. Of course, as long as you are willing to contribute, I welcome you. As far as I know, we have settled a lot of immigrants in Sao Paulo now. If you are willing, you can go to night school as a part-time teacher to teach everyone Portuguese and mathematics after get off work. Seeing Yang Kun's slightly disappointed face, Fang Lang asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? Don't want to?" "It's not that I don't want to, the main thing is that I'm thinking about whether I can be a full-time immigrant teacher or teach immigrant children elementary school knowledge. I still feel more at ease with us Chinese." Yang Kun's words stunned Fang Lang, especially when he said we Chinese. Because Yang Kun's appearance is different from his brother Yang Kun. Yang Kun at least looks a bit like his uncle Yang Zhang in terms of facial features. Yang Kun, on the other hand, doesn't look Chinese at all except for his black hair. He has white skin, blue eyes, and three-dimensional facial features. If he doesn't speak, no one can associate him with Chinese people. So when he said that it's more friendly to look at Chinese people, Fang Lang was a little dazed for a moment. Fang Lang didn't expect that his cousin would be so receptive to his Chinese identity. He patted Yang Kun's shoulder happily and said, "Okay, I like this sentence. How about this? Many of our immigrants and workers come with their families, and some of their children have come with them. A few days ago, I was thinking about developing primary education in our Chinese residential areas to improve the educational level of Chinese youth. It happens that you are one of us, so I'll leave this matter to you. First, we will establish an immigrant primary school in Sao Paulo. Considering that there are not many teachers who can speak Portuguese and Chinese at the same time, I have asked the immigration company to go to Macau to recruit teachers who can speak Portuguese and Chinese. In the future, we will build our own primary and secondary education system in every immigration point. And let's start with you. Brother, do you mean to let me preside over the construction of a primary school for us Chinese?" Yang Kun seemed very happy. But Fang Lang looked at his appearance, and when he heard him say we Chinese, he always felt a sense of detachment. But he still suppressed it. After all, if he said it out loud, it might hurt Yang Kun's heart. "That's right. Do you have the confidence to complete this task?" Yang Kun's face flushed, and he said excitedly, "Brother, leave it to me. Don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task. I will go back and resign tomorrow." However, after hearing what Yang Kun said, my aunt was a little worried and said, "Hey, don't be so impulsive, kid." Yang Zhang smiled and seemed a little relieved. Although his child did not look like him, his heart was still with him. He raised his hand to stop his aunt and said, "This is work for the future of all Chinese people. It is more meaningful than working in the primary school in the town. We should support it." Seeing that her man expressed support, my aunt didn't say much. The old man stood up and said, "Langja, this is a good idea. It is necessary to establish our own primary and secondary education system in the immigration area to improve the cultural level of our Chinese. I agree with it. However, I also want to make two requests." Fang Lang did not expect that the old man would take the initiative to speak at this time. He turned around and came to the old man, supported the old man's arm and said, "Please tell me what you want." The old man was a straightforward person. He was not polite to his family and said directly, "First of all, the education of Chinese immigrants cannot give up the education of Chinese culture. We cannot let the Chinese in the future, like some Chinese, not even know how to write Chinese characters or speak Chinese. The Chinese educated in this way cannot be considered Chinese at all." Fang Lang agreed with the old man's request. This was his plan. Seeing the old man looking at him with burning eyes, Fang Lang nodded quickly and said, "No problem, Grandpa, this is consistent with my plan." Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative answer, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Secondly, all Chinese people must learn our own history and have a clear understanding of where we Brazilian Chinese come from. We must not forget our roots in the future, and we must know where our roots are. Fang Lang had already considered this. To cultivate the national consciousness of overseas Chinese, all overseas Chinese must understand the history of Chinese civilization for 5,000 years. Only by understanding what an excellent nation the Chinese are, and what a brilliant civilization they have created, can we cultivate the Chinese national pride and national honor. Only then can we identify with our Chinese identity from the bottom of our hearts, and be proud of it, instead of completely becoming a banana person with yellow skin and white heart. As the old saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. The ancients did not deceive me. Although Fang Lang had already considered these things, it did not prevent Fang Lang from admiring the old man's foresight. After all, Fang Lang had such vision and ideas with the eyes of a later generation, through the mist of history. Grandpa, don't worry. I have already asked the immigration company to search for these historical books in my hometown. When the time comes, I will hire a few historians to come to Brazil and compile a history textbook for us on the 5,000-year history of Chinese civilization. Let all Chinese and even Brazilians know about the brilliant history and civilization that we Chinese have. The old man heard his grandson say that he had already been doing this work, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. It seems that his grandson and he have the same idea, and he is very happy in his heart. Good. He said 3 good words in a row, and did not forget to pat Fang Lang's arm vigorously. Third, we must cultivate the martial spirit of our Chinese children. I know that Brazil has something like capoeira and Gracie jiu-jitsu. Don't we Chinese have them? Our Chinese martial arts also have a long history, and are not inferior to the fighting techniques of these foreigners. Although I only know a few farming tricks, I'm sure that I can beat them to the point of not knowing the north. Fang Lang did not expect that the old man's third request would be this. According to Fang Lang's plan, he was going to open physical education classes in school to improve the physical fitness of the Chinese. Through military training, I cultivated everyone's team spirit and discipline. I didn't expect that the old man was more radical than me. Chapter 254 The Other Side of the Old Man. Fang Lang never thought that his grandfather had such a side, and even knew capoeira and Gracie jiu-jitsu. Capoeira, also known as Brazilian war dance in Hong Kong, is a unique dance between art and martial arts developed by African immigrants in Brazil in the 16th century. Its essence is actually a fighting martial art. Because people who practice this martial art often participate in crimes or anti-government activities, it was banned by the government in 1892, and practicing capoeira became an underground activity. It was not until 1937 that President Vargas appreciated the performance of capoeira and ordered the establishment of the first school to teach capoeira martial arts. Since then, capoeira has become the national sport of Brazil, and in the 1970s, it quickly became popular all over the world. Gracie jiu-jitsu, also known as Brazilian jiu-jitsu, is a martial art that specializes in submission, excels in grappling techniques, and combines comprehensive fighting competition with systematic self-defense. Originated from Japanese jiu-jitsu, it was brought to Brazil by Mita Mitsuyo, the apprentice of Jigoro Kano, the owner of Hakutsuya brewery mentioned above, and the Kano Chibal family, and taught to his friends Carlos Gracie and Ruz Franca. Finally, it was carried forward by the famous general of the Gracie family, Helio Gracie, and took softness overcoming strength and weakness overcoming strength as guiding strategic policies, and eventually became a new school of jiu-jitsu. Gracie jiu-jitsu at this time was not as famous as it was in later generations, and was named Brazilian jiu-jitsu. This was the period when Gracie jiu-jitsu began to quickly become popular in Brazil, and Helio Gracie, the founder of Gracie jiu-jitsu, who was only 38 years old, was in his prime. The Gracie School, founded in Rio de Janeiro in 1925, developed very rapidly, and Gracie jiu-jitsu had already opened a school in Sao Paulo. It seems that my old man might still be a martial arts enthusiast. However, since childhood, the old man forced himself to practice martial arts, and we can find some clues. Fang Lang did not refuse the old man's request. After thinking for a while, he said, "Grandpa, I absolutely agree to cultivate the martial spirit of the Chinese. Do you think this will work? We organize students to do physical exercise in school, and add military training to improve everyone's physical fitness. Then, find a way to recruit some martial arts masters and martial arts schools. to open schools in Brazil to teach apprentices. Let students who are interested in learning martial arts voluntarily choose a martial arts as an elective course. What do you think? Unexpectedly, the old man was very persistent about this matter. He glanced at Fang Lang and said dissatisfiedly, "What's the use of physical exercise alone to improve physical fitness? When being bullied, what else can good physical fitness do, except being more resistant to beatings? You can't fight back at all, and you still get beaten passively in the end. You let interested students take martial arts as an elective, but what if no one is interested? My Chinese martial arts still can't flourish. If you hadn't been forced to train by me, an old man, would you have been famous in school?" The old man's words made Fang Lang's head full of black lines. He was already so old, and had achieved some small achievements. He also brought up his fight in school, which made Fang Lang blush. However, thinking back to the past, the reason why he was able to dominate the school was indeed closely related to the few farming moves that his grandfather forced him to practice since he was a child. Grandpa's meaning was also very clear, that is, to make martial arts a compulsory course for everyone. Fang Lang thought about it and guessed some of his grandfather's thoughts. It seems that the old man must have been bullied a lot in Brazil when he was young, so he had such a profound experience and made such a request. "Okay, we will recruit some masters from various schools from our hometown, open a school in Brazil to recruit disciples, and let these foreigners see the fighting power of our Chinese martial arts. Let me tell you, not every school has real kung fu. Many martial arts are just some fancy martial arts routines, and they have no fighting power at all. Don't introduce these things. What we want is real kung fu that can be used in actual combat. Otherwise, when others come to challenge us, we will be easily defeated, which will ruin the reputation of my Chinese kung fu." It seems that the old man still has some martial arts complex, which is to prevent others from coming to challenge. However, this is also the reality. If the Chinese want to survive in Brazil and gain respect, they really need to show their strong side. After all, in the general perception of foreigners at this time, the Chinese are still the unbearable image of pigtails. It is still necessary to reshape the strong image of the Chinese through martial arts fighting. The reason why the Japanese spread judo in Brazil is actually to convey the message that the Japanese are very powerful. Even the Japanese will hold many martial arts competitions in their hometown, and they will do everything they can to win. The fundamental reason is to establish a strong image of the Japanese. The purpose of promoting karate and jiu-jitsu to the world is also to export Japanese culture. So far, the Japanese approach has been successful because he made karate and jiu-jitsu flourish all over the world and even become an Olympic event. South Korea followed suit and spread the image of South Korea to the world through the spread of Taekwondo, and finally developed Taekwondo into a powerful industry. As the ancestor of these schools, Chinese martial arts gradually declined and fell. Thinking of this, Fang Lang couldn't help but admire the old man's foresight. Maybe the old man didn't have any idea of systematically promoting the development of Chinese martial arts. In his mind, he might have considered that, by letting the Chinese learn real kung fu, they would not be bullied by foreigners. But this provided Fang Lang with a new idea. Think about the kung fu of China in the future. It became a business card of China with the spread and promotion of Bruce Lee. Everyone said that Chinese people know kung fu. Chinese people are not easy to mess with, and don't fight with Chinese people, which completely reversed the image of Chinese people in the eyes of foreigners. Now that I have the opportunity, why can't I make good use of it? Perhaps by spreading the image of Chinese kung fu abroad, he could leave his name in history, and it might even be more famous than his reputation in the business or military circles. Think about how his name will be remembered by all Chinese people as Chinese kung fu spreads around the world, and then he can be considered to have not been reborn in vain. Of course, he may not have much chance to become someone like Bruce Lee, but he can cultivate countless Bruce Lees through his own means. Karate, Taekwondo and the like can establish a system of step-by-step promotion ladders through rating and other means. Why not kung fu? Aren't the skill levels of Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, which are much better than karate and taekwondo, ready-made? Isn't Li Yun's, who he just apprenticed to in New York, a ready-made master? Isn't Mr. Yi Wen, who was seen in later movies, also a ready-made master? Maybe he can set up a real Chinese kung fu system by gathering these real masters of practical combat to change the image of Chinese people in the minds of foreigners. Even if these masters don't want to, as long as their kung fu can be passed down, it will be easy to organize these inheritors with my influence among the Chinese in Brazil. Moreover, I can use the media company to shoot kung fu movies that are close to actual combat and export kung fu culture to the world. Maybe in the future kung fu will become a new Olympic event, and my rebirth will not be in vain. Grandpa, don't worry. I know what to do. It just so happens that I met a real kung fu master in the United States some time ago. His name is Lee Yuns. I have already worshipped him as my master and invited him to Brazil to open a school to accept disciples. He is the direct disciple of Bajikwan Master Lee Shuwen. His kung fu is quite amazing. I fought with him in New York and couldn't survive a single move. For the first time, I knew what it meant to hit someone like hanging a painting. This is when the other party showed mercy. Fang Lang's words made the old man's eyes widen, and he said in disbelief, "What? Are you serious? Does a legendary hitting someone like hanging a painting really exist? Tell me what happened at that time." All the people sitting there were his family members, so Fang Lang certainly wouldn't hide anything. After all, it was not shameful to lose to a real martial arts master. So Fang Lang described the situation at that time, the process and details of the fight in detail. Now not only the old man, but also several men present were stunned and surrounded him. Fang Xinshu couldn't help but ask first, "Langja, are you serious? I just leaned on your back, and you flew out and stuck to the wall." Fang Lang didn't need to answer. The old man was already excited and said, "What do you know? This time sticking to the mountain. I heard your great-grandfather say that a real master can easily break a tree as thick as a bowl. This is a real master. He really showed mercy and used clever strength. Otherwise, with just this one blow, you can break your sternum and damage your internal organs. Since you have already worshipped him as your master, where is he now? Take me, an old man, to see him quickly. I want to ask him for advice." Fang Xinshu also coughed twice and said, "Langja, tell me, if I go to worship Master Lee as my master, is it too late to start learning martial arts now?" Then he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait, it seems not possible. Then we will become brothers, and the generation will be messed up. This won't do." When the people around heard Fang Xinshu talking to himself, they all burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became extremely cheerful for a moment. "Grandpa, don't worry. The master is still in New York. I plan to build a Bajikwan gym in Sao Paulo and let the master come to open the gym to recruit disciples." After listening to Grandpa's request today, I also think it makes sense. I will telegraph the master immediately and ask him to set off as soon as possible. We will discuss a basic teaching course and train a group of basic coaches first. Open a kung fu course in our school. Uncle, you will come forward and arrange for the group's labor company and immigration company to recruit some masters with real kung fu to Brazil through the relationship of Hongmen in my hometown. I heard that there is a kung fu master named Yiwen in Hong Kong, who is also a very powerful figure. In the future, we will also learn Japanese karate and judo, create a complete kung fu system, formulate kung fu competition rules, and carry forward the competitive attributes of kung fu. Let every Chinese with kung fu in their bodies walk on the street. Everyone will be in awe and never dare to bully my Chinese compatriots again. Fang Lang also took the opportunity to put forward his idea of creating a kung fu system. After listening to Fang Lang's words, the old man was very satisfied. "Okay, my dear grandson, you really have an idea. Let's do this. We will make that foreign devil hide away when he sees us Chinese and never dare to show his teeth to us again. Second brother, since Lanja has given you the responsibility of recruiting masters, you must do it well. I hope to see this kung fu system established in my lifetime." Chapter 255 Inspection. Don't worry, old man. This time when I go to discuss the reorganization of Han Gaitang with Mr. Situ, I will mention this matter to them. When I find suitable masters, I will visit them one by one in person. Fang Xinshu was very happy that Fang Lang and the old man had entrusted this matter to him, and he patted his chest and promised to do a good job. Seeing that his uncle had taken on the task, Fang Lang continued to ask the old man, "Grandpa, in addition to these 3 requirements, do you have any other requirements for running a school?" The old man smiled and shook his head and said, "No, I just have these 3 requirements. When your master arrives in Brazil, he must come to my house to sit down, and I want to ask him for advice. Alas, it's a pity that he is old and useless. Otherwise I would also like to see your master's methods." "No problem. Since you are so interested in Kung Fu, I will build an 8-level boxing gym near my home. When you are free, you can stroll over and watch young people practice Kung Fu. In addition to Kung Fu, my master is also a Chinese medicine practitioner. If you have a headache or fever, let the master take a look at it." Hearing that the old man actually wanted to see the master's methods, Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the old man really loves Kung Fu. This is in Brazil. If it were in his hometown, he might have to visit famous teachers and learn from them. This can be seen from the fact that he knows capoeira and Gracie jiu-jitsu, even though he lives in this small Chinese village. "Oh, your master is also a Chinese medicine practitioner? I heard from your great-grandfather that Chinese medicine has a unique skill that can cure diseases through acupuncture. I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen it yet." Unexpectedly, the old man also knew acupuncture. Fang Lang smiled and said, "You are talking about acupuncture. Chinese medicine does have such a method. Not only acupuncture, I think the most magical thing about Chinese medicine is pulse diagnosis. Just put your hand on the wrist and diagnose whether a person has a disease through the beating of the pulse. So magical? Then you must ask your master to diagnose me. Are there other Chinese medicine practitioners among our Chinese immigrants? If so, we can also support them to open a Chinese medicine clinic in Brazil. When the time comes, we can go and see if we have a headache or a fever." The old man's words reminded Fang language. According to Fang Lang's understanding, many people in his hometown during this period were slandering Chinese medicine. They even treated Chinese medicine as witch doctors, causing many Chinese medicine practitioners to lose their inheritance. "I don't know if it's too late to rescue at this time." He looked at Fang Xinshu again and said, "Uncle, I heard that the Chinese medicine practitioners in my hometown are not living very well now, and many of them are slandered. My opinion is that you can see if you can introduce some famous Chinese medicine experts from your hometown to Brazil for development. We can give everyone some help. You can also collect some Chinese medicine books. My hometown may soon fall into war again. When the war is in chaos, there may be a lot of precious information that will be destroyed in the war. If we can rescue some, let's rescue some. After all, this is a treasure of our Chinese civilization for thousands of years, and we can't just destroy it like this." Fang Xinshu listened to Fang Lang's words and nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I will notify the people in my hometown to buy back the medical books at a high price. Let's also let everyone see if there are any Chinese medicine practitioners willing to come to Brazil for development. You don't have to say it, but I can see that there is a lot of gunpowder in my hometown now. It seems that war is inevitable." The old man heard a conversation between the two and asked quickly, "What's the situation? Didn't the war end last year? Why are they going to fight again?" Fang Lang quickly reached out and patted the old man's hand and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, this time it may not be a bad thing." Fang Xinshu said heartlessly, "Dad, don't worry. We are emigrating from our hometown now to save people. When the war is over and our hometown returns to normal, everyone can go home and have a look. The current transportation is much more developed than before. You don't have to take a boat for more than half a month and go through a life and death experience to get there. This time I took a plane and arrived in 2 days, and that's because of the detour. If you want to go back and have a look, I'll take you back to have a look after the war is over. Just save people. We will save as many as we can. The more we save, the fewer casualties we will have. I can't go back to my hometown. I'm old and my body can't stand the tossing. You are still young. When your hometown is peaceful, you must go back more often. Our hometown is in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. I don't know if there is anyone else in the family. If you can find the ancestral grave, you have to burn incense on my behalf." Seeing the old man slowly getting sad, Fang Lang quickly said, "Grandpa, you are still very strong. You will live at least 100 years. Don't worry, your hometown will definitely get better and better. If you want to go back to your hometown, we can arrange it at any time. No, I'm old and can't walk anymore. You all have made progress, and I will be worthy of my ancestors." Seeing the old man's look, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. In the end, it was the old man himself who broke the sad atmosphere and said to Fang Lang's mother, "Okay, don't be sad. Langer is back today. It's a happy day. Zia, when will the eldest brother come back? You can hang up and urge him." He turned his head and looked at Fang Lang and said, "Langer, I heard from your father that you came back this time for the aircraft manufacturing plant. Do we have the ability to manufacture aircraft now?" Fang Lang naturally knew everything about the old man's questions and said everything he knew. He explained his plan for the aircraft manufacturing plant to the old man in detail. He explained his recent situation to his family. After his father Fang Xinshan got off work, the family had a lively reunion dinner together and then slowly dispersed. After a night of rest at home, Fang Lang felt refreshed. After getting up, he ran around the village with the guards before setting off with his father to the site of the aircraft manufacturing plant selected by Pullman. The location of the aircraft manufacturing plant is still quite far from Fang Lang's home. It took about an hour to drive to the aircraft manufacturing plant near the Sao Paulo airport. Auntie Pullman was waiting at the gate of the factory with several company employees. "Boss, it's nice to see you again. Haha, Mr. Pullman, it seems that you are living well in Brazil. I haven't seen you for a while, and you have obviously gained weight." Fang Lang was also very happy to see Pullman again. He saw that the manager of the aircraft manufacturing plant he found from Germany had adapted to Brazil very quickly. "Of course, boss, the climate here is very warm, and there is no shortage of food here." Pullman was obviously very satisfied with his life in Brazil. "It's good that you can adapt. Are others also adapting?" "Boss, don't worry. Everyone is very satisfied with the current life." "Yes. As long as everyone is satisfied, we can concentrate on work." "Is the environment where you live good?" "Boss, the living environment is not bad. They are all small buildings that have just been renovated. Although the area is not large, it is very warm. All the personnel who just came from Germany were temporarily arranged to live in resettlement houses built by the real estate company. Of course, these are only temporary. The real residents will have to wait until the location of the factory is officially determined, and then they will find a new place not far from the factory to build a residential area. Don't worry, the current housing is only temporary. After the first phase of the factory is completed, we will start building new houses for everyone. You already know our housing policy, so don't worry." "Of course, boss, we all know this, so no one is dissatisfied with it." "Well, that's good. If you have any needs, please let us know in time. We will do our best to provide you with superior living conditions. I also hope that my investment will not be in vain." Fang Lang timely criticized these technicians from Germany. After all, if he kept giving, it might make everyone slack off. After listening to Fang Lang's words, Pullman nodded repeatedly. He could have his current position because of Fang Lang's trust. Fang Lang gave such great support. If he still couldn't make any achievements, he would have no way to explain to Fang language. While chatting, several people walked into this huge aircraft manufacturing plant. Because of the huge area, everyone got on several open-top Willys jeeps in the factory. Fang Lang and his father Fang Xinshan sat in the back seat of the same car, and Pullman sat in the co-pilot seat. The driver was a special driver. As the car moved forward, Pullman turned around and introduced the situation of the factory to Fang language. "Boss, the first phase of the project is now completed. According to the plan, it will be mainly responsible for modifying the transport aircraft purchased from Shatter Company. Because this work is not complicated, and there is no difficulty, therefore, only 2 factory buildings are occupied." Fang Lang was a little surprised when he looked at the huge factory building in front of him. The width of this factory building was nearly 60 meters, the length was nearly 200 meters, and the height was nearly 30 meters. It was not that he had never seen such a large factory building. In fact, whether in the United States, Germany, or the United Kingdom, Fang Lang had seen such huge factories. What he did not expect was that Brazil now also had such construction technology. Bormann obviously saw Fang Lang's surprise and said with a smile, "Boss, don't be surprised. This is a factory we built, based on the aircraft manufacturing workshop of Focke-Wulf. It is made of reinforced concrete and can accommodate 8 C-46 transport aircraft for modification." As they talked, the vehicle had already entered the first workshop. The door of the workshop was very wide, enough for aircraft to enter and exit. The interior of the workshop was very spacious. It looked very spacious, as big as a standard football field. Because the modification work had not yet officially started, there were only some workers arranging workstations and cleaning. After looking at the two factories, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. Under this situation, we can modify 16 C-46 transport aircraft at the same time. The production capacity is sufficient. If the order volume is sufficient, we can continue to expand the factory to expand production capacity. I understand that there are already airlines that are purchasing military transport aircraft from Shatter Company, and Shatter Company has taken the initiative to recommend our company's aircraft modification business to the other party. You must seize the time to form our own business team and take the initiative to develop business with major airlines. We must rely on our high quality and low price to quickly open up the market. Let the aircraft manufacturing plant quickly have its own hematopoietic ability. Let's do this. In the early stage, we will purchase a C-46 and C-47 transport aircraft from Shatter Company, design a modification plan, and manufacture a prototype so that our customers can see our modification capabilities. At the same time, we will take the opportunity to train our technical team." Chapter 256 Labour Party Unions. Pullman sat in the co-pilot seat of the Willys Jeep, listening to Fang Lang's instructions with his head tilted. "Boss, no problem. Our designers have not been idle during this period. Everyone is designing modification plans. In addition to finding ways to arrange the seats and place more seats, everyone's energy is mainly focused on solving the sound insulation and thermal insulation materials of the aircraft." Fang Lang looked at Pullman with interest and said, "Oh. Have you achieved certain results now?" "Of course, boss. We have studied the main sound insulation and thermal insulation materials on passenger planes of various countries, and combined with the latest scientific achievements in the past 2 years, we have found a new solution. After calculation, this solution will reduce the cost by 20 percentage points, while the sound insulation and thermal insulation effect remains unchanged. The weight is 10 percentage points lighter than before." Pullman's face was full of pride, and he praised Fang language. "Haha. Great job. Can you see the finished product?" Fang Lang was very happy to hear that the company's team reduced the cost by 20 percentage points. "Yes, boss. The finished product is now being tested in our laboratory." He pointed to a 2-story building with a very large area on the other side of the factory. "The style of this building is obviously different from that of the factory." Fang Lang nodded and said, "Let's go and take a look." Pullman nodded quickly and signaled the driver to turn around and head to the laboratory. The vehicle bypassed the side of the laboratory and headed towards the main entrance. Fang Lang saw from a distance that someone was talking to a group of workers on an open space outside the laboratory. Fang Lang smiled and said to Pullman, "Why don't you find an indoor environment for your worker training?" Pullman also saw the crowd not far away, but his face became a little ugly. "Boss, that's not our worker training." Fang Lang was also stunned by Pullman's reply. "What do you mean? If it's not our worker training, then what is this for?" Hearing Fang Lang's question, Pullman's face became even uglier and he said, "Boss, those who are wearing uniform work clothes and listening to the lecture are our workers, but the people who are talking are not our people." Fang Lang looked at Pullman seriously to make sure that he was not talking nonsense. He said with displeasure, "What do you mean? In our factory, can outsiders come directly and train our workers?" Pullman said helplessly, "Boss, this person said he was a staff member of the Sao Paulo City Council and said he came to the factory to express his condolences to the workers on behalf of the Labour Party. We also asked the City Council, and this person is indeed from the Sao Paulo City Council." At first we didn't care too much. It was normal for the government to express condolences to the workers, but later this person came to the factory to express condolences every 2 days. Every time he would organize a part of the workers and talk for more than 2 hours. Our work progress was seriously affected. What's more hateful is that he also wanted to pull our laboratory staff over to listen to him. At first we still paid enough attention and asked everyone to participate in the activities he organized, but no one understood Portuguese and didn't know what he was talking about after listening for a long time. Later, I heard from the local workers that he wanted to set up a branch of their labor party in our company, set up a trade union organization, and lead everyone to fight for better welfare and benefits with the boss. Strive to shorten everyone's working hours. The more Fang Lang listened to Polman's words, the darker his face became. What's going on? Is Brazil so advanced in this regard? Fang Lang is not against trade unions, but he is afraid of encountering the kind of trade unions that FYAO's KO encountered in the United States. Looking at the current situation, Fang Lang might really encounter it. In recent years, with the rapid rise of Big Brother Soviet Union, workers' organizations all over the world have begun to flourish. The reason why the former British Prime Minister went to the United States to give a speech mentioned in the previous article was because Churchill saw this phenomenon and the impact it had on the capitalist world. And this Iron Curtain speech actually kicked off the Cold War. What Fang Lang did not expect was that such a situation had appeared so early in Brazil, a South American country with an underdeveloped economy. Resisting his dissatisfaction, Fang Lang asked, "Labour Party? Isn't the Labour Party the political party founded by Mr. Vargas, the former president of Brazil? It hasn't been established for a long time. As far as I know, the purpose of Mr. Vargas's establishment of the Labour Party is to win votes from workers and farmers. It's not the style of the Labour Party to set up a trade union. This is not right." After that, he looked at his father Fang Xinshan beside him with some worry and said, "Dad, is this the case in other factories of our group?" Fang Xinshan nodded and said, "As far as I know, our steel mills, shipyards, and cigarette factories have all established this kind of trade union organization. However, there are not many people participating, because they charge 5% of the monthly salary as membership fees from each worker who joins the union. Most workers are unwilling to pay this fee, so not many people join." Hearing such an answer, Fang Lang felt his scalp tingling. This is really a monster. His career has just started, and he has encountered such troubles. Should he learn from Leo Ko of FYAO and directly refuse the union to join? Fang Lang didn't even have the interest to visit the laboratory. After the car stopped, he got off and came to the scene of the activity, where the speaker was talking non-stop. He found a place to sit down. He wanted to listen to what this guy could say. Seeing the style of Fang Lang and others, the speaker knew that they were big shots in the factory. Especially when he saw that Bowman was with Fang Lang, he knew that Fang Lang and others might be the boss of the company. Not only did he not show his fear, but he was even more passionate. He looked at Fang Lang provocatively from time to time. Fang Lang didn't care and continued to sit there and listen to this guy talking nonsense. Fang Lang was a little worried, afraid that this guy really fooled all the workers. But as he listened, Fang Lang found that, although this guy was very passionate and his eloquence seemed good, his logical thinking was not clear enough, and his grasp of theoretical knowledge was not solid enough. He kept talking about the rights that workers should have. It was more preachy. Fang Lang, who was listening below, was a little worried for him. His level of ideological work was even worse than his own. Fang Lang believed that with the theoretical knowledge he learned in the school of the future, he was enough to beat the idiot in front of him. Hearing the other party constantly bragging about the benefits of joining the union, and what kind of benefits they could fight for everyone, this made the workers a little excited. But then this guy said the fee standard for joining the union. It was a bucket of cold water poured on the workers' heads, which quickly cooled the enthusiasm of the workers who had just become interested. After watching this guy's performance for a while, Fang Lang shook his head helplessly. It's not that Fang Lang looked down on the other party. Even if this guy could set up a union organization in his factory, it is estimated that there would be very few people joining. No wonder his father Fang Xinshan said that there were not many people joining the union in other factories. Fang Lang looked down on this guy, but it didn't mean that Fang Lang looked down on the power of the Union. He would not be careless and relax his vigilance against them. After all, the manufacturing industry of many developed countries in the future was destroyed by this inconspicuous organization. The other party preached here for nearly an hour. Although Fang Lang felt that this guy's level was not good, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he quietly waited for the other party to finish his speech. Bowman didn't understand why the boss sat here and listened to this incomprehensible guy talking about things that were not conducive to the development of the factory, and he didn't look angry at all. He even noticed that Fang Lang's mouth showed a disdainful expression many times. Fang Xinshan took time out today to accompany his son to visit the aircraft manufacturing plant that was about to open, so he had plenty of time. Although he didn't understand why Fang Lang spent so much time here to listen to this guy's nonsense, but he didn't gain nothing. Originally, he only knew that there was an organization called the trade union in his company, but this organization did not attract his attention. But today, after listening to what this guy spread, his face began to become a little ugly. Isn't this an organization that specifically opposes his boss? Representing the workers to negotiate with the boss, reducing working hours, and increasing wages. How can it be so good? What's more, he wants to organize everyone to strike to threaten the boss. If this organization is really allowed to grow and develop, won't his factory become a job for them? The more Fang Xinshan listened, the darker his face became. He wanted to kick this bastard out of his factory, but he soon calmed down. Because he believed that Fang Lang would understand what he could notice. But Fang Lang did not seem angry at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed. Now he was sitting among the workers, so he could not ask them. He could only ask them privately after the event. Finally, the event was over. Fang Lang smiled and stood up, took the initiative to shake hands with the other party and said, "Hello, my name is Fang Lang, and I'm one of the shareholders of this company. I have to say that your speech was very wonderful, and I gained a lot from it. I think it is necessary for me to re-examine the relationship between us and the workers. I wonder if I have the honor to know your name." The other party obviously did not expect that Fang Lang, as the representative of the factory's capital, would have such an attitude. This was completely opposite to what he expected. When he came here today, he had already heard that the boss of the factory was going to come to the factory for inspection. Someone advised him to cancel today's speech to avoid direct conflict with the capital and cause unnecessary trouble. But after thinking it over again and again, he rejected the kindness of others and deliberately moved the speech event to the open space outside the laboratory building. He wanted the employer representative who came to inspect the factory today to see the event he hosted. Moreover, he was looking forward to the employer taking some compulsory measures against him, and it would be best if he could have a conflict with the other party in front of everyone. He must let all the workers feel his determination to fight for everyone's welfare and let everyone see that the employer is not terrible. So they choose to stand firmly with him and fight against these capitalists together. If he could get a little injured, it would be even better. In this way, as a staff member of the municipal government, he was beaten by the employer when organizing activities in the factory. If he behaves more bravely, his status in the party will definitely be improved. But what people didn't expect was that the other party's young shareholder didn't play by the rules at all. He even took the initiative to praise his speech and wanted to re-examine the relationship between himself and the workers. Didn't the other party feel that he was deliberately provoking? Was the eye expression in the speech just now not in place? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 School. Tim Cotton is less than 30 years old and is a loyal supporter of President Vargas. When the president just announced the establishment of the Labour Party, he joined the newly established party without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the presidential election, which was almost certain to win, became out of control because of a fuss by the Japanese. In the end, the country was put into an emergency state of martial law. the president was kidnapped by the Japanese. After the situation calmed down, when the country restarted the election, President Vargas unexpectedly lost the election. This was unacceptable to him. He felt that the whole thing was the fault of the Japanese. If it were not for the occupation of the presidential palace initiated by the Japanese, the president would not have been injured. He would not have lost the presidency that was almost certain to win. Fortunately, the president did not give up. The Labour Party found a new direction and began to look for the largest voter group in the country, workers and farmers. Facts have also proved that the president's choice was not wrong. Although the presidential election failed this time, the number of members of the Labour Party began to grow rapidly after the Labour Party changed its direction. In particular, after the Labour Party learned from the Soviet Communist Party and established a trade union organization, the Labour Party's influence among the workers is growing rapidly. Judging from the current situation, Mr. Vargas will definitely be re-elected in the next presidential election. But what he doesn't know is that the Labour Party's learning is at most a copycat, and it can only get the form, but not the spirit. If the current situation continues to develop, the so-called Labour Union organization of the Labour Party will definitely become a new tool for the Labour Party's top leaders to make money. After all, 5% of each worker's monthly income as a union fee is not a small amount. As for whether they can do what they promised to the workers, they certainly don't have to worry. After all, as long as President Vargas is re-elected as the president of Brazil, the government can use administrative orders to make the bosses of various factories execute the orders. This is also the confidence conveyed to them by the superiors of the party department, and it is also the reason why they dare to go to various factories, construction sites, and farms to promote these ideas learned from the Soviet Communist Party. The bosses of various factories have always been very disgusted with their arrival, but they didn't expect to meet an alternative today. Hello, Mr. Fang. My name is Tim Cotton, and I'm a member of the Labour Party from the Sao Paulo City Council. You are really too kind, and we are also considering the interests of our fellow workers. I hope Mr. Fang will forgive my offense today. As the saying goes, a smiley face is not a big hand. Fang Lang's attitude is impeccable. He has provoked him many times, but the other party did not get angry, but took the initiative to come up and talk to him. Of course, he also has to show the quality of a Sao Paulo City Council staff member and the tolerance of a Labour Party member. Fang Lang waved his hand indifferently and said, No, I really think what you said today is very good and right. Our factory has indeed ignored the interests and needs of the workers. As a shareholder of the company, I must seriously reflect on myself and come up with a practical solution to satisfy the workers. Tim Cotton was obviously a little overwhelmed by Fang Lang's attitude and could only nod and say, Mr. Fang, it's not too late for you to realize this now. It is our common wish to satisfy the workers. If there is anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask. The Labour Party is not the Soviet Communist Party, and Tim Cotton has never thought of completely offending the capitalists for the benefit of the workers. This is very ignorant. Provoking Fang Lang in the past was just a means, not an end. Just like the Labour Party's wooing of workers, this is a means, not an end. The real goal of the Labour Party is the votes in the hands of the vast number of voters such as workers and farmers. Fang Lang smiled and nodded. Mr. Cotton, please rest assured. If I need help, I will definitely go to the city council to ask you for advice. After that, he stopped entangled with the other party and turned to walk towards the laboratory building. This made Mr. Tim Cotton, who had been thinking about getting closer to Fang Lang and others, feel quite disappointed. Seeing Fang Lang walking towards the laboratory building, Bowman took the initiative to step forward to lead the boss. Fang Xinshan and Fang Lang walked side by side, looking at Fang Lang, who was still smiling with some doubts, and said, How are you going to deal with this union organization? Fang Lang turned his head and glanced at Fang Xinshan, who looked a little ugly, and smiled and said, What's wrong? Haven't several other factories already established union organizations? I didn't see any reaction from you. I didn't know that this so-called union organization was specifically responsible for opposing us. There are still very few people joining them now. If all the workers in the factory really joined this union organization, then we will be very passive. Fang Xinshan's tone became a little anxious. In the time it took to say 2 sentences, several people had already entered the laboratory, and the laboratory staff were looking over. Fang Lang whispered to Fang Xinshan, "Dad, be patient. Let's take a good look at the results of everyone's hard work first, and then slowly discuss how to solve the union problem." Fang Xinshan looked at the surrounding environment, nodded, and didn't say anything more. Seeing that the two were no longer communicating, Bowman took the initiative to step forward and introduce Fang Lang to the person in charge of each experimental area and the specific research projects. Fang Lang and others' visit was actually a cursory visit. They focused on checking the new sound insulation and heat insulation materials that Bowman mentioned. Unfortunately, these things touched Fang Lang's knowledge blind spot. Fang Lang did not conduct relevant research on advanced high-tech products for aircraft. Fortunately, the laboratory staff are all real professionals, and in this era, they are also absolutely high-end talents. Fang Lang has always adhered to the principle of leaving professional matters to professionals. Fang Lang only brought his eyes and ears throughout the whole process. In addition to expressing his affirmation of the results of everyone's work, he did not say much. After seeing the comparison experiment of the new and old materials, Fang Lang nodded with satisfaction, fully affirmed the achievements made by everyone, and asked the legal department staff to seize the time to apply for technical patents for each new achievement, and give double rewards of economy and title to the laboratory staff who have achieved results. Pullman, I'm very satisfied with your enthusiasm for work and the results you have achieved. However, I also found some problems. You see, everyone is a technician from Germany, and there is a shortage of local technicians. Once everyone gets older, there may be a gap in the technical talents of our factory, which is very scary. Therefore, I want to build a professional college near the factory to train talents for our aircraft manufacturing industry. See if you can discuss with Professor Tanke and others to take some time out of work to go to school and train a group of qualified successors for our factory. At the same time, it can also allow everyone to earn more. This idea was conceived after Fang Lang thought of improving the cultural level of the Chinese. After all, these talents in the factory are air elites in this era. It would be a waste if they are not used well. If there are more Chinese faces in his aircraft manufacturing plant in the future, he will be considered successful. Perhaps, when the time comes, some Chinese will choose to return to their hometown to develop, which can be regarded as their contribution to the aviation industry in their hometown. Boss, what you said makes sense. Some time ago, someone told me that they lack assistant researchers. Many simple and repetitive tasks require a lot of their time and energy. We want to recruit some people in Brazil, but we found that there are too few people who meet our requirements. I absolutely support your idea of running a school. Don't worry, I will talk to Professor Tanke and others right away and convince them to join this plan. Fang Lang was very satisfied with Bowman's attitude. Fang Lang made the right choice as the person in charge of this aircraft manufacturing plant. I will not come to the opening ceremony tomorrow. We must speed up the implementation of the school. After explaining it again, Fang Lang did not stay too long. He had a dinner party to attend in downtown Sao Paulo. On the way back to the city, Fang Xinshan couldn't help but ask Fang Lang, why did you suddenly think of opening a school? If we don't have enough people, we can go out and recruit. If Brazil doesn't have Europe and the United States, there must be some. After all, the people we recruit are not our own. In fact, my real purpose is to train a group of Chinese aircraft designers of our own. These design talents from Germany are real talents. It would be a waste if we don't make good use of them. In addition, we didn't start manufacturing aircraft so quickly in the early stage, so we took the opportunity to train enough of our own people. After 2 years, when our own people have mastered a certain foundation, we will start designing and manufacturing our own aircraft. Everyone's personal participation in design and manufacturing will accelerate everyone's growth. Once we Chinese can make outstanding contributions in such a high-tech position, our status in Brazil will also rise, further expanding our influence in Brazil. Regarding finding ways to expand the influence of Chinese in Brazil, the father and son have a tacit understanding, so Fang Xinshan said directly, then I will immediately let the people below start the planning and construction of the school, and strive to complete the construction of the school as soon as possible. Select some young people with a certain foundation in mathematics, physics and chemistry from immigrants and workers to study in school. Do you think these Germans will be willing to teach their real skills to students at that time? Fang Lang looked at the scenery that was constantly receding on the roadside and said in a firm tone, if they are unwilling to teach seriously, we will let these students follow them and observe and learn. They can always see some tricks, right? We can also spend a lot of money to hire some professional scholars and professors from abroad to teach in our schools. At that time, we must cultivate enough mathematics, physics and chemistry talents for us to use. We must not be stingy with investments in education. It takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to cultivate people. I believe our investment will not be in vain. Fang Xinshan also nodded firmly. The two looked at the scenery outside the window and fell into deep thought. After a while, Fang Xinshan said, are you going to communicate with Mayor Scalia about the union? Fang Lang shook his head. The union's affairs are not that simple. We cannot take tough measures, and the government cannot use coercive measures. After all, this is a campaign tactic of the Workers' Party, one of the 3 major parties in Brazil. If we take a tough attitude, we will completely offend the Workers' Party. Judging from the current development momentum of the Workers' Party, this is very unwise. But if they continue to develop like this, we will become very passive. As long as they can really make a breakthrough from a factory and force a factory owner to make concessions, their scale will surely expand rapidly, and then we will be in trouble. Chapter 258 New Gamma Play. Fang Lang certainly understood his father's concerns, and he even knew the power of the union better than his father. However, after he learned about the hard work of the workers during this period, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The workers during this period were really not treated as human beings. Workers in most parts of the world still implement a 12-hour work system, with only 1 day off per month. Fang Lang had not paid attention to this issue before, so he didn't know about this situation. But after learning about this situation from Mr. Tim Cotton's speech today, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. This kind of high-intensity labor is not a worker. This is using people as slaves. Everyone doesn't even have time to rest, which is not conducive to improving work efficiency in the long run. Fang Lang did not object to the 10-hour work system proposed by the Labour Party Union, which is why Fang Lang took the initiative to thank Mr. Tim Cotton. Fang Lang even wanted to adjust the 1-day rest time per month to 2 days per month. It's not that Fang Lang is black-hearted and doesn't want to give workers more rest time. It's really a common phenomenon in this era. If Fang Lang directly notifies that the factory will implement an 8-hour work system and rest 2 days a week in the future, the bosses of other factories will hate Fang Lang to death. At that time, Fang Yuan Group will become the target of public criticism, and capitalists all over the world will target them. Perhaps the development of Fang Yuan Group will be directly affected. Don't worry, I already have a rough idea of how to deal with the union. It shouldn't be difficult to solve. Fang Xinshan saw that Fang Lang had a calm expression on his face, so he didn't continue to ask. With his understanding of his son, he knew that the other party would understand the problems he could think of, so he simply stopped disturbing Fang Lang's meditation. Soon, the car arrived at the door of the restaurant agreed with Mayor Scalia. Fang Lang greeted his father and got off the car and walked into the restaurant. Fang Xinshan did not attend this dinner. The company's business was very busy, and he was in a hurry to go back to the company to deal with it. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Fang Lang saw his cousin Yang Kan walking towards him. Fang Lang smiled and greeted him. Under Yang Kan's guidance, he entered a private room with a very good environment. The area of the private room was not large. There was a long table in the middle and 3 stools on each side. There was a large window on the wall facing the door of the box. 2 people were sitting on the sofa under the window, drinking coffee and chatting. When the 2 saw Fang Lang coming in, they hurriedly stood up to greet him. Fang Lang and Mayor Scalia had met each other as early as when Fang Lang first went home to visit his relatives. However, Fang Lang had introduced himself to Mayor Sebastião Hodges, the police chief, and expressed his desire to build a cigarette factory in Sao Paulo. The 2 sides established a relationship. At the beginning, Fang Lang was just a small role in front of Mayor Scalia. If he wanted to meet the mayor, he had to go through the introduction of Chief Sebastião Hodges. Now the status between the two sides has changed. When Mayor Scalia heard that Fang Lang was returning to his hometown to visit his relatives, he hurriedly asked for a meeting. This was certainly related to Fang Lang's identity as a naval colonel, but more importantly, it was the influence of Fang Lang's family business Fang Lang Group. In Western capitalist society, if government officials want to secure their positions, they must find powerful supporters in the business community. Only when they find powerful supporters can they have the opportunity to obtain sufficient campaign funds. Colonel Fang, welcome home. Mayor Scalia walked to the door of the box very actively and enthusiastically and stretched out his hands. Fang Lang also stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, Mr. Mayor Scalia, it's nice to see you again. After that, the two of them had a big hug. After saying hello, Mayor Scalia pointed to the middle-aged man next to him and said, Colonel Fang, this is a Sao Paulo City Council Speaker Mr. Carol Dodgy, who is also the party chairman of our National Alliance in Sao Paulo. Fang Lang didn't expect that this person was the Speaker of the City Council. Normally, the two should be on an equal footing in Sao Paulo. That is, they are the two biggest giants in Sao Paulo. Before Fang Lang could speak, Mr. Dodgy had already stretched out his right hand and said, Mr. Fang, it's nice to meet you. The other party did not follow Mayor Scalia to call himself Colonel, but called himself Mr. instead. Obviously, this was a private party and had nothing to do with everyone's position in the government. After Fang Lang returned to Sao Paulo, he always wore a suit instead of a military uniform, just to make everyone ignore his military identity. Including his guards. All of them were wearing the same black suit, more like bodyguards than guards. Fang Lang smiled and grabbed the other's right hand, holding it tightly. Mr. Dodgy, I'm glad to meet you too. Mayor Scalia smiled when he heard the two people addressing each other. The reason why he called Fang Lang a colonel was actually to congratulate Fang language. After all, when the two met for the first time, Fang Lang's military rank was only a small lieutenant. Being able to be promoted to a powerful colonel in such a short time, Mayor Scalia certainly had to congratulate Fang language. In fact, the relationship between government officials and the military in Brazil is still relatively distant, because soldiers cannot join political parties. Of course, if you retire, you can join any party you want. After a round of greetings, the three of them sat down at the table. Since they had an appointment for lunch, it was impossible to start talking about business directly, so everyone talked about their own experiences and interesting stories. It was not until lunch was over that Mayor Scalia took the initiative to shift the topic to business. Mr. Fang, thank you for your family's investment in Sao Paulo and for providing enough jobs for us in Sao Paulo. Today, I met with Mr. Speaker, mainly to know your opinion on our national alliance. Fang Lang did not expect that the other party would bring up such a big topic. How should he respond? Mr. Scalia, you know that I'm a soldier and cannot participate in politics. Therefore, I dare not have any opinion on the National Alliance. Luoduaji understood that Fang Lang obviously misunderstood Scalia's meaning and hurriedly said, it is like this, Mr. Fang, as far as we know, Fang Lang Group became the major shareholder of Nice Company through the form of stock exchange in the process of introducing the automobile industry system from Germany. We all know that Nice Company is actually the financial backer of the Social Democratic Party. Now that Fang Lang Group has become the major shareholder of Nice Company, does this mean that Fang Lang Group will fully support the development of the Social Democratic Party in the future? Luoduaji's words finally made Fang Lang understand the main purpose of the other party's meeting with him today. This is to worry that Fang Lang Group, which is now in its heyday, will completely turn to its political opponent, the Social Democratic Party. Fang Lang smiled at the two and said, you two are overthinking. Fang Lang Group is a commercial company, not a political family. We will not take sides. We will support whoever can protect the interests of our Fang Lang Group. As of now, Sao Paulo is the base of the National Alliance, but we have made a large investment here. Even my cousin Mr. Yang Kan has joined the National Alliance Party. You don't have to worry about the position of our Fang Lang Group at all. Hearing Fang Lang's statement, the two looked at each other with satisfied smiles in their eyes, and they looked obviously relieved. Mayor Scalia laughed first and said, Fang, I said we are friends, and you will never not support my work. However, although your Fang Yuan group has invested a lot in Sao Paulo, you rarely contact our local National Alliance members. This makes our party chairman very worried. He also used his eyes to indicate that he was talking about Speaker All Dodgy. Hearing Scalia's words, Fang Lang understood what he meant. Mr. All Dodgy, the chairman of the National Alliance, was worried that Fang Yuan group would completely turn to the Social Democratic Party. All Dodgy didn't mind Scalia selling him out, and smiled and said to Fang Lang, "Mr. Fang, thank you for answering my confusion. Please rest assured that our National Alliance will firmly safeguard the interests of Fang Yuan group in Sao Paulo. If Fang Yuan group has any suggestions for the construction of Sao Paulo, you can contact me, and I will actively promote it." This is a direct statement. These foreigners are really not subtle when they speak. But Fang Lang likes people who speak directly, because he has never been in the official Demore office in his two lives, and there are some things he can't understand. Fang Lang thought for a moment and said directly, "As you know, my hometown is in a state of chaos due to the war. In addition, Brazil's human resources are relatively scarce, so our Fang Yuan group is immigrating from my hometown to Brazil. Because there are so many immigrants, there may be some discordant voices. I hope that the parliament can promote a bill that supports our immigration behavior and facilitate the acquisition of legal status in Brazil for new immigrants." Luo Dodgy pondered for a while and said, "Mr. Fang, I think your proposal is very meaningful. Population has always been an obstacle to our Brazil becoming a great power. I personally support your proposal with both hands. I think the members of our National Alliance also support it with both hands. We will form a document of your ideas as soon as possible, and after internal discussion, we will give it to you for review. If you think it is feasible, we will submit it directly to the National Legislative Assembly for discussion. Please believe that for friends, our National Alliance will do its best to support them." Fang Lang did not expect that the speaker in front of him would be so vigorous and resolute. The other party immediately expressed his intention to submit his proposal directly to the National Legislative Assembly for discussion. Once it is passed, it will become a legal provision in Brazil. Then the interests of the Chinese in Brazil will be directly recognized from the legal point of view. This is really awesome. Fang Lang knew for the first time that politics is played like this. Fang Lang certainly had to express his opinion on Mr. All Dodgy's statement. "I like Mr. Dodgy's style of doing things very much. Please rest assured, Mr. Dodgy, Fang Yuan Group never treats friends unfairly. Today I will let the chairman of Fang Yuan Group issue orders to its subsidiaries, and each subsidiary will establish a friendly and trusting partnership with the local National Alliance organization." Although Fang Lang did not express his full support for the National Alliance, Speaker All Dodgy also gained a lot today. He understood that this friendly and trusting partnership had no practical significance. However, he believed that once the bill on Chinese immigration mentioned by Fang Lang just now could satisfy Fang Lang, the partnership would take a big step forward. As for whether this bill would be passed, he was not worried at all. After all, with the participation of the National Alliance and the influence of Fang Yuan Group on the Social Democratic Party, if this bill is not passed, it will be hell. In Fang Lang's mind, he also wanted to use this motion to test whether Fang Yuan Group's influence on the Social Democratic Party was really as great as everyone said. If it really had such a great influence, many of Fang Lang's plans could be accelerated. Chapter 259, The Speechless Fang Yuan Group. What Fang Lang didn't know was that when he was having lunch with Mayor Scalia and Speaker Carol Dodge, Mr. Tim Cotton, whom he met at the aircraft factory in the morning, was reporting what he had encountered today to the head of the Labour Party in Sao Paulo. "You just said that the boss you met was a young man in his 20s. Originally, this was just a daily routine work report, and Tim Cotton didn't take it seriously. He just reported today's work content and results to his superior. Unexpectedly, his superior would be very interested in which young boss he met. Yes, Mr. Chairman. And it seems that the Germans respect each other very much and call him boss. When he introduced himself to me, he also said that his name was Fang Lang and he should be the eldest son of the Fang family who is a colonel in the Navy. Wait a minute, is this the person?" As he said, the person in charge took out a photo from the drawer in front of him and put it on the table, motioning Tim Cotton to check it. In the photo, it was Fang Lang in military uniform. Yes, it's him. Then there's no mistake. He is Fang Lang, the Colonel Commander of the First Fleet of the Brazilian Navy. This man is very strange. I encourage the workers in the factory to join our union to fight against his company. Instead of being angry, he thanked me. Oh. Tell me the situation in detail. Tim Cotton then explained the situation in detail to his immediate superior. The person in charge also felt a little puzzled after listening to Tim Cotton's words. However, he did not make any comments, but nodded to show that he understood. You go down. By the way, forget the photos I showed you today. You just came here to report the progress of work in the aircraft factory today, understand? Tim Cotton did not take it to heart. After all, what he reported was normal work content. Is there anything shameful or necessary to keep it secret? But what Tim Cotton did not know was that after he left his superior's office, his leader picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Sir, the target appeared in Sao Paulo this morning. Yes, my people have confirmed the photo. It's him. The current location cannot be confirmed, but since the other party has returned to Sao Paulo, he will definitely go home. Yes, I understand. When he hung up the phone, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he got up and left his office, picked up his Ford sedan in the parking lot, and left the office directly. After lunch, Fang Lang did not go home directly, but drove directly to the office building of Fang Lang Group's headquarters in downtown Sao Paulo. With Fang Lang Group's current status in Sao Paulo, the environment of the office building is naturally not bad. This 5-story office building located in the bustling area of the city center is one of the few high-rise buildings in Sao Paulo. My father's office is located in the largest office on the left of the 5th floor. It was the first time Fang Lang came to his father's office. The whole office looked very simple and there was no luxurious element. What attracted Fang Lang's attention most was the large characters hanging on the right wall. The words were written in vigorous and powerful, and it was obvious that they were written by a famous artist. Below the big characters is a reception area where several unfamiliar faces of Fang Lang are reporting their work to their father. Everyone was stunned when they saw Fang Lang coming in. Fang Xinshan saw that it was his son, so he did not introduce him to everyone, but just said to Fang Lang, "Sit back first, I'll talk to you after I finish my work here." Fang Lang smiled and nodded, and continued to look at the layout of the office. He found that there was nothing to attract his attention except this character. He was a little bored, and took out a book from the bookshelf behind the desk and started reading. Unexpectedly, it was a book of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which surprised Fang Lang a little, because he hadn't seen this kind of Chinese book in Brazil for a long time. He sat directly on the boss chair behind the desk, put his legs on the desk, and started reading this Republic of China version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The few people who were reporting their work to Fang Xinshan saw Fang Lang's performance, and wondered who this gentleman could be. He could act so wild in the chairman's office so casually. After waiting for several people to finish their work reports, Fang Xinshan smiled at Fang Lang, who was leaning on a chair and reading a book with relish. If Fang Lang had put his legs on his desk so unscrupulously before, Fang Xinshan would have kicked him. But now the relationship between father and son is very different from before. His son's excellence has long exceeded his father's expectations, so he has become much more tolerant of his son. Seeing his son was watching seriously, Fang Xinshan coughed twice and said, "Put your legs down. You are sitting like a fool. How can you be so dignified?" Fang Lang looked up and saw that everyone in the office had left. He quickly took his feet off the desk and said, "Dad, the management of your company is too casual. I came in directly from the company gate and asked for directions all the way to your office, but no one asked me what I was doing. Did I have an appointment? There was not even a security guard at the gate. Aren't you afraid that someone will break in and steal some documents from the company? As far as I know, there are 2 large gangs in Sao Paulo. With the current scale of our Fang Lang group, what should we do if someone targets us?" Fang Xinshan heard Fang Lang's words and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Everyone does this." Fang Lang didn't expect that his father would be so casual. His face turned serious and he said, "I can't control what others are like, but our Fang Lang group is a formal international company and must be formalized. The first step is to set up our own security department and set up gates for all departments of the company. All personnel entering and leaving must be registered. I will use my relationship in the military to set up a formal security company with a gun license. I will recruit the first batch of employees from veterans with actual combat experience. I heard that there are many veterans who have fought in the war among the workers from my hometown. I will see if I can select a few good ones to follow you as bodyguards. It turns out that I have never noticed that you drive to and from get off work alone. This is too dangerous. Fang Xinshan looked at his son helplessly. He really felt that this was unnecessary, but this was his son's concern for him, and he couldn't refuse. He could only spread his hands helplessly and said, okay, you can do it yourself. Anyway, the company is yours, you can do whatever you want, but bodyguards are really unnecessary. I drive to and from get off work every day, and no one can do anything to me. If there is really danger, I will drive over it. Fang Lang disagreed with Fang Xinshan's idea. Even in his hometown in the future, such a big boss has to be equipped with a driver and bodyguard. And his father dared not to have bodyguards in Brazil, and the company did not have security guards. Fang Lang felt that it was a bit unscientific that the company had been able to operate normally for so long without anyone causing trouble. You told me that the company is mine, and I can do whatever I want, so listen to me. The company's security department will be established tomorrow, and I will be responsible for recruiting specific personnel. The second thing is to set up a secretariat to assist you, handle the company's business, arrange your schedule, and at least not let anyone enter your office casually. There must be a secretary at the door, so that it looks like a formal large enterprise. Later, you will make a chart of the company's organizational structure for me, and I will take a closer look to see if it is appropriate and if there are any loopholes. Fang Lang knew in his heart that he couldn't blame his father for this. After all, everyone was originally a farmer and had never seen what a real big company was like. Today, Fang Lang felt something was wrong after walking into the company's door. Such a big company didn't even have a front desk. After entering the door, no one cared about what he did. Along the way, he asked the chairman which office he was in, and everyone told him casually, without any sense of vigilance. This is not what a formal company should look like. It's clearly a vegetable market. Fang Lang thought it was a miracle that nothing happened in such a situation. Why do I need a secretary? I can do my job myself. Isn't it a waste of money to hire a secretary? Fang Xinshan still felt that it was totally unnecessary and shook his head to refuse. But Fang Lang would not give him a chance and directly picked up the phone on the desk and dialed it. Kingshan, I remember that among the laborers we rescued in Natal, there was a northeasterner named Xinchiliang. He was the director of the Fengshan City Hall office, right? I will arrange for someone to find him immediately and ask him to come to the headquarters of Fang Yuan Group in Sao Paulo to set up a secretariat for my father, to assist my father in his work. Seeing that Fang Lang had hung up the phone, Fang Xinshan knew that he was powerless to stop it and could only shake his head helplessly. Fang Lang was also afraid that when he was not there, his father would not listen to him and change his decision without authorization. He said to his father seriously, "Dad, these arrangements of mine are not only to reduce your burden, but also to make our family's business a truly international company. If we want to succeed, we must formalize. No matter what we do, we must form a complete system. We can't just decide how to do it on a whim. You should make the company's organizational chart as soon as possible. While I have time at home today, let's discuss it together and formalize the company as soon as possible. Don't let the person in charge of the branch swallow up the company's assets, and we won't find out, thinking that the company's poor management caused the loss." Hearing his son's last words, Fang Xinshan finally became serious. He just had no experience of what a formal company was like. But he was not stupid and knew that the possibility his son mentioned was not impossible. If this situation really happened, because of his own reasons, he would probably regret it to death. If the industry that his son had worked hard for was destroyed in his hands, he would want to die. Okay, I listen to you. You have seen more of the world than me, and you know more than me. I will do as you say. Fang Lang was relieved to see that his father finally changed his attitude. The original intention of establishing Fang Lang Group was just to build a shipyard and steel plant in Brazil in a joint venture with Global Shipbuilding. I didn't expect Fang Lang Group to develop so rapidly later. In a short period of time, it became a giant group company covering tobacco, media, construction engineering, real estate development, labor agency, immigration agency, pharmaceuticals, military industry, aircraft manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, shipbuilding, steel, bauxite mining, textiles, salt industry, cement, airport aviation and other fields. It also owns a giant company like Nice Company that can control Brazilian agriculture. At the same time, it owns a well-funded bank in the financial field and an asset management company jointly established with Global Trade. If you don't calculate, you won't know. Once you calculate, you will be shocked. Fang Lang has to admire his ability to toss. Chapter 260, Turning Crisis into Opportunity. After returning to the company today, I asked several branches about the development of the trade union organization. I think we should pay attention to it. Seeing his son, who was obviously relieved, Fang Lang expressed his concerns about the trade union. Fang Lang understood that this was the sequel of his father listening to the trade union speech today. Looking at the office where only he and his father were, Fang Lang lowered his voice and said, "I have thought of a way to deal with the trade union." Fang Lang heard Fang Lang's words and breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked happy and said with expectation in his eyes, "Tell me quickly, what should we do? Just drive them out?" It seems that Fang Lang has considered confronting the trade union head on, but such an idea is also normal. No one would like to have a force that is not under their control in the factory they invested in. What's more, this force is a force that is specifically against them. Isn't this raising a tiger to harm yourself? In fact, trade unions are not only appearing in Brazil. Now with the rise of the big brother of the Su family, it is inevitable that the workers' thoughts are beginning to awaken. This historical trend is not something we can stop. Fang Lang shook his head and denied his father's idea. Seeing that Erzan disagreed with his point of view, Fang Lang asked anxiously, "Then are we just going to let them grow and develop in our company and then go against us?" Raising his hand to signal his father not to worry, Fang Lang pushed his father to sit on the sofa in the reception area and said with a confident smile, "In fact, this union organization organized by the Labour Party is just a copycat. Their fundamental purpose is not to really protect the interests of workers, so it is actually very simple to deal with them." Fang Lang, who had just sat on the sofa, was eager to know what good ideas his son had, and his face flushed. "Then tell me quickly, what should we do?" But Fang Lang smiled, slowly took out a bag of tea from under the coffee table, and took out 2 teacups. He opened the tea box, smelled the fragrance of the tea, squinted his eyes with satisfaction and said, "The method is very simple. Since direct confrontation is not possible, we can only choose to go with the flow." Seeing Fang Lang slowly and began to brew tea, Fang Lang was very anxious. Go with the flow, should we join in? But we are the factory owners. Fang Lang looked up at his father, motioning him to stay calm. He continued to add tea leaves to the teacup and took a thermos to make 2 cups of tea. He placed one of the cups in front of his father with both hands and said, "It's not about joining in, but about establishing our own trade union." Perhaps influenced by Fang Lang's calmness, Fang Lang's impatient mood finally calmed down slowly. He took the tea that his son had brewed for him and blew it twice. He wanted to take a sip, but perhaps because the tea was too hot, he quickly retracted his mouth and put the teacup back on the coffee table with a face full of questions. "Establish your own trade union? But the workers know that the trade union was established by us. How can they join?" Fang Lang saw the teacup his father put on the table and smiled. It seemed that his father was indeed stimulated by the charter of this trade union today and lost his composure. He even put the tea that had just been brewed to his mouth without even looking at it. He took out 2 cigars from the inner pocket of his suit and handed one to his father. He took out a small cigar cutter from his trouser pocket, trimmed the head of his cigar, and handed the cigar cutter to his father before saying, "As long as our union can get them the benefits they want, that's enough. Think about it, we refused to negotiate with the union they established. But the union we established ourselves can help them get the benefits they want. Which union do you think they will join? After hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshan trimmed the cigar in his hand vigorously, as if he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction on the cigar, and still said indignantly, "Then won't we still be threatened by them to give up the company's interests?" Noticing the movements of his father's hands, and looking at the cigar that was somewhat wasted by his father, Fang Lang said helplessly, "That's for sure. If we choose not to give in now, we can only confront the other party head on. But facing the torrent of history, a head-on confrontation will only make us shattered to pieces, and we have no chance of winning. If we follow the trend of history and take control of the Union into our own hands, then the initiative will return to us. For example, the Union is now asking for the 12-hour workday to be reduced to 11 hours. Is this request excessive?" Without waiting for his father to answer, Fang Lang asked himself and answered, "No, in my opinion, this request is not excessive. After 12 hours of high-intensity labor, workers are very easily fatigued. When people are tired, it actually affects work efficiency. Some positions are prone to accidents due to fatigue work. If an accident occurs, we may not only face economic losses, but also lose a skilled worker. In this way, giving workers a certain amount of rest time is actually conducive to reducing the factory's losses and improving the factory's production efficiency." Fang Xinshan only changed his identity from a farmer to a capitalist this year, and he actually did not have a strong idea of exploiting workers. Therefore, he easily accepted Fang Lang's statement. Seeing his father nod, Fang Lang lit the match in his hand, passed the fire to his father, and continued while lighting a cigar for his father. "In fact, in my opinion, it is the stupidest way to pay workers according to their working hours. We should change our thinking and change the original time-based system to piecework, set a basic salary and a minimum task standard. As long as the number of tasks we set is completed, he can get his piecework commission according to this piecework standard. Those who cannot complete the task can only get the basic salary. Those who cannot complete the task for several consecutive months can only say that they are not suitable for this job. Workers who want to get a high salary will naturally find ways to improve their work efficiency. If workers with low work efficiency want to work overtime on their own initiative, we must also clearly tell them that we are a formal enterprise and do not advocate overtime. Even if you work overtime, I will not pay you overtime. Give them the right to decide whether to work overtime. We can also gain a good reputation." The father took a big puff of the cigar, his lips slightly opened, his eyes slightly narrowed, and it was unclear whether he was savoring the aroma of the cigar in his mouth or thinking about Fang Lang's words. After a long while, he said with a smile, "This is a good idea. If it is really changed like this, it doesn't matter if the working hours are shortened by 2 hours." Seeing that his father understood his thinking, Fang Lang also smiled and said, "That's right. In this case, the union we established ourselves can win the benefits that everyone wants for his family, while their union gets nothing. Of course, the workers know what to choose." Fang Xinshan may have thought of something, his smile slightly restrained, his brows slightly frowned and said, "What if the head of our union is bribed by them, and then he doesn't listen to our commands and deliberately goes against us?" Fang Lang took a deep breath of the cigar, held the smoke in his mouth, and gently stirred it in his mouth twice with his tongue, letting the fragrance remain between his lips and teeth before slowly exhaling, then took another breath of fresh air and smiled. "Since it is a union we established ourselves, we certainly have the power to appoint and remove the union chairman. If someone doesn't listen to orders, we can just replace him with someone who does. In fact, the union we established ourselves has another biggest advantage. That is, we don't have to collect membership fees from the workers. Do you think the workers can refuse a union that can protect their own interests and does not require money to join? If we can't collect membership fees from the workers, the union will have no source of its own funds, and the leaders of the union at all levels will have to rely on us to pay their salaries. Who do you think they will listen to?" After hearing what Fang Lang said, Fang Xinshan slapped his thigh, and the smoke in his mouth spurted out. He stood up and laughed. "Haha, this is a good idea, let's do it. In the future, the union of our group will no longer be an organization that is opposed to us. Instead, it will be a department of our company. There is nothing to be afraid of." Seeing his father's smiling face, He knew that his father's doubts had been dispelled, and his mood had returned to normal. Fang Lang also smiled and added, in fact, the union can do a lot of things, such as organizing a small birthday party for every employee who has a birthday. When the weather is hot, send some cooling food to the frontline workers on behalf of the company. Help some workers with difficult families, organize internal donations, etc. Of course, all of these must be done in the name of the company. This will not only increase the workers' recognition of the union, but also increase the workers' cohesion with the company. Fang Xinshan also relaxed at this moment, leaning on the leather sofa, and said happily, well, then the person in charge of this union must be selected well, so that these good reputations will really fall on the company, and don't let those with ulterior motives use them to buy people's hearts. Nodding, Fang Lang whispered, in fact, for the selection of personnel, we can let the workers vote for the grassroots union members themselves and elect them. But the appointment and removal of middle level and senior management must be in our own hands. Of course, the middle level we select can also be selected from the grassroots personnel elected by the workers. Becoming a middle level union staff member can allow him to leave his original job, become a full-time union staff, and the salary and benefits can also be adjusted appropriately. In addition, we continue to carry out training for them on the responsibilities of the union work, so that they know what kind of work they should do. Slowly, they will start working according to our work requirements. And they were originally elected by the workers themselves. Of course, the workers will be more convinced of such union cadres. However, there is one thing we should pay attention to, that is, we should not keep those who have joined the union established by the Labour Party and participated in many activities. Slowly look for opportunities to expel these people. When electing grassroots union cadres, we must make it clear that workers who have joined other union organizations are prohibited from joining new union organizations. From the beginning, these activists who joined the Labour Party union were excluded from the new union organization. Fang Xinshan can be said to be full of admiration for his eldest son at this moment. Such a troublesome thing for him, after his operation, has become not only trouble-free, but also a new means for him to manage the factory. This method of turning crisis into opportunity is really sophisticated. I understand, in the future we can manage the thoughts of factory workers through the union organization. Chapter 261 Ambush. Fang Lang did not expect his father's thinking to change so quickly. He was just worried about the threat of the union, but now he immediately thought of using the union to control the workers' thoughts. He smiled and said, in fact, if the union is well managed, it will have a great effect. In the state assembly or presidential election, if we can guide the votes of the workers through the union, then I think any political party will have to pay attention to the influence of our Fang Yuan group. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Xinshan's eyes widened with an incredible expression. If this is true, then in the future, as Fang Yuan group grows stronger and more workers in the factory, the president will have to give way to Fang Yuan group. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the father and son had been chatting in the office for the whole afternoon. Fang Xinshan listed the company's organizational structure one by one. Fang Lang rebuilt a complete and strict organizational structure for Fang Yuan group according to the management methods of some large group companies he learned from the future, mainly based on the fields to which each enterprise belongs, such as machinery, agriculture, mining, steel, military industry, real estate, media, finance, pharmaceuticals, daily chemicals, etc. 10 operating departments were established. The relevant industries are put under the management of the director of the operation department, and the director of operation is responsible for the operation of each subsidiary. In order to avoid the excessive power of the director of operation, a financial risk control department is established in the group company to supervise the finances of the group company and audit the company's accounts on time. The appointment authority of the financial directors of each subsidiary is also the responsibility of the financial control department. A human resources department is established to manage the human resources department of the entire group, and has the right to appoint and remove the human resources directors of each subsidiary. At the same time, it is responsible for the appointment and removal of personnel at the position of vice president and above of each subsidiary in the group company. The newly established group investigation department, trade union and security department are separately placed under the management of the group company. Although this organizational structure still has problems of one kind or another, and even affects the development of many of the company's businesses, it can also strengthen the group company's control over its subsidiaries. From the beginning, Fang Lang had made it clear to his father that this structure is not immutable, but should be adjusted in time according to actual conditions, to adapt to the trend of the times. The main purpose of adjusting the company's organizational structure this time is to change the company's current chaotic management situation and make the company a formal group company. When the father and son left the group company, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Fang Lang walked out of the company gate, and then in the dim light, he unexpectedly found a police duty booth on the roadside outside the company. This was somewhat beyond Fang Lang's expectations. He turned around and asked his father beside him, "Is this police booth already there?" Fang Zinshan looked at the booth not far away and thought for a while before saying, "It seems that our company was set up about half a month after moving here. I don't remember the details. What happened?" Fang Lang carefully looked at this new looking booth and his heart moved. Thinking of Mr. Sebastião Hodges, the director of the Sao Paulo Police Department, looking at the two policemen on duty in the booth, he had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. No wonder the company has been here for so long, even without security guards, and no one came to harass. Fang Lang thought that the local gangsters had changed their nature. It seems that this is Mr. Chief Hodges, who is helping him to look after his own property. His father was still confused and didn't know what happened. He smiled and said, "I finally know why our company has been operating safely for so long without even a security guard. It seems that I owe Chief Hodges a big favor." Fang Zinshan heard Fang Lang's words, glanced at the police booth not far away, and instantly understood what was going on. He said a little embarrassedly, "Then we must thank Chief Hodges very much. How about inviting him to dinner at home tomorrow?" Fang Lang shook his head helplessly and said, "I'm going to leave for the United States tomorrow. How about this? You invite him to dinner in your own name. Tell him that, when I return to Sao Paulo next time, I will definitely come to his house to express my gratitude." Fang Zinshan nodded, opened the car door, got in the car and said, "That's fine. Speaking of which, I haven't dealt with Chief Hodges yet. It's really not right." Fang Lang also got into the car and signaled to the guard in front that he could drive. "Then you can treat him to a meal. I believe he won't refuse. My friendship with him is my friendship with him, but we still have to do the courtesy we should do. When the time comes, we will wait for the Porsche factory in Sao Paulo. After the car rolls off the assembly line, we will send a car to Chief Hodges and ask him to help test it." Fang Zinshan nodded and agreed with his son's statement. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way home. What Fang Lang didn't know was that just as they left the group company's office building, a person picked up the phone in a room on the 3rd floor of a hotel not far away. After the call was connected, he said, "The target has left. There are 5 cars in total, with 17 guards and drivers. The target is in the middle car." After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. When all this happened, Fang Lang's attention was attracted by the police duty booth, and he didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment. But just as the convoy was about to enter the village, Fang Lang suddenly felt a warning in his heart. He quickly looked up and looked out the window and found that he couldn't see anything in the dark night. However, there were warnings of danger on both sides of the road ahead, which was very similar to the situation encountered in the United States. Without time to think, Fang Lang hurriedly said, "Enemy attack. Be alert." Fang Lang discovered the danger later than the last time in New York. This may be related to his return to his hometown and his relaxation of vigilance. He focused on the conversation with his father, and this time he did not receive any warning information at all. He didn't know that someone in his hometown of Sao Paulo actually wanted to harm him. Fortunately, the guards knew what happened in New York and had a response plan. The vehicle Fang Lang was riding in directly slowed down, turned on the double flash, and kept changing the high and low beams. The other vehicles in the convoy responded the moment they received the signal. The lead vehicle directly fired 2 flares on both sides of the road. In an instant, the originally dark roadside became as bright as day, and the enemies hidden in the farmland on both sides were directly exposed to the light of the flares. Fang Lang took a look and found that fortunately the convoy had not completely entered the ambush circle. Only the lead vehicle and the second vehicle had just entered the ambush circle. Just when the enemy was still a little overwhelmed by the sudden change of the convoy, they all cast their eyes on the commander-in-chief of the operation in the dark. 2 gunshots were heard from the leading vehicle. The commander-in-chief of the ambush thought that his men had opened fire in advance and was furious to see who the bastard was. He opened fire before the enemy even entered the ambush circle. Then he found that the surrounding environment was clearly visible in an instant. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the sound of shooting like firecrackers. It turned out that the firepower from the first 2 vehicles of the convoy began to shoot at the targets in sight the moment the flares lit up. When the front vehicle began to shoot, the rear vehicle of the convoy had already started to reverse, and at the same time, it also fired 2 flares to the rear. After finding that there was nothing unusual in the rear, it turned the front of the vehicle backward with a tailspin. The second to last vehicle and the middle vehicle, where Fang Lang was riding, also began to retreat rapidly. The leading vehicle and the second vehicle were also reversing while firing. In just a moment, the ambushers paid the price of 3 casualties, and the ambushers who reacted also raised their guns and fired. The reversing convoy was soon attacked by enemy fire. Especially the first and second vehicles were given special attention. Because only these 2 vehicles were firing outward, the first reaction of the ambushers was to shoot at them. Soon, the commander reacted and yelled, "Stupid, shoot the vehicle in the middle. Our target is in the middle. Don't get entangled with these guards." But he reacted too late. The vehicle Fang Lang was riding in had already retreated 100 meters away. In the dark night, it was almost impossible to directly attack the target in the vehicle 100 meters away. More importantly, they were only responsible for attacking from the rear, and there were not many people. Most of the people responsible for the ambush were now quickly converging to the area where the exchange of fire occurred. At this time in the village, Kikingshan, who had just finished taking a shower, was chatting with his family in shorts. Suddenly, he heard gunshots from the entrance of the village. He looked up reflexively and saw 2 flares lit in the distance. He immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly got up and rushed into the room to get his weapon. Soon, the sound of gunshots like popping beans rang out. Kikingshan, who had just received a weapon, rushed out of the house and shouted, "The commander is under attack. Everyone take your weapons and follow me." The guard platoon responsible for protecting Fang Lang had a total of 36 people. In addition to the personnel responsible for protecting Fang Lang, there were 19 soldiers from the guard platoon who were scattered in other residence homes in the village to rest. The moment the gunshots rang out, everyone grabbed their weapons and equipment and started running out. About 10 people soon gathered around Kikingshan, who was running. Such a big commotion certainly alarmed other people in the village. At first, no one understood what was going on. But with the actions of Kikingshan and others, everyone understood that someone was attacking Fang language. Now many people in the village work in Fangyuan group, and as the only Chinese village in Brazil, everyone is united. The villagers also grabbed weapons from their homes and followed. For a while, on the way out of the village, there was a sense of deja vu of a cloud-piercing arrow and a huge army coming to meet. The people responsible for ambushing Fang Lang had already arranged people to block the reinforcement in the village. But Fang Lang's team discovered the abnormal situation in advance, which messed up the original plan. The personnel responsible for blocking the reinforcement were also unsure at this moment, not knowing what the ambush was like. At this moment, Fang Lang's team had already retreated to a safe area. Fang Xinshan didn't understand what happened until the gunshots rang out. After all, he had never experienced such a battle, and his heart was beating in his throat. It was not until he saw the vehicles leave the dangerous area that he recovered. He looked at Fang Lang beside him with a panicked face and said, "Langja, what's going on?" Fang Lang was carefully observing the surrounding environment at this time and saw that there was no danger along the way. He turned around and saw his panicked father and said, "Dad, don't worry, someone ambushed us at the entrance of the village, but we discovered it in advance, and their plan failed." After saying that, he looked back at car number 1 and car number 2 who had not caught up. He said to the driver, "We have to go back. We can't leave the brothers in the car in front behind." But the driver shook his head and said, "Sir, your safety is the most important. We are the guard platoon. Our job is to ensure your safety." Attacking the enemy is not our mission. Chapter 262 Joining the battle. Fang Lang heard what the driver said and realized that he was right. But he was a soldier, and it was not his style to abandon his brothers and run away. I'm the superior, listen to my orders. Turn around. The driver continued to drive forward, as if he didn't hear it, and looked around vigilantly. You bastard, there is such a big commotion at the entrance of the village. The brothers in the village will definitely rush out to help. This is the time to attack from both sides and eliminate the enemy. What are you doing running with me? Turn around quickly. Hearing Fang Lang's words, the driver hesitated. After all, Fang Lang was the superior, and obeying orders was what he should do. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Fang Lang shouted, I order you to stop the car. Then he took out the pistol in his arms and pointed it at the head of this stubborn driver. Fang Xinshan was frightened by Fang Lang's action and quickly stopped him, saying, Langja, what are you doing? Put down your gun. The driver was not afraid when he saw Fang Lang even took out his gun, but he also knew that Fang Lang had made up his mind, so he could only brake suddenly and stop the car in the middle of the road. The two cars that were leading the way saw the main car stop and thought that something had gone wrong again, but they didn't see the main car send a signal. They had to turn around and go back. Fang Lang put away his gun and said to the driver, take the old man to call the police. Remember to protect the old man's safety. Then go to the Sao Paulo naval base to ask for help from Colonel Grenade Barry and say that I was attacked on his territory. The reason why Fang Lang dared to let the driver take the old man away alone was because he had discovered the people who attacked him this time. Although there were many people, they were obviously undertrained and were more likely to be gangsters. If it was a gang, Fang Lang didn't need to be afraid of how much fighting power the other party could have. Fang Xinshan was also panicking. Seeing Fang Lang was actually going to turn around and go back to the battlefield, he said anxiously, Langja, you can't do anything stupid. Fang Lang felt a bit like a bastard for abandoning his father at this time. But he was a soldier, and he was obviously not in a desperate situation in this situation. He couldn't leave his brothers and go away. He could only grab his father's shoulders and said, Dad, don't worry, I won't get into trouble. This is just a small scene. It's more dangerous for you to be with me. Go to the police station with the guards for help first. We will soon be able to kill all these ignorant bastards. Don't worry. After saying that, he saw two cars parked on the side of the road that turned around. He opened the car door and walked out. When closing the door, he didn't forget to stare at the driver and said, don't forget to protect the old man's safety. The driver stood up in the driver's seat and saluted, saying loudly, please rest assured, sir, I will definitely protect the old man's safety. The guards in the two cars that turned back were shocked to see Fang Lang get off the car. They quickly pushed the door and got off the car, holding their guns. Fang Lang patted the window of the car he was riding in and signaled the driver to drive. After seeing the car drive away, he turned to the remaining 8 guards and said, I'm a soldier, but I don't have the habit of abandoning my brothers and running for my life. Now I order you to follow me back and rescue the brothers in car number 1 and car number 2. Do you dare? This time, the soldiers who followed Fang Lang out were actually a guard squad and a few drivers. The guard squad leader happened to be in the first car. When the soldiers heard that the commander was going to fight back, their eyes lit up, but they hesitated again. Because they knew very well that their duty was to protect Fang Lang's safety, not to rush up and fight the enemy. If Fang Lang was hurt in any way, their mission would be considered a failure. Even if they killed all the enemies, it would not change the fact that their mission had failed. However, when everyone heard Fang Lang's order, they all felt a little encouraged, excited, and wanted to fight back. Fang Lang was very familiar with the few people who followed him every day, and he also understood their thoughts. Knowing that it was useless to discuss with everyone, he said directly, this is an order, you all listen carefully, we will return the same way. The gunfire behind is so intense now, which means that the brothers in the village have also rushed out to fight with the enemy. After we approach the enemy's ambush site, we will get off the car and hide to meet the enemy. We will block the enemy in the ambush area they set up. We don't need to fight the enemy head on, as long as we drag them to the spot and wait for the reinforcement to arrive, we will win. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison, as if it was a conditioned reflex. Yes, sir. Fang Lang opened the door of a nearby vehicle and got in. The soldiers also got in the car and returned to the place where they had just been attacked along the original route. Fang Lang looked around in the car and asked, "Is there a handy rifle in the car?" A soldier turned sideways and pulled out an M1 Garand rifle from the side. Fang Lang looked at the soldiers who were all holding Thompson submachine guns, but gave himself a Garand. He understood that this was to tell him not to rush to the front. He smiled and took the rifle handed over by the other party. He took the 5 magazines handed over by the other party, pulled the bolt, and pressed a magazine into the magazine from the top of the receiver. Because the M1 Garand rifle is a semi-automatic rifle with an 8-round capacity, it can fire 8 rounds of bullets with one pull of the bolt. It does not need to fire a shot and pull the bolt like the Mauser 98K, so the firing rate is not slow. The remaining bullets were all stuffed into his suit pocket. But there was no suitable place to put the pistol. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why didn't he design a holster earlier to put the pistol against the outside of the thigh? In this way, when encountering a combat situation, the gun will be within his reach. Now there is no armpit holster, and the pistol can only be inserted in the waist holster. When wearing a military uniform, the holster is placed on the waist, which is not affected. But now I'm wearing a suit, so the action of drawing the gun is greatly affected. I can only insert a corner of the suit into the belt, leaving the holster outside, so that I can draw the gun at any time. Looking at the suit on my body, I can't help but think of the bulletproof vest. It seems that there are still many individual equipments that I can develop. If I hadn't encountered this emergency today, I would have had the opportunity to experience the battlefield again. I guess I would have forgotten all these things. It seems that soldiers can't be away from the front line for too long. Otherwise, many practical tactics and equipment will be forgotten sooner or later. The soldiers in the same car with Fang Lang certainly didn't know what Fang Lang was thinking. Everyone was checking their equipment and ready to go to war at any time. Of course, they were originally guard soldiers, and their equipment was prepared long ago and could go to war at any time. Unlike Fang Lang, who needs to make temporary preparations. Just as everyone was nervously preparing, the vehicle had slowly approached the place where they had just been attacked. In fact, the distance they left was not far, less than 3 kilometers, so they soon returned to the vicinity of the ambush point. The driver turned off the lights from a distance, groped in the dark, and drove the vehicle close to the front fire area. It was not until about 200 meters that Fang Lang patted the driver's shoulder and signaled to stop. Cars 1 and 2 in the distance were parked in the middle of the road in a V-shape, just blocking the entire road, obviously to avoid the ambushers from driving and chasing. The door of the car opened, and Fang Lang saw 8 soldiers at a glance. 2 of them fell to the ground and were motionless. The remaining 6 were still using the cover of the vehicle to fire at the enemy. Seeing that his brothers and 6 others were firing back rhythmically, Fang Lang's heart was finally relieved. After a careful observation, Fang Lang understood why the enemy had a large number of people, but could not cause great casualties to his own people. With the lights of the 2 cars, Fang Lang could clearly see the position and number of the enemy, but the soldiers of his guard platoon were hiding behind the lights of the car and fighting back with the cover of the vehicle. The enemy's sight was illuminated by the lights, and it was basically impossible to see the position of the guard platoon soldiers. The entire battlefield was in a one-way transparent state. No wonder the enemy had not been able to defeat their own blocking for so long. Fang Lang took a glance at the battlefield environment. This place was right at the entrance to the village, and the enemy's ambush position was the only passage from the city to the village. The area had not yet entered the development state, so the enemy chose a sugarcane field as the ambush position. The tall sugarcane could easily cover the figures of the ambushers. When setting up the sniper position, the soldiers of the number 1 and number 2 vehicles also considered that the enemy might pass through the sugarcane field and outflank from the flank. Therefore, they should have retreated while fighting, just exited the farmland area, entered the road between the 2 factory buildings in the urban-rural junction, blocked the vehicles in the middle, and blocked the way for the ambushers to pursue. Seeing this, Fang Lang couldn't help but affirm the tactics of the guard platoon soldiers. No wonder the other side was blocked at this intersection for so long and couldn't move forward at all. I don't know if the other commander is stupid or his shooting skills are not good enough and he didn't even shoot down the lights here. Could it be that the other side has been fighting for so long and still hasn't understood that if the lights are not turned off, the battlefield will always be in a one-way transparent state and they will always be passively beaten? A lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. You can't be lucky in a war. Maybe the enemy is about to get back in place. Fang Lang looked behind the blocking vehicle. There were two allies on the left and right sides more than 30 meters behind the vehicle. Looking at the guards who surrounded him in the middle to protect his safety, Fang Lang pointed to the two allies and signaled everyone to move forward. The soldiers understood what he meant, picked up their weapons, and moved forward lightly. But in the process of advancing, they always surrounded Fang Lang in the middle, which made Fang Lang, who was holding the Garand, unable to raise his gun, and he was very depressed. If the enemy saw this, they would know that I was an important person at a glance and would focus their fire on me at the first time. Fortunately, the light is dim now and there are no street lights nearby, otherwise Fang Lang would definitely push these guys away. The crowd continued to advance towards the alley. As they walked, they passed the gate of a factory on the roadside. Fang Lang felt something strange in the factory. There was a sense of danger, but it was not strong. Fang Lang quickly put his hand on the shoulder of the soldier in front of him and squeezed it. The soldier understood and stopped moving forward. Everyone squatted down slowly. With the help of the dim light, Fang Lang's eyes looked through the gap of the factory's iron gate and found that there were more than 10 cars parked in the open space in the middle of the factory. With just one glance, Fang Lang understood that this should be the place where the gangsters who attacked him stored their cars. There was a sense of danger inside, which meant that there should be people guarding the vehicles. Fang Lang pointed to two soldiers and whispered a few words in their ears. The two looked at each other, nodded, and quietly went around to the other side of the wall and climbed over quietly. Here Fang Lang remembered a new tactical move, that is, sign language. Unfortunately, we had not been trained in this before, so we could only solve the problem by whispering. It seems that we need to include this in the Marine Corps training manual in the future. Next time when silent communication is needed, we can just communicate with gestures to reduce the risk of exposure. Chapter 263 Surrounded. After the two soldiers entered the factory area, they groped forward along the factory wall. Soon, they found a figure on a ladder looking towards the battlefield near the factory wall. Fortunately, the abnormal situation was discovered in time. Otherwise, Fang Lang and others would enter the attack range of this person if they continued to move forward about 10 meters. If he noticed Fang Lang, who was closely protected in the middle, it would only take one shot and the matter would be over. The two soldiers looked at each other and secretly said that they were lucky. The two of them groped forward from the left and right, grabbed the man's legs, and dragged him down. With a cry of "Ah!" the figure beside the wall fell directly to the ground. The revolver that the other party had been holding in his hand slid out 5 meters away with a bang. The two soldiers took advantage of the other party's fall to control his hands, and twisted them behind his back, pressing him to the ground. The man couldn't move. He wanted to scream loudly, but he felt a cold gun barrel stuffed into his mouth. The iron smell mixed with the smell of gun oil made him dare not move. He could only lie on the ground and let the two soldiers tie him up. After the two soldiers tied him up, they searched his body for a while, but did not find any other weapons. They picked up the pistol that fell on the wall, found a piece of rag to stuff the man's mouth, dragged him to the trunk of a car, and stuffed it in. After searching the factory again and finding nothing else unusual, they opened the factory gate and joined Fang Lang and others. No one had time to waste on this little guy who was responsible for guarding the transportation. Fang Lang glanced at the two soldiers, and they nodded. One of them said, "There is a guy in charge of guarding the vehicles inside. We have tied him up and stuffed him into the trunk of a car." After taking another look at the factory, where the vehicles were parked, Fang Lang did not find anything unusual. He nodded and signaled everyone to continue moving forward. Less than 30 meters ahead, there were indeed shadows swaying in the alley behind the blocking position, set up by car 1 and car 2. The crowd was less than 20 meters away from the alley, in trance at this moment. Fang Lang could even hear footsteps coming from the alley between the noisy gunshots. Judging from the situation, there should be about 10 people in each alley. The soldiers who followed Fang Lang had expected it, and they all raised their Thompson submachine guns. Fang Lang waved his hand and made a grenade throwing gesture. Several soldiers looked at each other, and just when Fang Lang thought that no one was carrying grenades, 2 soldiers took out 2 egg-shaped grenades from their trouser pockets. Seeing that the 2 were about to pull the grenade ring and throw it out, Fang Lang waved his hand and pointed at 4 of them with his hand, pointing to the other side of the road, indicating that they should act separately. At this time, the situation was urgent, and no one hesitated. The 4 people got up and rushed to the corner of the wall across the road. They covered each other on both sides and continued to advance a few meters. Seeing that the enemy did not find them, Fang Lang did not care whether the other side could see them or not, and directly stretched out 3 fingers and began to count down. As Fang Lang's fingers cleared, the soldier holding the grenade in the team threw the grenade that had been unplugged into the alley near the wall on his side, shouting, "Squad leader, be careful." Fang Lang noticed that someone in the opposite team also made the action of throwing a grenade. This "squad leader, be careful" was actually mainly to remind the soldiers in the sniper position that there were their own people coming from behind, and to avoid accidental injuries. Of course, the gangsters in the alley also heard the shouting. At first, their attention was on the blocking position in front, and they didn't expect that there were enemies in the back. In the dark night, they were preparing to sneak attack people, and they were frightened by the shouting from behind. When they turned around and were about to turn the muzzle of the gun, a gangster felt something hit his instep. It was too late to dodge. After the 2 sounds of grenade explosions, there was the crackling sound of Thompson submachine guns firing. The people who were preparing for a sneak attack in the alley were stunned. The firepower of the Thompson submachine gun was not to be underestimated. It could fire 720 rounds of bullets in 1 minute. At such a close distance, the enemy, who had just lost his sense of direction due to the shock wave of the grenade, was no match for the professional soldiers. They were soon swept to the ground. Fang Lang only picked up the Gardner rifle and fired 3 shots, and he couldn't find the enemy standing. Seeing that a soldier wanted to go up and shoot again, Fang Lang quickly stopped him and said, "See if there are any survivors. We need to find out who wants to attack us." Maybe the gunshots from the back made the people commanding the attack in the front think that the sneak attack has succeeded. The enemies who attacked the sniper position head-on rushed out of their hiding places in a swarm, and the movement of the sniper position quickly increased. Fang Lang quickly squatted in the corner, and with the cover of the wall, he fired at the enemy, who was clearly illuminated by the car lights. Shooting in a one-way transparent battlefield, such a mindless charge is simply a massacre. Fang Lang noticed that the enemies on the opposite side had few long guns in their hands. Most of them were blacks and Latinos who ran forward recklessly with pistols. Occasionally, a few white youths could be seen. Fang Lang's first reaction when he saw these people was that they were just some gangsters and had no fighting power at all. But they had suffered such heavy casualties, and they were still able to persist. Fang Lang found it incredible. The charge lasted less than 2 minutes and ended. The front of the position was covered with people lying on the ground. Some of them were completely motionless, and some were still screaming in pain. The soldiers of the guard platoon calmly sorted out their weapons and equipment, preparing for the next wave of attacks. The guard squad leader, who had been blocking the front, knew that Fang Lang and other soldiers of the guard squad had returned to the battlefield. Taking advantage of the gap in the battle, he quickly ran to Fang Lang and said, "Sir, it's dangerous here. We will protect you and leave immediately." Fang Lang noticed that his left shoulder should be injured, and his clothes were covered with blood. At this moment, he was looking at him nervously, and his eyes were always paying attention to the battlefield behind him. He smiled and patted the other party's uninjured arm, and said with a smile, "With these gangster gunmen, I believe you can easily deal with them. Besides, I'm a soldier and I have never had the habit of abandoning my soldiers and running away." The guard squad leader was also a little excited. They were ready to die today. They didn't expect that the leader would return to the battlefield to support them regardless of their own safety and eliminate the enemy who wanted to attack them from behind. But he was the guard platoon leader. He knew his duties very well. It was his dereliction of duty to put his leader in danger. so he was about to continue speaking with a serious expression, but was interrupted by a more intense gunshot. Everyone quickly stretched their heads out and found that it was not the enemy who launched an attack again. Instead, the gunshot came from behind the enemy. Several people looked at each other and realized that it was the support from the village. Judging from the intensity of the gunshots, it was obviously not just the soldiers who stayed in the village who came to kill. Fang Lang looked at the guard squad leader who was still standing in front of him and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hold the line and don't let the enemy run away from us." The guard squad leader stood at attention and replied loudly, "Yes, sir." Then he turned around and returned to his original position. Fang Lang smiled and said to the soldiers who followed him, "Drivers, go back and drive the car. We will go around the alley where these people came from and block them in the sugarcane field. Don't let them run away from both sides." Several people also shouted yes, and the two drivers strode towards the place where they had just parked. The other soldiers began to clean up the people who fell in the alley. Those who were not dead had been dragged aside and tied up. Now, in order to allow the vehicles to pass smoothly, they need to drag the bodies lying on the ground aside. As soon as everyone dragged the bodies on the ground aside, the lights of two cars in the distance shone over. Then, the gunfire that had just stopped at the sniper position rang again. Fang Lang turned his head and saw a group of panicked people in front of the blocking position. The enemies, who realized that they were surrounded, fell into great chaos, and the crowd under the lights fled everywhere. The enemies who had just rushed out of the sugarcane field and entered the range of the lights were shot by the soldiers on the sniper position who had been prepared. 5 or 6 people fell directly, and they were so scared that they wanted to retreat back to the sugarcane field. The people in the sugarcane field were still rushing out in panic. The two sides collided at the edge of the sugarcane field, and the scene became more chaotic for a while. Fang Lang, hiding in the dark, held a gun and looked for the leader in the crowd. It was not that he wanted to kill the other party, but he wanted to injure them. He couldn't let them run away. But the crowd was too chaotic. Fang Lang even saw some people who shot at their own people who were blocking them in front of him without caring. He was soon pushed down by someone. At present, there are at least 100 people attacking him, but they are obviously some gangster gunmen who can only shoot, and they are not much better than the casual shooting skills of the African black brothers that Fang Lang saw on TV in the future. But it is such a group of gangsters with no fighting power that almost made Fang Lang fall into the gutter. The lights of the cars behind him were getting closer and closer. Fang Lang retreated behind the wall to avoid being exposed by the lights of the cars behind. Looking at the car getting closer and closer, Fang Lang signaled everyone not to worry about him and quickly crossed the alley to the side of the enemy. Everyone knew that time was urgent and it was time to wrap up the dumplings. No more words were said, and they jumped into the car and rushed deep into the alley. Seeing that the surroundings fell into darkness again, Fang Lang turned around and squatted, returning to his original fighting position. The gunshots driving away the enemy were getting closer and closer, and Fang Lang realized that there was not much time left for the enemy. He crouched down, advanced to the defensive position formed by two cars, and shouted to the enemies in the sugarcane field, "Surrender. You have been surrounded. If you continue to resist stubbornly, you will only die." Perhaps the gunfire was too intense, and Fang Lang's voice did not stir up any waves at all. After hearing Fang Lang's voice, the guard squad leader led the remaining soldiers and shouted in unison, "Put down your weapons, surrender and you will not be killed. Put down your weapons, surrender and you will not be killed." As the neat shouts came out, neat shouts were also heard from the rear of the enemy. The enemy finally collapsed. After all, they were just a group of gangsters. It might be okay to fight a favorable battle, but the current situation was obviously beyond everyone's tolerance limit. Soon someone threw a weapon out of the sugarcane field, and then slowly people with their hands raised walked out of the sugarcane field. The gunfire also slowly stopped. The soldiers of the guard platoon were all veterans who had participated in the European War. At this moment, of course, everyone knew what to do. The guard squad leader shouted loudly, "Those who surrender, raise your hands and slowly walk out of the sugarcane field. Let me see your hands, otherwise I will shoot." More and more people came out of the sugarcane field with their hands raised and stood in front of the position full of corpses. The soldiers of the guard squad still did not move until Kikingshan and others appeared in the sugarcane field. Everyone slowly stood up and surrounded the surrendering enemy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Black Police. As in most TV dramas, shortly after the battle, sirens were heard in the distance. More than a dozen police cars roared over and stopped directly in front of Fang Lang. The person who got off the first police car was unexpected to Fang Lang. It was Chief Sebastião Hodges. The other party saw Fang Lang sitting in the backseat of an open car, watching his soldiers interrogating prisoners. The heart that had been hanging was finally put down. He took a long breath and asked, "Fang, are you okay?" Fang Lang saw that it was Chief Hodges, and he didn't say much, just shook his head and took a look at the 5 bodies lying on the ground not far away. These were the soldiers of the guard platoon who died in today's battle. It can also be said that, since Fang Lang was reborn, it was the first time that a comrade in arms died beside him. Moreover, he did not die on the battlefield fighting the enemy, but died in an ambush by the gang. This made him very annoyed. He survived so many storms, but in the end he capsized in such a ditch. Although the casualties today were 10 to 1 compared to the criminals who launched the attack, Fang Lang still felt aggrieved and needed to vent his anger. He knew that Hodges was not to blame for this, but Fang Lang would not be polite to the gang that dared to attack him. The prisoners who were being tortured to death not far away were obvious proof. Even if Chief Hodges didn't look at Fang Lang's face, he knew that today's matter was a big deal. An attack on active military officers occurred in Brazil. No matter from which aspect, this matter has become a big deal. As the highest person in charge of the local police station, Chief Hodges is to blame and may have to resign. So when he received the alarm information, he rushed over from home as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he still couldn't catch up with the battle after rushing, which was a big mistake for him. If the police force could participate in the battle against the criminals, it would be much easier to write the report, which shows that the police also made great efforts. But the current situation is that the enemy was wiped out by Fang Lang's guards and the people of the Chinese village. The police could only come to clean up the mess. Chief Hodges looked at the captives kneeling on the ground. If his eyes could spit fire, he would definitely burn these bastards to death. He looked back at the police who followed him and shouted, "What the hell are you doing standing here? Find out the identities of these bastards. I want to see the complete report tonight. I want to know which bastard dared to lay a hand on my friend on my territory. He is dead." A group of police officers were silent for a while. Everyone knew how serious this matter was. Although there is a tall person to support the sky when it falls, in this situation, the tall person may not be able to support it. Even if he can support it, it is estimated that before the tall person is killed, he will kill a lot of people below them. Therefore, everyone was very nervous at this time. They saluted together and shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." All the police began to join in the work of identifying the captives. Chief Hodges looked at Fang Lang with some trepidation and said, "Fang, I didn't do my job well. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." If Fang Lang hadn't seen Chief Hodges set up a police station in front of Fang Yuan Group today, he might have really made trouble for Hodges. Of course, even if Fang Lang didn't make trouble for Hodges, Hodges wouldn't be in a good situation. So Fang Lang shook his head and said, "Brother, you don't have to consider giving me a satisfactory answer now. So many gangsters gathered in your territory and attacked active officers, and your police station didn't receive any news. No one would believe it if they told others." Hodges understood that Fang Lang was already saving face for himself. If it was someone else, they would probably have taken out a gun to point at his head and asked if it was the action they arranged. He quickly took a step closer and said to Fang Lang, "Fang, we are friends. I really haven't heard any news about this matter. Please believe me." Fang Lang stared at Chief Hodges' eyes with a burning gaze, trying to tell the truth from his eyes. If the police department was completely unaware of this matter, not only Fang Lang didn't believe it, Chief Hodges himself probably didn't believe it. More than 100 gangsters suddenly gathered. It was impossible to do it quietly. The few cars Fang Lang found in the factory building could not have transported so many people at once. This must have been done in batches. The police deal with these hooligans on the streets every day, and they can't hide any movement from the police. And this time the police chief didn't receive any news. The biggest possibility is that the news in the police station was intercepted. Just when Chief Hodges was a little uncomfortable under Fang Lang's gaze, Fang Lang finally spoke. "Brother, these people are not professional masters. They are just a group of ordinary hooligans. It is impossible for them to organize such a big operation without leaking the news. If you really didn't get the wind, it can only mean that someone in the police station was involved." Hodges' eyes condensed after hearing Fang Lang's words. He was not a fool. In fact, when he saw the bodies on the ground and the captives, he knew that they were all local gang members. As Fang Lang said, it was really difficult for the gang to organize such a big operation in their own territory without alerting the police. Therefore, he already had some doubts in his heart. Now Fang Lang directly pierced his fluke mentality, which made his face look a little ugly. If his men were really involved, then he, the chief officer, would be in real trouble. While Chief Hodges was still communicating with Fang Lang, a policeman walked quickly to Chief Hodges' side, not caring about the ugly faces of the two. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped, put his hand to his mouth, and wanted to whisper a few words in Hodges' ear. Hodges raised his hand to stop them and said, "If you find anything, just say it directly. Don't be so secretive." Seeing this, the police could only straighten their faces, stand at attention and salute, and then said, "Sir, we found that these bastards are from the Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang. Our people have recognized several of the leaders." Hearing the police's report, Hodges' face changed drastically, staring at the police with his eyes and said, "Say it again." Seeing the officer's murderous look, the police trembled all over and said with a stiff face, "Sir, they are really from the Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang." Fang Lang noticed the expression on Chief Hodges' face and had some guesses in his mind. But he didn't say anything, but wanted to see how Hodges was going to deal with it. At this moment, Hodges' anger value was obviously about to explode, and his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Gnashing his teeth, he asked the policeman, "Is their boss here?" "The boss of the Lion Gang is dead, but the boss of the Long Spear Gang, Adela, is kneeling over there." The policeman pointed to a tall black man with dreadlocks not far away. Fang Lang followed the policeman's gesture and saw the guy named Adela. He looked young, no more than 30 years old, with fairly well-groomed dreadlocks, a cotton sweatshirt and loose pants, like a football player. The other party had obviously been paying attention to the few people here. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he didn't have any intention of avoiding it, but instead looked a little unconvinced. Seeing the other party's unconvinced expression, Fang Lang laughed. "Is this the legendary death is approaching, and still not aware of it?" Hodges obviously noticed the other person's eyes, and he said to the policeman beside him with his back teeth clenched, "Bring this bastard to me." The policeman got the order and went directly behind Adela, grabbed the rope that bound his hands, and lifted it up. The gangster's arm hurt, and his back, which had been straight, bent down. After the policeman kicked the man's butt, he asked him to stand up, pointed the gun at his back, and pushed the guy over. When Fang Lang saw the policeman grab the rope that bound the man's hands, his brows frowned. When he saw him holding the gun against his back and pushing him over, his heart jumped. Without thinking, he took out the pistol that had been on his waist and fired. The first shot directly hit the policeman's arm holding the gun, and the second shot directly hit the knee of the man named Adela. Everyone was shocked when they heard the gunshots. The policeman obviously did not expect Fang Lang to shoot without hesitation, but the moment he was shot in the shoulder, his hand muscles pulled the trigger reflexively. Because of the gunshot in the shoulder, the muzzle of the gun had drooped, and the bullet penetrated the thigh of the gang leader named Adela and shot into the soil. The policeman did not understand what was going on. The two guards who were standing by had already rushed over and pinned the two men to the ground. This sudden change frightened Chief Hodges so much that his face turned pale, and his short and fat figure began to tremble involuntarily. If he did not understand why Fang Lang fired the gun, if he did not understand what was going on when the gun in the policeman's hand went off, He would not have to be the chief of police. But it was precisely because he understood what was going on that his face became even uglier. Beads of sweat began to appear on Hodges' face. He knew that he was in big trouble. Now the policemen in his police station were all involved in the assassination of Fang Lang. His position as chief of police was over. When the two guards knocked down the police and the gang leader, the soldiers of the guard platoon raised their guns and pointed them at the police. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense, and the police were nervous and wanted to draw their guns. Fortunately, Hodges reacted and shouted, "All police, put away your guns. There are enemy accomplices among our people. Keep an eye on the people around you. If anyone wants to draw a gun again, knock him down." Now, the faces of the police became ugly. After hearing what Chief Hodges said, everyone figured out what was going on. Anger began to appear in everyone's eyes when they looked at the police who were knocked to the ground. This guy stepped on the faces of all the police and rubbed them on the ground. Fang Lang looked around at everyone present, raised his hand and said, "It's okay, everyone put away your guns. There shouldn't be so many scums in our police force." After hearing what Fang Lang said, Chief Hodges was also relieved. Now he himself didn't know if there were any hidden dangers in his team. The guards around slowly put down their guns, but looked at the police with a wary look. This made the police officers present feel uncomfortable, but they could not blame them. After all, this was because there was indeed a problem within their own team. Chapter 265 Interrogation. Chief Hodges saw that the atmosphere was a little tense, but it was slowly calming down. He looked at Fang Lang, who had been very calm, and said, "Fang, how did you find that this bastard had a problem?" "This bastard has been with me for 5 or 6 years, and I never thought that this guy would have a problem." After carefully looking up and down at Sebastião Hodges, the most powerful police chief in Sao Paulo, Fang Lang did not feel any hostility from him. Obviously, this incident should have little to do with him. Fang Lang smiled, put the pistol back into the holster, looked at Chief Hodges with interest and said, "You supported the Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang, didn't you?" When Chief Hodges heard Fang Lang's words, his face darkened again, and he nodded helplessly and said, "We are brothers. I won't hide it from you. These two gangs do give me some benefits regularly, and I will also give them some small care. But I never thought that they would attack you. Please believe me, I didn't know about this matter at all." Fang Lang nodded and said, "Given our brotherly relationship, I naturally believe you. But when this policeman went to take a derailer away, he had many ways to make the other party stand up. But he grabbed the rope that bound the other party's hands. Why is this? Is it intentional to untie the rope? What's even more strange is that this police officer only needed to push Mr. Ayala to come over, but he pulled out a gun and pointed it at Mr. Ayala's back. The direction of the gun passed through this gentleman and was aimed at me. And I hate being pointed at by a gun, even if it is through someone else." Hodges didn't know how to comment for a moment after hearing Fang Lang's answer. After a long while, he reluctantly raised a thumb and said to Fang Lang, "Brother, I have to say that your observation is really sharp." Fang Lang smiled and shook his head, thinking, "Should I tell you that this is all because of intuition? Since these people are related to you, I think you are in trouble now. I think maybe all this is a conspiracy." Fang Lang's words made Hodges sigh a little decadently and wanted to find a place to sit down, but found that there was no place to sit down at the scene. As the police chief, it is definitely not appropriate to sit directly on the ground. After looking around, Hodges looked at the car where Fang Lang was sitting, indicating that he wanted to find a place to sit down. Fang Lang smiled, pointed to the co-pilot seat of his car, and motioned for the other party to sit down. Hodges was not polite, opened the car door, and sat directly. The two of them sat in a car parked on the roadside, one in front of the other, watching the soldiers and policemen of the guard platoon busying themselves. Fang Lang took out 2 cigars from his pocket and handed one to Hodges. Hodges took it without hesitation, and through the gap in the car door, he watched Fang Lang trimming the cigar with a cigar cutter in the back. "Do you think it could be the Japanese?" Hodges said hesitantly. After saying this, He seemed to have thought of something and said, "The Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang were both found by me to fill the gap left by the Black Dragon Society after we wiped out the Japanese Black Dragon Society last time. It seems that the only people who can use conspiracy to put us all in are the Japanese." Fang Lang glanced at Hodges and did not answer Hodges' question immediately, but continued to concentrate on trimming the cigar in his hand. After trimming, he picked it up and looked at it. Finally, he was satisfied and handed the cigar cutter to Hodges. After Hodges took the cigar cutter, Fang Lang tried to take out his matches from his pocket, but he only felt a pocket full of M1 Garand rifle bullets. He helplessly took out all the bullets in his pocket and threw them on the car seat. He still couldn't find his matches, which made Fang Lang a little annoyed. Seeing this, Hodges smiled, put down the cigar and cigar cutter in his hand, took out a box of matches from his pocket, lit one, and handed the fire to Fang Lang's mouth. Fang Lang stretched his head over to light the cigar, took a big puff, opened his mouth and spit out a circle of eyes. Then he turned around and asked, "Hasn't the Japanese in Sao Paulo been cleared yet?" Hodges smiled bitterly and shook his head. "That's not that easy. Most of the Japanese have been forcibly repatriated. But some Japanese have formed families with other Brazilians, and some of their families are even very powerful in Brazil. We can't force them to repatriate directly." Fang Lang had expected this. It would definitely be impossible to directly exterminate the Japanese in Brazil, unless there was a virus specifically targeting the Japanese genes. Fang Lang thought of the attack he encountered in New York, nodded and said, "It's possible. But, which officer just now? Didn't you say he has been with you for many years?" Hodges held the lit cigar, raised his head and thought for a while before saying, "Yes. I promoted this guy from an ordinary police officer. At the beginning, I saw that he was a rare college student, and I wanted him to stay in the office, to help me deal with file reports and the like. Unexpectedly, this guy was very active later and often applied to join the frontline police activities. Gradually, he also showed some ability, so later he was promoted to sheriff and asked to be responsible for some small public security cases. I didn't expect this guy to do such a thing." Fang Lang looked at Hodges next to him with a strange look in his eyes. Is this guy a bad person, or does he not know how to judge people? If I remember correctly, when the last action was launched against the Japanese, it was this guy's secretary who informed the Japanese, causing heavy losses to the police. Now it is the sheriff promoted by this guy who wants to assassinate him. Does this guy usually have close ties with the two gangs? Hodges nodded and said, "Of course, this guy is in charge of public security operations, and the people from the two gangs often deal with him. Sometimes, when the two gangs have something they can't handle, I also ask him to deal with it. There is too little intelligence now. Although it can be seen that this guy has a connection with the two gangs, the specific relationship cannot be determined." Fang Lang shook his head and said, "It's useless to think more now. We have to investigate slowly. Fortunately, these two guys were captured alive by us, and we can slowly interrogate them." After saying that, he looked at the black guy who was hit in the knee by him and then hit in the thigh by the policeman. Seeing that the other party was twitching unconsciously on the ground in pain, he still wanted to pretend to be a tough guy and tried his best to hold back from screaming. He smiled and signaled his guards to drag him to the front of his vehicle. He turned around and glanced at Hodges beside him and said, "Do you want to interrogate your people yourself, or let me interrogate them together?" At this time, Hodges didn't know whether he was discouraged or wanted to avoid suspicion. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Since you want to ignore you, of course I will let you interrogate them." Fang Lang looked at Hodges seriously, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he nodded with satisfaction. Normally, such things must be handed over to the local police station for investigation and interrogation. After all, Fang Lang, as a Navy, did not have the right to interrogate prisoners. But now that Hodges had no objection, Fang Lang would certainly not be polite. Fang Lang would not have any mercy on the guy who wanted his life. After carefully looking up and down for a while, this black guy with beads of sweat the size of soybeans on his forehead. At this moment, he could no longer look like the previous star, because the kneecap of his left leg was broken by Fang Lang's shot, and the thigh of his right leg was shot again, so he couldn't stand at all. In addition, the guards replaced the ropes that bound his hands with handcuffs. Therefore, after receiving Fang Lang's order, the guard directly grabbed the man's dreadlocks and dragged him in front of Fang Language. Seeing this black man who was holding on without making any sound, Fang Lang smiled. He got off the car and said to the guard who was dragging him, "We should be more civilized. This is not the German devils on the European battlefield. This is our compatriot, right, boss?" The leader of the long spear gang named Adela looked up at Fang Lang, who was smiling sincerely, and spat at Fang Lang with disdain. Of course, the spit on the ground could not be spit high, and it just landed on Fang Lang's leather shoes. Fang Lang looked down at the saliva on his shoes and said with a smile, look, you are wrong. How can you spit anywhere? It's so uncivilized. I will wipe it off with your hair. You should be happy with it." After that, he rubbed the saliva on his shoes on the other person's hair. The guy's hands were tied and his legs were injured. He couldn't get up at all. He could only avoid Fang Lang's movements by shaking his head. Fang Lang laughed and said, "That's right. Shake your head twice and it will be clean." It was as if the other person was deliberately shaking his head to help him wipe the saliva off his shoes. Adela finally couldn't help but started to curse. Fang Lang heard the other party's scolding, looked at him calmly and said, "Can't you help but speak? I thought you were going to hold back and not make any sound. Don't worry, I hope you can stay in such a good spirit today." After that, he picked up a sharp-looking stone from the ground and said to Adela on the ground, "Both of your legs look seriously injured. Let me check them for you. But I don't have scissors at hand now, so I may need to use this to cut open your pants to see the wound. This process may be a little painful, I hope you don't mind." Fang Lang gestured to the guards, and two people came forward and pressed him to the ground. Fang Lang walked to the wound on the right thigh of the other party and squatted down, taking a look at the bloody trouser leg. As if talking to himself, he said, "Well, good luck. The aorta was not injured. You hold back a little, and I will help you check the wound." After that, he cut the sharp stone towards his wound, but as soon as he touched the wound, Adela could no longer hold back and cried out in pain. But Fang Lang seemed to be unaware and continued to use the sharp stone to cut the opponent's trouser legs back and forth. He said he was cutting the opponent's trouser legs, but no matter who saw it, it looked like he was dismembering one of the opponent's legs. Adela was just a gangster after all. How could he bear such torture? The tough guy image he had been pretending to be collapsed in an instant, and he began to beg for mercy loudly. Stop cutting, I beg you. If you want to know something, just ask." Fang Lang said innocently, "Don't. You misunderstood me. I just checked your wound. I don't want to know anything from you. Don't worry, your pants are not thick, and you can cut it open and see the wound soon." Adela cursed in his heart. "Do I need you to help me check the wound? If you cut it again, I don't know if the pants are torn, but there will definitely be a long wound on the thigh. This is a blunt knife cutting meat." But Adela never dared to curse at the other party again, because he felt that this guy was a lunatic. Chapter 266 The Black Pot. As if Fang Lang really didn't want to ask Adela any questions, he continued to cut his trouser legs with a sharp stone. But every time he cut, Adela could not control his screams of pain. The situation here had already attracted the attention of everyone around. Fang Lang had a cigar in his mouth, his eyes slightly squinted by the smoke of the cigar, and his mouth looked a little crooked because of the cigar. The movements of his hands were too rough. Maybe the skinning master in the slaughterhouse is like this. Director Hodges felt a chill in his heart when he looked at Fang Language. Soon, Fang Lang really cut the trouser legs with a stone, and then used the stone to push open the already torn pants, and looked at the wound on Adela's leg. "It looks like the bullet is stuck in there. Do you need me to help you get it out now?" Adela was obviously not a real tough guy. After hearing Fang Lang's words, he seemed to have heard the whisper of a devil. He began to tremble involuntarily, his face turned pale, and he felt the urge to urinate faintly in his crotch. He kept begging, "Sir, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I'll quit and give you my territory, okay?" Hearing what Adela said, Fang Lang shook his head and said, "It seems that you want me to take out the bullet for you here, so you have to bear it. There is no anesthetic here. It may be a little painful. After that, the sharp stone touched the wound again. Before Fang Lang could continue cutting, a derailleur had already shouted, "Ah! Mr. Hodges, help. I'm following your orders. Please, save me. Keep this devil away from me." A derailleur's words made Chief Hodges pale and tremble all over. What did he mean by framing him? He quickly looked at Fang Lang, wanting to explain. But he found that Fang Lang was not looking at him, but directly started to cut a derailleur's wound with a sharp stone. He also said, "Don't you know that Hodges and I are brothers?" This kind of provocative word can't hurt our feelings. At this time, a derailleur had completely ignored Hodges' feelings and said directly, "It's true, sir. I beg you to let me go. I'm not lying to you. I received a phone call notifying us to ambush here with the Lion Gang. All the goods we robbed are ours." Fang Lang stopped what he was doing and looked at a derailleur in confusion. "Goods? What goods?" Seeing that Fang Lang finally stopped what he was doing, a derailleur took a few quick breaths and finally pulled his heart, which had been beating in his throat, back a little. He looked at Fang Lang with a nervous face and said, "Flour? Didn't someone say that they were going to bring in 100 kilograms of flour?" Fang Lang stared at a derailleur intently, trying to see from his face whether what he said was true or false. But after looking at him for a long time, Fang Lang did not see any expression of lying on his face. He turned around and looked at Hodges and saw that he also looked like he had seen a ghost. The look of wanting to speak but not speaking made him understand that Hodges also had a lot of questions to ask at this time. But he was obviously worried that Fang Lang would misunderstand something, so he resisted the urge to speak. Seeing Fang Lang looking at him, Hodges showed a smile that was uglier than bitterness and shook his head helplessly at Fang language. Fang Lang understood what the other party meant. Without saying much, he had already felt that this attack might be a trap set up by the mastermind behind the scenes. It might be difficult for him to directly find the real mastermind behind the scenes, because now it is obvious that all the unfavorable evidence points to Hodges. No matter who is asked to investigate, this matter must be related to Hodges. And these gang members are obviously a group of used gunmen, and they are still in a confused state. You said that Mr. Hodges informed you. Then can you tell me how Mr. Hodges informed you? Fang Lang had a guess in his mind when he asked this question, but he had to confirm whether his guess was correct. A derailleur said without hesitation, "It was Wallo Wagella who called me." It turns out that Mr. Hodges often asked Wallo Wagella to inform us when he had something to do. Who is Wallo Wagella? Is he at the scene? It's the policeman you just knocked down. Fang Lang looked at the sheriff who was shot in the shoulder and was being guarded by the soldiers. He looked at Chief Hodges, who was staring at the sheriff with eyes that were about to spit fire. He knew that all the answers needed to be answered by this Wallo Wagella, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued to ask a derailleur, "Do you know who I am?" At this time, a derailleur seemed to understand a little bit, and things seemed to be a little wrong. He saw Chief Hodges looking at Wallo Wagella with anger on his face, and then looked at Fang Lang who was squatting in front of him, and said hesitantly, "Aren't you the powder carrier?" Fang Lang did not answer his question, but continued to ask, "Were you in charge of the ambush?" A derailleur heard Fang Lang's question and said hesitantly, No, it was not me. It was a middle-aged white man. I don't know his name. When we rushed to the factory in front to gather as required, the white man was already waiting for us there. Our actions here are all in accordance with his command. Where are his people? Dead. He wanted to force us to continue to die, but his brothers didn't want to, so. Fang Lang glanced at him and understood what he meant. When did he die? Before surrendering, he died, and we surrendered. He died in the sugarcane field in front. He was a middle-aged white man with a big beard. Looking at a derailleur who had learned to answer quickly, Fang Lang nodded. He looked back at Kikingshan beside him. Kikingshan understood what Fang Lang meant and turned around to arrange 2 soldiers from the guard platoon to go to the sugarcane field to look for the body of the person that a derailleur mentioned. "How long have you been lying in ambush in the sugarcane field?" "Not long. We arrived at the factory around 4 p.m. Around 7 or 8 p.m., a phone call came into the factory. After the call, the bastard said that the goods were on the way and asked us to ambush in the sugarcane field according to the plan. When Fang Lang heard this time, he knew that this was when he and his father came out of Fang Yuan group. It seemed that someone was watching him near the company at that time. He didn't find it. Could it be that his sixth sense was not working? But thinking about the situation at that time, it should be that his attention was attracted by the police duty booth. He secretly regretted it in his heart. Then why? Your actions have failed, and you still want to attack us desperately. This is very abnormal. After all, if it is really to rob flour, since the action failed, you should find a way to retreat, instead of desperately attacking your guards. It happened so suddenly. You didn't even enter our ambush circle. You got into a fight without knowing what was going on. I was lying in ambush in the middle area. When I found out that there was a fight in the back, I rushed over to help. I always thought there were only these two vehicles. So, I didn't think about retreating. Fang Lang couldn't help but shake his head. If he really thought what this guy said, it was possible. He found that there were only 2 trucks transporting flour. With so many people on his side, how could he give up easily? Don't you know how many trucks and people are coming? Adelaela shook his head and said, that guy didn't tell us. Hearing what this guy said, Fang Lang felt that he was a fool and had no brains at all. The so-called commander was also a brainless person. I don't know if it was for confidentiality or some other reason. He didn't even tell others about the target to be attacked. Then isn't he with you? The ones lying in ambush at the back are the Lion Gang. They are responsible for blocking your retreat. That bastard is responsible for intercepting you in front and blocking the reinforcement from the village. I'm responsible for grabbing the flour in the middle. Our division of labor is different, and this has been discussed long ago. The first ones to engage in fire with you are all from the Lion Gang. Sir, please believe me, our Long Spear Gang has absolutely not caused any harm to your people. Fang Lang was so angry at this guy that he laughed, meaning that he didn't want to be responsible if he didn't cause any harm. He wanted to kick this guy twice, but he saw 2 guards dragging a very strong bearded corpse over. Just by looking at him, Fang Lang felt that this guy was not a good person. Without Fang Lang asking, Adelaela took the initiative to speak. Yes, it's this guy. He is responsible for meeting us at the factory and making plans. Hodges finally got out of the car and walked over. He looked at this guy carefully. After looking at him for a long time, he said, I seem to have seen this guy somewhere. Wait, let me think about it. Fang Lang thought that he could only get more clues by interrogating Sheriff Walaway. Unexpectedly, Chief Hodges told him that he had seen this person. This was an unexpected surprise. It's okay, you think about it slowly, I'm not in a hurry. After saying that, he turned to Kikingshan and said, please ask our sheriff to come over. This sheriff named Walaway was only shot in the shoulder, and the injury was not serious. He could still stand and walk normally. When he was escorted by 2 guards, this guy's face was a little pale, and his eyes were a little depressed. I don't know if he was still regretting his failure. When he was about 2 meters away from Fang Lang, the guard asked him to stop and kicked him in the knee. The guy knelt down after losing his balance, but he seemed very tough and wanted to stand up again. Under the suppression of 2 guards, he tried desperately to break free, but the guard would not let him do what he wanted. He pinched the gunshot wound on his shoulder. Walaway groaned in pain and fell to the ground. A guard stepped forward and pressed his knee on his neck, turning his head to the side to prevent him from being blocked by the dirt on the ground. But the guard's full body weight pressed on his neck, which must have made him very uncomfortable. Soon his face began to turn red and his breathing became more and more rapid. Fang Lang looked at him for a long time before waving his hand to signal the guard to let go of his legs. Walaway was like a fish out of water. He opened his mouth and breathed desperately. It took a long time for his face to return to normal. He lay on the ground and stopped resisting. Fang Lang smiled and said, why bother? You know my identity, and you also understand the identities of the people around me. Do you think you can survive? Walaway did not say a word. His eyes were closed, and he looked ready to die. Chapter 267 ending. Fang Lang looked at Walaway who was lying on the ground in silence, and he was indeed a little confused. Who in Brazil would want his life? Judging from the current situation, it is not necessarily true that these guys are very powerful. Because if they are really powerful, there is no need to use gangsters to carry out such tasks. Of course, it is also possible to hide their background. But to hide the background, you should also arrange a few real good players to mix into these gangs. If the other party is not powerful, but can make internal police officers like Volavigela risk their future to attack him. Moreover, he looks like he is ready to die, which really confuses Fang language. Looking at the police uniform on the other party, Fang Lang thought about it and still did not torture him directly in public. After all, there are still many policemen around. If he tortures a person in police uniform in front of so many policemen, it will have a very bad impact on the hearts of these policemen. Sao Paulo is his hometown after all, and his family will definitely live here forever. Because of such things, it is not worth the loss to offend the entire police system. He looked at Hodges and found that this guy was still thinking hard about the bearded man on the ground. Obviously, even if Hodges had seen this guy, it should not have been a long time ago, or it was a chance encounter. Otherwise Hodges would not have thought about it for so long. Just when Fang Lang wanted to wake up Hodges, another string of lights came from afar. The guards raised their weapons one after another. Kikingshan directly assigned a few people to go forward to investigate and confirm the identity of the other party. If this is an enemy, it is estimated that today will be difficult. However, Fang Lang had a hunch that this should be the reinforcement brought by Colonel Nardberry of the St. Paul Naval Base. Sure enough, the reconnaissance soldiers quickly confirmed the news. Then a large group of soldiers in naval uniforms rushed over with weapons and surrounded the scene. Colonel Nardberry obviously saw Fang Lang's figure from a distance. "Fang, I'm late. Are you okay?" Fang Lang smiled and shook his head and wiped the blood on his hands on the black guy on the ground. Seeing that he couldn't wipe it off, he could only spread his hands and gave up the idea of shaking hands with the other party. The distance between the naval base and this side is not close. The other party was able to bring a large number of troops to support so quickly. Fang Lang had to accept this favor. "You are so fast. I can't thank you enough." "Don't worry. I'm fine." But 5 guards were killed in the battle. Colonel Nardberry saw Fang Lang's actions and didn't say much. He looked Fang Lang up and down for a few times. After confirming that Fang Lang was fine, he was relieved. He took the initiative to open his arms and hugged Fang Lang, then said, "It's good that they are okay. Are these gangsters so brave? They dared to attack our naval officers in Sao Paulo. They don't take me seriously. Don't worry, this matter will not be over today. I must hang these bastards on the street lamp." Fang Lang wanted to pat him on the back, but thinking of the blood on his hands, he could only tighten his arms and said, "Thank you very much for coming here in person to support us. Let the police investigate the follow-up matters. I believe they dare not fool around with this matter." Colonel Nardberry heard Fang Lang's words and understood what Fang Lang meant. This kind of investigation was indeed not suitable for him, the commander of the naval base, to come forward. However, he still murmured after a while, "For this kind of thing, we can't completely trust the local police. We can entrust the intelligence bureau through the Navy Department to investigate this matter. With the serious nature of this matter, the intelligence bureau will definitely intervene. The impact of attacking active naval officers is too bad. If the intelligence bureau cannot give an accurate investigation result, I think the Ministry of Defense will not accept it." Hearing Colonel Nardberry's words, Fang Lang nodded. He also knew that this matter would not be easy to get through, so he was not in a hurry. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes had powerful means of covering up, it would be impossible not to leave any clues. Of course, if someone dared to come forward to suppress this matter, Fang Lang would also be happy to see it, because this would just help him lock onto the enemy. "I understand. Thank you very much for coming here in person today. What are you talking about? This kind of thing should be supported by me. Just don't mind that I'm late. By the way, your father is still behind. He must be scared today. You should settle your family first. Let the police take care of the things here. Have a good rest tonight. We'll talk about anything tomorrow." Fang Lang saw his father, who came back with Colonel Nardberry, looking at him with a worried look on his face. He wanted to stay here and ask the sheriff a few questions. but looking at the scene, that looked like a sure field. He could only shake his head helplessly. The corpses on the ground might give his father nightmares. So Fang Lang chose to accept Colonel Nadberry's advice. I understand. You've worked hard tonight. Colonel Nadberry stepped forward, put his arm around Fang Lang's shoulder and patted him, saying, "What are you talking about? Go and rest first. I'll learn about the situation at the scene and report it to the Navy Department. I'll visit you at your house tomorrow morning." Fang Lang nodded, called Kekingshan over, and whispered a few words to him, then stepped forward and patted Hodges on the shoulder and said, "Brother, to be honest, I believe you. But the current situation is obviously not favorable to you. I think you'd better find a way to solve the case as soon as possible. Otherwise, this black pot may fall on your head." Hodges was also very clear about his situation at this moment. He knew that this was a trap set by others, and he was the scapegoat designated by others. At this time, it was already very rare for Fang Lang to still believe in himself. He couldn't ask for more. To be honest, if he didn't know that he didn't do this, judging from the existing evidence and the situation of the people who launched the attack, he himself suspected that it was his order. Nodding, Hodges said somewhat dejectedly, Thank you for always trusting me. I feel very bad this time. Maybe I will be dismissed and investigated tomorrow, and lose the right to investigate this case. If I'm really dismissed and investigated, I will not be able to wash off the suspicion on me. Damn it, this is a dead end, and I can't get away from it at all." Fang Lang saw Hodges' expression, thought for a while and said, "Maybe you should think about who in the police station has a grudge against you, or who will be the biggest beneficiary if you fall." Hodges looked at Fang Lang in surprise, and said with an unbelievable expression, "Fang, do you mean that this is a trap set by my enemies against me?" Shaking his head, Fang Lang patted the other party on the shoulder and said, "I'm just giving you an idea. Their main purpose is definitely to kill me. But if they can get rid of you by the way, there's nothing wrong with that, right? To be able to place such a chess piece by your side, it must be someone who knows you very well. Maybe you can think about who introduced the Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang to you?" Fang Lang's words made Hodges fall into deep thought. Now, he should be the person with the most pressure at the scene. Because the incident has already happened, Fang Lang survived. It can be said that he is basically out of danger. The only thing left is to find the murderer and hold him accountable. The pressure naturally shifted to Chief Hodges, who was the most suspected. Looking at Hodges, who was still in deep thought, Fang Lang did not say much. Just as he was about to take his father home, his eyes swept over Sheriff Wallaway Jella lying on the ground, and his heart moved slightly. He lowered his head and whispered in Chief Hodges' ear, "If I'm not wrong, someone should be silenced tonight. Maybe you can see if you can find something." At first, Hodges did not understand what Fang Lang meant, but when he followed Fang Lang's gaze and saw Sheriff Wallaway Jella lying on the ground, he had a faint understanding in his heart. Seeing that the other party seemed to have understood something, Fang Lang did not say anything more. He just smiled and nodded at Hodges and turned to his car. Fang Zinshan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his son standing in front of him intact. Fang Lang opened the car door, got in from the back, patted the driver on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Well done." The driver smiled with a forced smile and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Fang Lang understood what he meant, and before the other party could speak, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, I will listen to you next time." The driver looked back at Fang Lang with some emotion in his eyes. "Dad, do you still feel safe now?" Fang Lang turned his head to look at Fang Zinshan, who was sitting on the side, thinking that maybe this experience was not necessarily a bad thing. After hearing what Fang Lang said, Fang Zinshan said with a somewhat ugly face, "Langja, are you in such danger every day?" Fang Lang understood that his father was worried about his safety, so he smiled and said, "How is it possible? This is the first attack I have encountered. I didn't expect that I would encounter a dangerous situation that I had never encountered on the battlefield, but I actually encountered it at my doorstep. Isn't it strange?" Fang Zinshan obviously didn't believe Fang Lang's words, but he didn't expose it, but fell into silence. He also understood that his son's journey must have been very difficult. The reason why the Fang family can achieve what they have now is because of his son's life. Seeing that his father didn't say anything, Fang Lang didn't say anything more. He leaned on the back seat and fell into deep thought. He still didn't understand who in Brazil would want to kill him. The vehicle swayed into the village. No one in the village slept. Most of the elderly, women and children were waiting for their men to come home at their doorsteps. Along the way, Fang Lang took the initiative to explain to everyone that no one was injured and thanked everyone for their help. Of course, this was not enough. Someone had to be arranged tomorrow to express gratitude to everyone in each household. When he returned to his own doorstep, his mother and grandfather were standing outside the door waiting for Fang Lang and others to come home. Seeing that his brother was not there, Fang Lang hurriedly asked, "Where is Teo?" His mother pointed to the entrance of the village and said, "He took a hunting rifle from home and rushed to the entrance of the village with everyone to help. Didn't you see it?" Fang Lang had heard Kikingshan's report and knew that the soldiers who rushed to the front were all soldiers from the guard platoon, and no one in the village was injured. He was relieved and said, "Oh, that's okay, the matter is over. The villagers are fine and should be back soon." Seeing Fang Lang's bloody hands, he frowned and said, "Did you do it yourself?" Fang Lang looked at his hands, nodded and said, "I did it to help treat the wounded. Don't worry, I'm fine." As for whether his grandfather believed it or not, Fang Lang didn't care. Such a serious attack happened at the entrance of the village, and the family was worried and couldn't sleep. Fang Lang didn't want his family to worry too much, nor did he want to tell everyone what happened, so he said he was sleepy early and went back to his room. Chapter 268 Follow-up. Nothing happened that night. When Fang Lang had just finished breakfast the next morning, Kikingshan and two others knocked on Fang Lang's door. "Sir, this is Captain Ichido Martel, the head of the Sao Paulo station of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency, and this is Mr. Hakan Marano, a senior investigator of the Brazilian Police General Directorate. They are now responsible for investigating last night's case." Fang Lang, while drinking the porridge cooked by his mother, nodded to the two and motioned for them to sit down. At this stage in Brazil, the concept of class is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. As a naval captain, Fang Lang needs to show his status appropriately. Therefore, it is necessary to keep a certain distance from unfamiliar junior officers. The two saw Fang Lang eating breakfast and knew that the timing was not right. They could only stand aside and salute, saying in unison, "Sir, good morning." Fang Lang did not intend to invite the two to sit down. He nodded calmly and said, "Good morning. Have you found any results?" This made the two look a little embarrassed. The incident had just happened one night ago. With the strength of the Brazilian police, there was no way to find out any useful results so quickly. "Sorry, sir, we just took over the investigation this morning. According to what I have learned, the matter may be a little complicated. We came here today mainly to hope that you can allow us to learn about the specific situation at that time from your guards." Captain Ichido Martel of the Intelligence Bureau took the initiative to speak. Fang Lang knew very well that the evil spirit was hiding very deeply this time, so he had expected it. He turned his gaze to Hakan Marano, a senior police investigator, and said, "Where is Chief Hodges?" Hakan Marano held his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Colonel Fang, Chief Hodges has been listed as a key suspect because he is too involved in this case and has been temporarily detained." Fang Lang shrugged without comment, turned his head, and nodded to Kikingshan, saying, "Take them." The two politely nodded to Fang Lang, turned around and left, and went to the soldiers of the guard platoon to find out what happened at the time. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Fang Lang shook his head. As expected by Fang Lang, Chief Hodges has now become the biggest suspect. But Fang Lang knew very well that Hodges would never do it, because the evidence chain of the case was too clear, as if it was on the table for you to see through at a glance. But Fang Lang couldn't think of Hodges' motives. His relationship with Hodges was not particularly close, but it was definitely not bad. Hodges must have been stupid to let someone do it to him. Moreover, they did not conceal the fact that they used their own people. In fact, the attack plan was not badly designed. If it were not for Fang Lang's intuition, he discovered the danger in time. If the convoy was really attacked, Fang Lang would have been dead by now. Once it really happened, Chief Hodges would be the scapegoat, because everything was done in his name. After Chief Hodges was executed, the case would be perfectly closed. and no one found the shadow of the mastermind. But now something unexpected has happened. The ambush failed and was caught instead. There is no need to worry about the mastermind. The only loophole now is Mr. Sheriff. As for whether the sheriff really knows the mastermind, Fang Lang thinks it is unlikely. After all, with the cautious style of this force, Fang Lang is a little unconvinced that it can be traced so easily. Just as Fang Lang continued to eat 2 mouthfuls of porridge, there was a sharp break sound outside the door, followed by Fang Zinshu's loud voice. "Langer, you're up." Fang Lang smiled and looked towards the door. Sure enough, he saw the guard open the door and Fang Zinshu rushed in. "Uncle, have you had breakfast?" Fang Zinshu waved his hand and said, "I'm not in the mood to have breakfast. I received the news last night and was almost scared to death. Fortunately, I was safe. I ran to see you, but you fell asleep. I took my brothers to sweep the places of the Long Spear Gang and the Lion Gang. We also went to the house of the sheriff named Walla Wajella. It's a pity that there was no one at home, so we had to smash his house again." Hearing Fang Zinshu's words, Fang Lang frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Smash it again?" Fang Zinshu saw Fang Lang's expression and waved his hand helplessly. "Originally, I wanted to find trouble with that fat guy Hodges, but King Shan told me that you suspected Hodges was framed and told me not to act rashly. I thought about going to Walla Wajella's house and smashing his house. It seems that someone got there earlier than us, and this guy's house has been turned upside down." Putting down the spoon for drinking porridge, Fang Lang lowered his head and pondered for a while before asking, "Uncle, do you know this Sheriff Walla Wajella? Do you know who is in his family?" Fang Zinshu pulled out a chair from the dining table, sat on it with a big horse and golden knife, and said, "It turns out that some brothers have dealt with him several times after being arrested. This guy looks gentle, but in fact he is a ruthless character with black hands and a ruthless heart. But as far as I know, this guy is one of the few guys in the police station who is not greedy. As for his family, we really don't know anything about him. Then you just said that his house was searched. Do you think it was caused by his family members who hurriedly left to pack up?" Fang Zinshu waved his hand and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When packing up, you won't pull out all the drawers and throw them on the ground. Now that you ask, I don't think it's like smashing things, but more like looking for something." Then he slapped his thigh and said, "Oh no, I shouldn't have gone in and smashed things." Looking at Fang Zinshu who just reacted, Fang Lang rolled his eyes. What's the point of reacting now? Everything that should and shouldn't be smashed has already been smashed. Things are getting more and more interesting. "Uncle, can you find a way to investigate the situation and whereabouts of Walla Wajella's family?" Fang Zinshu looked at Fang Lang in surprise and said, "You mean that Walla Wajella's family has been controlled by someone?" Fang Lang shook his head and said, "Anything is possible. Let's not jump to conclusions so quickly. Let's wait and see after all the situations are summarized. Also, let your people be quiet now. This matter has made a big fuss. If the police want to report to the higher ups, they will definitely take action against the gang. When Hodges was here, we were not afraid. But now that he is in custody, someone may take the opportunity to attack you. Don't let others catch the opportunity. You have to take your time about the opening of Hangaitang in Brazil. You can communicate clearly with Mr. Sitter first. Wait until this matter has an accurate result before starting." Fang Zinshu became even more angry when he heard Fang Lang's words. He punched the dining table and said, "Damn it, don't let me catch this bastard. Otherwise, I will definitely skin him alive." Fang Lang picked up an empty bowl, filled a bowl of porridge for Fang Zinshu, and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle, calm down first. There are a few important things now. First of all, the safety of my family must be taken seriously. I will first let the newly established investigation department draw out some professionals to form a security team. You are responsible for the immigration work. See if you can find some good people from the immigrants to fill in. In the future, your Hangaitang will also need to find some good people to go in." Fang Zinshu took the porridge handed over by Fang Lang, took a big sip and said, "No problem. There are many veterans with rich combat experience among the people who came from my hometown. But what is this investigation department you are talking about? Is it reliable?" After smiling, Fang Lang added a bowl for himself and said calmly, "Don't worry. Although this investigation department is a department I just established, the personnel are all military agents from my hometown. It is definitely no problem to be able to fight with Japanese spies and protect everyone's safety. However, they don't have enough manpower, so you have to find a way to recruit some good people. It's best to let them check the recruits. After all, the quality of the immigrants is somewhat uneven. Don't find some old soldiers to come in. When encountering problems, they run faster than rabbits. That won't work." Fang Zinshu obviously didn't expect that this investigation department would be composed of such a group of people. This made him look forward to it. Agents? How can agents come to Brazil? Should we find more such masters from our hometown? Fang Lang looked at Fang Zinshu seriously, shook his head firmly and said, "This kind of people is a double-edged sword. If used well, it is a good knife, but if not used well, it will hurt yourself. The situation of this group of people is a bit special. I decided to keep them and took a big risk. You can't recruit such people in your hometown. Even if you can find them, I dare not use them. If they are the Japanese's nails, we will be in trouble." Seeing Fang Lang's serious expression, Fang Zinshu understood that Fang Lang was warning himself. He nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Reliability is more important than anything else." After taking a sip of porridge and preparing to continue talking to his uncle, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Fang Tao walked down with sleepy eyes. After seeing Fang Lang and Fang Zinshu, he greeted them and came to the table and wanted to reach out to take a piece of bread from the table and put it in his mouth. Fang Lang glared at him and said, "Have you washed your face and rinsed your mouth? Just eat." I don't know if Fang Tao saw the bloody scene yesterday and now he is a little scared when he sees his brother. He quickly retracted his outstretched hand and said, "Then I'll go rinse my mouth and wash my face now." Looking at Fang Tao, who seemed to be escaping, Fang Lang twitched the corners of his mouth and without saying much, he continued to say to Fang Zinshu, "A few days ago, didn't we still say that we would let my master come over and open a Bajiquan gym in Sao Paulo? We have to hurry up on this matter. My idea is to build a large Bajiquan gym next to my home. Let the master and others teach boxing here directly and build the dormitory of the gym nearby. If there is anything at home, it will be safer to have such a group of masters around." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Fang Zinshu was a little surprised and said, "Can it be like this? But if you really encounter any situation, relying on fists and feet alone is useless. After all, in today's society, everyone has guns. You see, most of the guys who attacked you this time are holding pistols. But this is not something that fists and feet can deal with." Fang Lang smiled and said, "If the 8th level boxing gym doesn't teach firearms, won't the students know how to use guns? Or we can also set up a special gun club. It should also be built in the village, so that everyone can practice shooting when they have free time. But don't build it too close to home. After all, shooting makes a lot of noise and affects the life at home." Before Fang Zinshu came back, Fang Tao said, yes, we need to practice shooting. Last night, I don't know where my bullets went. I didn't hit any enemy." Chapter 269 Temporary Departure. Hearing Fang Tao's words, Fang Lang and Fang Zinshu looked at each other and laughed. Fang Zinshu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it later." It just so happened that some time ago, our construction company found several construction workers who had built houses in their hometown. The old man always said that he wanted to live in a Chinese-style house. The current house is too small. When Lanja returns home, the guards have to stay at other houses. It's not suitable and unsafe. We might as well find a new place to build a large Chinese-style house. When the time comes, I will move my family back, and each of us will live in a quadrangle. At that time, the Bajiquan gym will also be built near the house." After listening to Fang Zinshu's words, Fang Lang remembered that it was indeed the right thing to do. With the current scale of his family's assets, he could afford to build any large house. It was indeed inconvenient to live in the original small house after returning home, and it was also difficult for the guards to be on duty. After all, the current house is not safe. Yes, that's right, our family does need to rebuild a house. Teoa is so old now, and he will also need to build a house when he gets married. We might as well do it all in one go. However, this house needs to be planned well and passed down as the ancestral home of the family in the future. We can find some royal construction masters from a hometown. Let our Chinese-style houses take root in Brazil, which can also be regarded as a part of cultural output. By the way, help me find some masters who have experience in building Soviet-style gardens. I plan to build a house in Rio de Janeiro. Otherwise, it is really inconvenient to stay in a hotel every time in Rio de Janeiro. I have asked Radio Redondo of Global Asset Management to help me buy land in Rio de Janeiro. After finding the master, we can start construction directly. I have asked Global Trade to prepare the mahogany for construction. Fang Lang had just finished speaking his thoughts when the old man's voice came from behind him. It's time to build a big house. Don't move this one. There's a suitable place on our farm. I'll be in charge of the supervision when the time comes. Fang Lang turned his head and looked at the old man and said, okay, when you're free, go over there for a walk. If you see anything you're not satisfied with, tell them in time. The family seemed to have forgotten the thrill of last night and were chatting happily when the phone at home suddenly rang. Fang Tao hurried over to answer the phone. After asking a few questions, he said to Fang Lang, brother, I'm looking for you. Fang Lang got up and went to the living room and picked up the phone. I'm Fang Language. The voice of General Crook of the Navy came from the receiver. Fang, we already know what happened last night. The investigation team sent by the Navy has already set off from Rio de Janeiro. The follow-up matters will be left to them. Our aircraft carrier reception plan cannot be changed. I hope you can overcome the difficulties and hurry up to return to your work. Fang Lang was just thinking about changing his itinerary. Unexpectedly, before he even started to apply to his superiors, his way was blocked by his superiors. However, he also understood the importance that the Brazilian Navy attached to the aircraft carrier. He could only sign his heart and nodded helplessly. Yes, General. I will go to the United States according to the original schedule to receive our new aircraft carrier. After General Crook received Fang Lang's accurate answer, he said sincerely, Colonel Fang, please believe that our Navy will never let go of the enemy who dares to attack our officers. We will definitely pursue the person who attacked you this time. Hearing General Crook define the other party as an enemy, Fang Lang also understood the attitude of the Navy. However, this situation is also reasonable. After all, the Navy's own senior officers were attacked, and the Navy did not pay attention to them, so don't expect the Navy to have any combat effectiveness. Thank you, General. The two spoke for a short time, but everyone heard Fang Lang's words and understood that Fang Lang must leave Sao Paulo. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lang called Kikingshan and asked, have the brothers who died been settled? Kikingshan nodded and said, they are now in the morgue of the Sao Paulo City Hospital. They will be transported back to the Rio de Janeiro Naval Cemetery according to the Navy tradition. Fang Lang said with a sad face, they sacrificed for me. In addition to the pension from the Ministry of National Defense, we have to provide pensions according to the allowance details of the First Fleet. You have to follow up on this matter in person. If their families have difficulties in life, you can find them a stable job in Natal. Make sure our soldiers have no worries. Yes, boss. I will follow up on this matter in person. Fang Lang glanced at the sun outside the window, sighed and said, notify the brothers to pack their luggage. We will go to the United States to receive the aircraft carrier according to the original plan. Kikingshan was obviously stunned, but he quickly reacted. After a standing at attention salute, he said, yes, boss. The family members knew that Fang Lang was going to continue to work in the army, and they were very reluctant. But they also understood the nature of the work of soldiers. Before leaving St. Paul, Fang Lang personally went to the detention room of the St. Paul Police Department to meet Hodges. He found that this guy was obviously much more decadent. The first thing he said when he saw Fang Lang was, that big beard, I must have seen it somewhere. But the more I want to remember it, the more I can't remember it. Fang Lang looked at this guy and realized that this time the blow to him was very huge. If he is not careful, he may give up on himself. If this guy pleads guilty, it will be difficult for Fang Lang to find the mastermind behind it. If you fall, who is most likely to take your place? Hodges shook his head and said, "The police chief is different from the deputy chief in charge of specific business. He is appointed by the mayor. The mayor is elected by different parties, and the choice of the police chief will be different. Now Scalia is the mayor. If he wants to replace you, who will he let take your place?" Fang Lang reminded. "I don't know. Several deputy directors now know that I'm Mayor Scalia's elementary school classmate, and we are very close. They have no chance without special circumstances. I haven't heard that anyone has been to Mayor Scalia for activities." Shaking his head, Fang Lang understood that this guy really didn't understand people's hearts at all. If he asked him, he might as well ask Mayor Scalia directly. But today, his schedule is tight, and he doesn't have time to meet with Mayor Scalia. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly over the phone, so it's better to just wait and see the final result. "Brother, I need to emphasize to you again that I believe you are innocent from beginning to end. If I have time, I hope to investigate the truth of the matter with you. But I have more important things to do, and I'm leaving today. I don't want to hear the news of your confession when I come back, or someone will put the blame on you. So, please hold on no matter what. If you need any help, please send someone to Fang Lang Group to send a message to my father. We will spare no effort to help you, because we all want to find the real enemy." Seeing this time, Fang Lang still believed in himself unswervingly. Hodges was so moved that he couldn't stop weeping. He choked up and said, "Fang, thank you. It's worth knowing you as a friend in my life. If I can clear my name, I will definitely repay you." Fang Lang smiled and patted Hodges on the shoulder, comforting him. "We are friends." Then Fang Lang and Hodges agreed on a code. This was to prevent someone from contacting and secretly planning in the name of Hodges or Fang language. Fang Lang didn't have this idea at first, but before Fang Lang came, Zhang Zhen, who had just joined the investigation department of Fang Lang Group, found Fang Lang and asked him to investigate the matter. Fang Lang thought that they had language barriers and might not be able to carry out their work. He just needed to let the people in the action team protect the safety of their families. Unexpectedly, they directly found a translator who could speak Portuguese and started the investigation. After listening to Fang Lang's judgment, Zhang Zhen immediately ruled out Hodges' suspicion. But because they don't have the power to enforce the law now, they can't interrogate Walla Wagella to get a confession, and the language barrier makes the investigation very difficult. Therefore, Fang Lang doesn't have much hope. However, Zhang Zhe still provides a lot of suggestions for establishing contact with Hodges. Fang Lang certainly can't discourage everyone's enthusiasm for work, and at the same time he is also considering how to make the investigation department carry out the investigation smoothly. "Can we set up a staff intelligence department in our first fleet? As long as they can be given an official identity background, they will be able to carry out their work well. However, the prerequisite is that the language barrier must be qualified. Otherwise, with the intelligence department certificate, no one will believe their identity. If they are not careful, they will be arrested as suspects pretending to be soldiers." At present, there are 4 institutions investigating this matter. The first is the Sao Paulo station of the Brazilian Intelligence Bureau. The second is the Brazilian Police General Directorate. The third is the Navy Investigation Group. And the fourth is the Fang Lang Group Investigation Department. The first 3 institutions are official institutions, and they will definitely share information during the investigation. As for whether the truth can be investigated, it is hard to say. As for the investigation department, as the investigation department of Fang Lang Group, it is really hard to say what results can be obtained in a place where people are unfamiliar. So, in fact, Fang Lang felt that there was little chance of finding out the truth of this matter. With this mentality, Fang Lang took his incomplete guard platoon and waited for the plane again, flying directly to Natal. When arriving in Natal, almost all the school level officers of the naval base came to the airport to pick him up. This is not because Fang Lang will show off, but everyone already knows that Fang Lang was attacked in Sao Paulo. Everyone wants to show their concern for the superior. If you come at this time, you may not be remembered by Fang Lang, but if you don't come, you have to think about whether you will be remembered. Fang Lang shook hands with every officer present to express his gratitude. This is his base. Almost all of them are his direct lineage. Among them, some officers transferred from other units have been completely integrated into this group after being smelted in the First Fleet. People who can't integrate into the First Fleet are very painful because everyone can receive allowances, and those who are not recognized by Fang Lang have no allowances to receive. Everyone is wary of people who don't receive allowances. No matter what they do, there are countless eyes staring at them. Everyone is afraid that he will say something he shouldn't say, and everyone's allowance will be stopped. Such a person can hardly move in the First Fleet. Even if he wants to find someone to talk to, no one is willing to talk to him, because people who are close to him will be looked at with strange eyes. It is precisely because of this situation that Fang Lang is the absolute authority and the boss of everyone in the strongest fleet of the Brazilian Navy. Therefore, everyone was very worried when they heard that someone attacked Fang language. In this fleet, in addition to having extra allowances, you can also have a sense of honor that is difficult for other troops to have. Speaking of a sense of honor, this young man will soon lead everyone again to achieve greater glory. Let the Brazilian Navy have its first aircraft carrier, and the First Fleet will also become Brazil's first aircraft carrier battle group. This will be destined to be recorded in history, and all the soldiers present will surely be remembered by the history of the Brazilian Navy. Chapter 270 Aircraft Carrier. The only figure who seemed out of place in the welcoming team was Colonel Waldo Granma, the commander of the Marine Corps. Because he didn't understand the situation when he first arrived, he was stunned by Fang Lang's combination of punches and thrown into the Marine Corps for basic training. It almost cost him his life. After returning home from the first day of training, he realized that he was being tricked. However, at this point, he had already participated in the training. It was obviously more inappropriate to quit halfway, which might cause his image and the entire army to plummet. He couldn't convince the public at all. If the military commander couldn't convince the public, then his career as a leader would be over. So, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Today, Chief of Staff De La Tour notified him to pick him up at the airport, but he was so happy. It wasn't that he missed Fang Lang so much, or was worried about Fang Lang being attacked. The main thing was that he could take the opportunity to rest. After Fang Lang finished greeting everyone, he got on the car and went to the First Fleet headquarters. In the car, Fang Lang asked Chief of Staff De La Tour, "Have all the crew members arrived safely?" "Yes, boss. The crew has arrived at the Norfolk Naval Base on the east coast of the United States as planned, just waiting for us to complete the formalities and be ready to receive our new aircraft carrier at any time." De La Tour answered his superior's question neatly. "Then let's get ready and set off to the United States as planned to pick up our first aircraft carrier." At this moment, Fang Lang was actually very much looking forward to it. After all, this is an aircraft carrier. Although it is not as advanced as the aircraft carriers of later generations, it is also a big toy in the hearts of many boys. There should be few men who have not dreamed of commanding such a big guy to gallop across the ocean. Fang Lang admitted that battleships are also cool, but in the final analysis, battleships can no longer keep up with the times. Future wars require air supremacy, and the Navy's air supremacy needs aircraft carriers to guarantee it. At the same time, this is also a seed to accumulate aircraft carrier talents and understand the structure of aircraft carriers. Designers of their own shipyards can also get some inspiration from this big guy and prepare for their own shipyards to take orders for aircraft carriers in the future. "But, sir, don't you need to rest?" De La Tour asked with some concern. Fang Lang looked at De La Tour's worried expression and smiled. "No need to rest, I'm not injured. Instead, the soldiers of the guard platoon should be given a vacation. Let's draw a platoon from the Marine Corps to serve as guards in the United States this time." De La Tour knew that he only needed to execute what Fang Lang decided. Judging from Fang Lang's appearance, he should not be affected. After all, Fang Lang was an army soldier who participated in the European War and must have seen life and death scenes. "Okay, boss. Lieutenant Sergio Risi is waiting for you in your office. He said he has something to report to you." Hearing De La Tour's words, Fang Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, and he smiled a little like a fox. He knew in his heart that the things he arranged for him to do should have been done. He nodded and said nothing more. Delator would not ask Fang Lang on his own initiative. After all, Fang Lang would never hide anything from him that he needed to know. Don't ask about things that your superiors don't say. This is exactly how smart Delator is. There was no conversation along the way. As soon as Fang Lang arrived at the door of his office, he saw Lieutenant Sirioraki from the second section of the logistics department sitting upright in the waiting area outside the office. He was holding a file bag in his hand. When he saw Fang Lang coming back, he quickly stood up and saluted, saying, "Hello, sir." Fang Lang smiled and waved his hand, pointing to the office and said, "Let's go in and talk." After that, he went straight forward and pushed open the door of his office. Lieutenant Sirioraki followed closely and walked in. Kikingshin, who was following behind him, immediately closed the office door from the outside. Fang Lang sat directly on the desk after entering the office and said to Lieutenant Sirioraki in a very casual manner, "Show me the information, pour yourself whatever you want to drink, and pour me a cup of black tea." Seeing Fang Lang's attitude, Lieutenant Sirioraki smiled and didn't hesitate to put the file bag in his hand on the desk and pushed it in front of Fang Lang. Turning around, he began to prepare tea for Fang Lang in the tea area. Fang Lang opened the file bag and saw a photo of a woman sandwiched between several files. The woman looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a dress with a graceful figure and a big wave that was very eye-catching. From the black and white photo, Fang Lang could also see that this was a gorgeous and moving beauty. Haha. No wonder this is also considered a hero's difficulty in resisting beauty. Lieutenant Sirioraki turned around and said to Fang Lang, "Yes, boss. I have seen her in person. She is more beautiful than the photo. With big golden waves, few men can refuse her." Fang Lang looked up and smiled at Lieutenant Sirioraki. "Why, you also like big waves?" Lieutenant Sirioraki looked at his superior's somewhat strange expression and didn't quite understand what Fang Lang meant. But he still smiled and said, "Boss, didn't you teach us to learn to appreciate all beautiful things? Don't you like big waves? The happiness between men is sometimes very simple." Fang Lang knew that Lieutenant Sirioraki didn't really understand the meaning of his words, but he still couldn't help laughing. Haha. Lieutenant Sirioraki, I like your frankness. I think no one can refuse a blonde big wavy beauty, right? He smiled and began to check the information in the file and found nothing special. He continued to flip through the pages. While Fang Lang was reading, Lieutenant Sirioraki picked up a cup of black tea and placed it next to Fang Lang. Then he stood quietly opposite the desk, waiting for Fang Lang to finish reading the information. Fang Lang looked up and saw that Lieutenant Sirioraki had not prepared a drink for him. He asked, "Why don't you pour me a cup?" Lieutenant Sirioraki knew that Fang Lang was not being polite to him, but really treated him as one of his own. So, he let him be more casual. But he couldn't really prepare tea for himself in the chief's office. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "I just had 2 cups of coffee outside." Hearing the other party's answer, Fang Lang did not continue to dwell on such a trivial matter and asked, "Is the person still in the United States?" "Yes, we are just monitoring him from a distance and have not contacted him. If you agree, we can bring them back to Natal at any time." "Is she clean around him?" "As far as we can see, we haven't found anything unusual. We haven't seen her contact with anyone suspected of being an intelligence officer." "I see. I will personally visit her this time when I go to the United States." As he said this, Fang Lang put the information back into the file bag and handed it to Lieutenant Sirioraki. The lieutenant took it with both hands and said, "I understand. Then I will go down and arrange it first." Fang Lang nodded, picked up the black tea on the table, and took a sip. His eyes became a little deep. Lieutenant Sirioraki saluted and turned to leave. After a short rest in Natal, Fang Lang and his party took a special plane directly to Norfolk, a naval base on the east coast of the United States. Because of General Clark's operation, this military purchase has become a pure commercial act, so the US Navy did not arrange personnel to connect. Instead, the staff of Shatter Company directly arranged vehicles to take everyone directly to the naval base. Looking through the car window at the aircraft carrier that will soon belong to you is a completely different feeling from looking at someone else's aircraft carrier. The vehicle parked next to the aircraft carrier looked very small. After the vehicle stopped steadily, Fang Lang pushed the door and got out. He couldn't wait to look up at the behemoth beside him. A long line of vehicles followed closely behind and stopped one after another. After the soldiers jumped out of the back of the truck, they also looked up and couldn't help but sigh. Without personal experience, it is really impossible to understand everyone's feelings at the moment. General Clark patted Fang Lang's arm and said, "You've been on an aircraft carrier before, so why are you making such a fuss?" Fang Lang said without even turning his head, "You don't understand. The original aircraft carrier was yours, but this one is mine now. The feeling is completely different." Clark looked at Fang Lang, who was about to drool, and said with a smile, "What's the difference? Aren't they both the same warships? You see other people's women are beautiful in photos, but can you feel the same way when you own this beautiful woman?" Fang Lang's words made old man Clark on the side almost vomit blood in anger. Is there such a description? But thinking about the first time he took over his own aircraft carrier, he was also very excited, so he shook his head and said nothing more. After finally coming back to his senses, Fang Lang glanced at the chaotic team behind him, frowned, and coughed twice. The deputy captain reacted and quickly blew the assembly whistle. The soldiers reacted and began to line up and assemble. Fang Lang turned around and saw 3 people coming down the aircraft carrier's gangway, led by Jefferson, the general manager of Shatter Company. Fang Lang smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with the other party, hugged each other, and exchanged pleasantries. "Boss, this big guy's in very good condition. We just arranged for the Navy to do a deep maintenance. We have inspected the goods and all the equipment is running normally. No equipment has been dismantled, and it can be put into battle at any time." Jefferson also admired Fang Lang's relationship with the US Navy. He was able to convince the Navy to solve this matter so quickly. "That's good. Are there any other documents that need me to sign?" Fang Lang was very satisfied with the big guy in front of him at this moment. After all, this is the most advanced aircraft carrier in the world. "Don't worry about the documents. We have already signed most of them with the Brazilian Navy and Logistics Equipment Department. We just need you to sign the acceptance documents. That is to say, as long as we accept it and sign the documents, this aircraft carrier will belong to the Brazilian Navy, right?" "Yes, boss." "Then what are you waiting for?" Fang Lang smiled and turned to the newly formed aircraft carrier officers and said, "We will go on board for acceptance." Everyone agreed. "Yes, sir." Then all the soldiers, led by their respective officers and American advisors, boarded the world's most advanced SX-class aircraft carrier. Because most of the US military advisors originally served on the Terror aircraft carrier, so they are very familiar with the aircraft carrier's conditions. After everyone boarded the aircraft carrier, Fang Lang visited this aircraft carrier that belonged to him, accompanied by Jefferson. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Visit. The SX-class aircraft carrier has a main dimension of 265.79 meters by 44.99 meters, a standard displacement of 27,100 tons, a full load displacement of 33,000 tons, and a crew of 2,750 to 3,450 people. It is powered by 4 steam turbines, steam propulsion, 4 shafts and 4 propellers, a maximum speed of 33 knots, a cruising range of 20,000 nautical miles / 15 knots, a flight deck of 262.13 meters by 29.26 meters, and a maximum aircraft capacity of 100 to 103 aircraft. However, the aircraft deck is now full of aircraft, and the number obviously exceeds the maximum aircraft capacity. Even the runway was filled with planes. Fang Lang looked at Jefferson with a puzzled look on his face and said, "So many planes? What's going on? Are they extra gifts?" Jefferson smiled and said, "How is that possible? I can't use your own money to do a favor to the Brazilian Navy. The aircraft carrier originally came with 100 planes. In addition, Didn't you later order additional F-6F Hellcat carrier-based fighters and TBF Avenger bombers? We sent them all to the aircraft carrier for you. Fang Lang slapped his head and remembered that the Navy Department had given him a public fee to buy planes. But seeing the tarmac that was already packed, Fang Lang had a headache again and said, but if there is danger, when we go back, we won't have the chance to take off a few planes to resist. Jefferson looked at Fang Lang with surprise on his face and said, is there anyone who dares to attack an American aircraft carrier? Fang Lang didn't know how to respond to the Americans' innate self-confidence. No wonder the Americans of later generations acted like they were the boss and they were the second in command. It turned out that this kind of self-confidence had already begun to emerge from this time. Fortunately, in a few years on the peninsula, his hometown would teach him a lesson. Otherwise these guys might think they were the strongest in the universe. After going out to sea, they will belong to our Brazilian Navy. Fang Lang also knew that the World War had just ended and everyone was licking their wounds. The world is generally peaceful, but peace does not mean safety. There is actually an arms race between South American countries. It is hard to say whether neighboring countries would be happy for Brazil to have its own aircraft carrier. Fang Lang looked at these fighters and knew that some of the flights could not fly directly back to Brazil, so he could only shake his head. Suddenly he remembered that in the application report at that time, he also promised to buy destroyers for other naval bases together. He asked quickly, by the way, I remember we also bought 4 Fletcher-class destroyers at the same time. When will you deliver them? Won't they be delivered together with the aircraft carrier? I need them to escort me. Jefferson nodded and said, yes, they will also deliver them in the next 2 days, but their delivery location is in New York Harbor. Fang Lang smiled and said, okay, that's no problem. I will send a telegram to them and ask them to wait for me to meet up in the open sea and then return home together. By the way, escort me. Next, Fang Lang, accompanied by Jefferson and Clark, took a detailed tour of the various cabins of the entire aircraft carrier. Because the aircraft carrier was so huge, the tour lasted for a whole afternoon. That night, Fang Lang stayed in the captain's room on the aircraft carrier. The next morning, the crew continued to familiarize themselves with the equipment on the ship while conducting acceptance. Fang Lang, accompanied by the guards, boarded the vehicle waiting outside the Norfolk Naval Base and left the naval base. Sir, this girl lives in the suburbs of Washington. It may take us 4 hours to get there. Lieutenant Sergio Reich, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned his head and said to Fang Lang in the back seat, it's okay. I have enough patience. Fang Lang seemed very relaxed. After more than 4 hours of trekking, the vehicle finally arrived at a town called Stafford in the far suburbs of Washington. Lieutenant Sergio Reich pointed to a clothing store on the side of the road and said, boss, this is the clothing store opened by Miss Iona City. Fang Lang looked out the window at this small ready-to-wear store, which mainly sells some women's clothing. There are 2 customers in the store now, communicating with the blonde beauty with big waves that Fang Lang had seen in the photo. Looking at the environment of the street, it must be said that the American economy in this era is really developing very well. In a small town in the suburbs, there are many cars parked on the side of the road. Even their convoy of 5 cars parked on the side of the road did not attract much attention. Fang Lang, who didn't see any danger, nodded and said, then let's go directly to visit Miss Iona City. Is the gift I asked you to prepare ready? Sergio Reich quickly took out a gift box from his arms and handed it to Fang Lang, saying, boss, it's ready. This is a Tiffany sterling silver bracelet. Fang Lang took it and shook it, then gave Sergio Reich a thumbs up and smiled, saying, you could actually nose Tiffany, not bad. Hearing Fang Lang's ridicule, Sergio Reich's face turned slightly red, and he pushed open the door of the co-pilot and got out of the car. The doors of other vehicles also opened at the same time, and a group of big men in suits stared at the surroundings with vigilant eyes and slowly approached the vehicle where Fang Lang was. Such actions finally attracted the attention of the people around. After all, vehicles have become popular, and everyone thinks there is nothing new to see. But now this situation, where a big shot has obviously come, still aroused the curiosity of the people. Don't say that foreigners are not lively, that's because they think it's not fresh enough, and there's nothing to see. yesterday, when such a big shot traveled, the sight of a bunch of bodyguards accompanying him still attracted everyone's attention. Lieutenant Surioraki winked at the soldiers around him, and 3 of them pushed open the door of the clothing store and walked in. After confirming that there was no danger inside, they nodded to the people outside. Surioraki then stepped forward and opened Fang Lang's car door. Fang Lang saw the 3 people in the clothing store and was obviously a little overwhelmed by the situation in front of him. He smiled, put the gift in his shirt pocket, and got out of the car. The people around him didn't see Fang Lang's face clearly because of the bodyguard's obstruction. But the 3 people in the store were obviously stunned when they saw that it was a Chinese youth who came down. The owner with big wavy blonde hair seemed a little disappointed. Fang Lang smiled, trying to make himself look as harmless as possible, and walked into this small women's clothing store with a spring breeze on his face. He smiled at the blonde beauty with big waves. "Hello, Miss Ina City. My name is Fang Lang. I'm from Brazil. Nice to meet you." Hearing that Fang Lang was from Brazil, the blonde with big waves widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "Did Waldo ask you to pick me up?" At this time, Fang Lang seemed to be able to hear the BGM playing in the girl's heart, and the narration of a Chinese odyssey followed. "My Prince Charming is coming to pick me up on a colorful cloud." Fang Lang coughed twice and glanced at the 2 customers in the store with a slightly apologetic look. The 2 young women were very tactful, nodded to Fang Lang, and pushed open the door and left. Miss Ina City, actually I'm Waldo Grunmer's superior. This time I'm on a business trip to the United States, and I came to visit you on his behalf. This is a little gift. I hope you like it." He handed over the gift in his hand. The blonde with big waves did not refuse. After taking the gift, she said thank you, and opened the outer packaging of the gift. Seeing Tiffany's standard, a smile immediately appeared on her face. After taking out the bracelet and gesturing on her wrist for a while, she seemed very satisfied. She smiled sweetly at Fang Lang again and said, "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much." Then she looked Fang Lang up and down before saying, "You are so young, and you are his superior?" Fang Lang smiled shyly and said, "My family has some connections in the army." The blonde with big waves said with an expression of sudden enlightenment, "Oh, that's no wonder, I understand." The guards around him twitched at the corners of their mouths after hearing Fang Lang's words. "He is a colonel, so you are a general?" Soon the blonde with big waves opened his eyes and mouth and said in disbelief. Fang Lang was a little surprised. It seems that Waldo Grandma has been in contact with Miss Ina City recently. Otherwise, how could Miss Ina City know that his military rank was upgraded after returning to Brazil? He smiled and shook his head to test. "No, I'm also a colonel, but I'm his superior in terms of position. Haven't you heard that he's been transferred to the Navy now?" The blonde with big waves said a little disappointedly. "We haven't communicated for almost a month." Fang Lang nodded in understanding. "So that's the case. Just now I heard you say that Waldo Grandma is going to take you to Brazil?" "Yes." Seeing Fang Lang's expression of wanting to say something but not knowing, Miss Ina City waved her hand indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I know he has a wife. But he and I are truly in love, and we already have our own children. He promised me that he would divorce his wife and marry me." Oh my god, a curse almost came out of his mouth. No wonder Waldo Grandma wanted to buy a property. Is he really going to divorce his original wife and be with this blonde with big waves? Isn't this worse than me? I just love people, but I never cheat on women. Didn't the intelligence given by the second section of the logistics department say that Waldo Grandma loves his wife very much? He is simply obedient. I didn't expect that he would actually promise to marry the woman in front of him. Fang Lang thought it was impossible. Given Waldo Grandma's situation in the Brazilian army, if he really divorced his wife, he would inevitably lose the support of his father-in-law. In this case, everything he has now will be in vain. So Fang Lang was sure that he would never divorce his wife and marry the blonde with big waves in front of him. If that was the case, would this blonde with big waves still be so important? Soon, Fang Lang realized that it didn't matter how important the blonde with big waves in front of him was to Waldo Grandma. Waldo Grandma would never want his wife to know about the existence of this little girl. No matter how you look at it, this blonde with big waves is a very useful handle. It seems that I need to arrange someone to protect the blonde with big waves in front of me. It would be bad if that guy did something inhumane in order to prevent his wife from discovering the existence of this big wave. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder he spent a huge amount of money to buy a mansion in Rio de Janeiro some time ago. Is he going to take you back to live with him? The blonde with big waves said with a smile. Yes, he told me about that mansion, but I haven't seen it. Have you visited it? The expectation in her eyes was about to overflow from her eyes. Fang Lang felt that the blonde with big waves in front of him was really innocent and cute. Not only was she not on guard against a stranger like him, but she also believed the words of the scumbag. This made Fang Lang feel guilty when chatting with him. Shaking his head, he said, our base is in Natal, which is a long way from Rio de Janeiro. So, I didn't have the opportunity to visit the love nest he bought for you. I don't know if the love nest Fang Lang mentioned caused the blonde with big waves to associate with something. Her face was actually a little embarrassed. Chapter 272 Not a good person. Looking at the girl in front of him who was looking forward to a bright future, Fang Lang resisted the urge to tell the truth. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse Waldo Grandma again. How could he deceive a girl's feelings like this? His realm is too low. It seems that I have to have a good talk with him after returning and let him learn about my realm. Has he been transferred to Natal to work now? No wonder I can't contact him during this period. The naive blonde with big waves has already imagined how difficult it was for Waldo Grandma and forgiven his loss of contact. But he didn't know that the other party was kicked out of the army because he was found out for ezzling arms. But this matter is really related to the blonde with big waves in front of him. After all, Waldo Grandma took the risk to raise some private money to buy a love nest. Fang Lang had no choice but to nod and agree with her point of view. Yes, our troops are organizing a large-scale training activity now, which may last for half a year. Therefore, there may be fewer opportunities to contact each other during this period. Fang Lang despised Colonel Waldo Grandma's scumbag behavior, but as men, they couldn't help but cover for him. After hearing what Fang Lang said, Miss SYNOPSIS' mood instantly dropped, and tears were about to burst out. Fang Lang, who was standing aside, couldn't resist it, and hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, I'll give him a holiday and let him come to see you. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that long-distance relationships are not easy. I don't know if Lilith and Vivian feel the same way at this time. I can't be like Colonel Waldo Grandma, throwing my girlfriend aside and being chic alone. It seems that after Lilith and Vivian finish their studies, I have to hurry up and take the two girls to reunite with me. After hearing Fang Lang's words, the blonde with big waves said with surprise, really? He really thanks you. You are a good commander. Then he suddenly said, can you tell me his new address? Maybe I can go find him too. Fang Lang almost jumped up at this. If you really show up in Natal, it might be a major car accident. The consequences will be very serious. If Colonel Waldo Grandma's wife finds out, they might get divorced. If they get divorced, Colonel Waldo Grandma will lose his support in the Brazilian military and might be replaced in advance. Then he will face a new uncontrollable situation, which is not what Fang Lang wants to see. Even if this happens, it must be done after he has a suitable Marine Corps commander, and it must be done under his control. But now that the girl asked about the address, Fang Lang couldn't refuse to answer. After thinking for a while, he said, Miss SYNOPSIS, we are now stationed at the naval base in Natal, Brazil for training. The address is easy to find. However, I don't recommend that you go to find Mr. Waldo Grandma. Because of the concentrated training in the past 6 months, he can't have time to deal with private matters at home. If the family matters have not been resolved, you suddenly appear. It may disrupt his arrangements and even affect his future. I think you'd better discuss with Mr. Waldo Grandma before deciding when to go to Natal. But it's been too long. I miss him very much, and our children need him. The blonde with big waves was still unwilling to give up her idea. Now Fang Lang has a headache. He can't take care of his own family affairs. He didn't expect to help deal with the mess under his command. This is too difficult. If he had known this was the case, why didn't he come here to confirm the situation? Wouldn't it be the same to take the girl's photo and information and go directly to Colonel Waldo Grandma to talk? Now it's a bit difficult to get off the tiger. This old guy is also the same. Not only does he eat young grass, he also makes the girl pregnant and promises to marry her. He doesn't even consider whether he has the ability to do this. Does he think it's someone else? To be honest, Fang Lang's goal this time has actually been achieved. After all, he personally appeared in front of this blonde with big waves, and he didn't need to take the initiative to find Colonel Waldo Grandma to say anything. As long as the blonde with big waves mentioned to him that a Chinese officer from Brazil had visited her, Colonel Waldo Grandma must understand what he should do. This is better than Fang Lang directly negotiating with the colonel. Everyone can easily reach a tacit understanding, and it is not easy to tear the face. But now this girl is a little in love. If things go wrong, the girl will go directly to Natal and a tragic accident will happen, which will be a disaster for everyone. After coughing twice, Fang Lang thought for a while and said, "This is your private matter after all. You can send a telegram to discuss it with Mr. Waldo Grandma. It is not convenient for us to get involved too much." Maybe the girl with big blonde hair and big wavy hair also understood that she should not be too willful and nodded helplessly and said, "Okay then. Thank you." Fang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, cursed Colonel Waldo Grandma in his heart, then stood up and said to the girl in front of him, "I think my mission is accomplished. I have to rush to Boston today, so I won't bother you anymore. I hope you have a good time, miss." The girl with big blonde hair and big wavy hair, as a single woman, certainly could not stay with Fang Lang for too long. When she heard that Fang Lang was about to leave, she did not try to keep him. She stood up and saluted, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for the message you brought. Next time, please give me a chance to entertain you with Waldo Grandma." Fang Lang thanked her politely, left Miss Iona City's women's clothing store, and got into the car on the side of the road as if escaping. He thought to himself, there shouldn't be such an opportunity. Lieutenant Surioraki saw Fang Lang's strange expression and asked in confusion, "Boss, is it not going well?" Fang Lang shook his head and said, "Our Colonel Waldo Grandma is really not a good person. However, we have achieved the purpose of this trip. Please inform your family that if there is a telegram sent from here to the colonel, don't send it to the colonel's home. By the way, pay attention to the content of the telegram to see if Miss Iona City can help us achieve our goal smoothly." Lieutenant Surioraki nodded to show that he understood. There was no conversation along the way. Fang Lang flew from Washington to Boston to accompany his girlfriend Lilith. After all, he was not a scumbag like Colonel Waldo Grandma. Since he had arrived in the United States, of course he had to accompany his girlfriend. However, time was tight and the task was heavy. Fang Lang could only accompany Lilith for 2 days in Boston. After agreeing to invite Lilith and Vivian's family to Brazil for a trip during this summer vacation, Fang Lang returned to the Norfolk Naval Base again. After nearly 3 days of inspection, a complete acceptance report was submitted. After confirming that the aircraft carrier was in good condition, Fang Lang signed the document confirming the receipt. This aircraft carrier with a displacement of 30,000 tons officially belongs to the First Fleet of the Brazilian Navy. Of course, the aircraft carrier that has been signed for cannot always stay at someone else's naval base in the United States. Therefore, the next morning, the aircraft carrier, which had completed the replenishment, officially weighed anchor and slowly left the Norfolk Naval Base. It joined the 4 Fletcher-class destroyers from other naval bases waiting in the open sea and headed for the Natal Naval Base in Brazil. Sao Paulo Police Department, Brazil. 5 days have passed since Fang Lang was attacked in Brazil. Captain Arquido Martel, the head of the Brazilian intelligence agency's Sao Paulo station, looked at the investigators in the office with a livid face and said, "Are your brains full of shit? You can't see such an obvious frame up. I told you a long time ago not to focus on Police Chief Sebastião Hodges. But after all your investigations, you still tell me that all the clues point to Police Chief Sebastião Hodges. 5 days have passed, and can't you see how the newspapers outside are reporting our incompetence?" The investigators from several different investigation agencies below were silent, not daring to make a sound. Major Antony Rosa, the head of the Navy's investigation team, patted Captain Arquido Martel on the shoulder and said, "Arquido, don't worry. We don't have many clues now. We can only look for clues from the surviving murderers. Those gangsters don't know anything at all and think they are really participating in a robbery. There is no way to open a breakthrough from them. Now our only two clues are the dead bearded man, but according to the current investigation, this guy seems to have suddenly emerged from the ground. There is no trace to be found, and it has become a dead end. Another police chief, Walaway, insisted that everything was ordered by the chief of police, Sebastião Hodges, and it was clear that Chief Hodges was going to take the blame. His house has been smashed into a mess, and all his family members are missing. Now we suspect that someone has held his family hostage and threatened him to shut up. Unless we can find his family and ensure their safety, this guy will probably not let go, even if he is beaten to death for the safety of his family. In the past few days, the Sao Paulo Police Department has conducted many dragnet investigations throughout Sao Paulo, but no trace of the kidnappers has been found. However, Colonel Fang's uncle took the initiative to admit that he was the one who smashed and looted Sheriff Walaway's house. But he just did it to vent his anger. The results of the investigation against him also showed that he was not a suspect. He also made it clear that when they entered Sheriff Walaway's house, his house had already been searched. It is estimated that any useful things have been cleared out. Everyone went to Chief Sebastião Hodges' house to search and found a lot of clues, but these clues all pointed to Chief Sebastião Hodges himself. As a result, the chief said that he had never seen many of the things in these evidences and believed that they were framed. The chief's family also confirmed this. I don't know if the new investigation direction proposed by my colleagues at the police headquarters yesterday will have any results. Hakan Morano, a senior investigator of the Brazilian Police General Directorate, heard the words of Major Antônio Rocha, the head of the Navy's investigation team, and said, "We suspect that the enemy's target is not Colonel Fang, but Colonel Fang's father. Since yesterday, we have launched an investigation around the relationship around Mr. Fang Xinshan. But Mr. Fang Xinshan is the president of Fang Yuan Group, and the scale of Fang Yuan Group is really too large, which has brought great difficulties to our investigation. If possible, we hope to get support from the two of you." Captain Ichido Martel of the Intelligence Bureau listened to Hakan Morano's words, but he did not quite agree with his investigation direction. He shook his head and said, "You are really wasting time. If the enemy's target is Mr. Fang Xinshan, there is no need to assassinate him with Colonel Fang. As far as I know, Mr. Fang Xinshan used to drive to and from get off work alone, and the assassination was almost no difficulty. Why choose to take the easy way out and act when Colonel Fang's guards are protecting him?" Chapter 273. Just as the three investigation agencies were holding a meeting to analyze the case, a policeman rushed in and reported to Hakan Morano, a senior investigator of the Brazilian Police General Directorate, "Sir, a group of people came to the door, claiming to be an investigation team formed by the Ministry of Justice to take over the investigation of the attack on Colonel Fang." Everyone's eyes were on Hakan Morano, the senior investigator from the Police General Directorate. Because among the investigation teams present, only the Police General Directorate was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Major Antônio Rocha was an investigation team formed by the Navy Department, under the jurisdiction of the Navy Department. Captain Ichido Martel was the station chief of the Brazilian intelligence agency's Sao Paulo station, under the jurisdiction of the Brazilian Ministry of Defense and the General Staff. The Navy Department was also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense, so the two of them looked at Hakan Morano, who belonged to the Ministry of Justice system, not because they suspected that Hakan Morano wanted to steal the credit. After all, this matter was obviously not so easy to investigate clearly, and if it was not done well, it would cause trouble. But now, a Ministry of Justice investigation team came and directly said that they would take over the entire case, which the other two could not accept. They all had tasks on their shoulders. Captain Ichido Martel was a member of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency. Before participating in the investigation, Lieutenant Colonel Blackwell, the head of the Counterintelligence Department of the Brazilian Intelligence Agency, personally called him to explain the matter. He must find out the real truth, instead of finding a scapegoat, to get the job done. Before Major Antônio Rocha from the Navy Department came, General Crook of the Navy Department also made it clear that the person who dared to attack the Navy colonel must have a complicated background. He was asked to be careful and not let the real murderer slip away from his eyes. The dignity of the Navy cannot be violated. If the real mastermind is not found, the case will not be closed. If the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice also came to participate in the investigation of the case, they would welcome it with both hands. After all, more people may lead to more ideas for solving the case. But this guy asked others to step aside as soon as he came, which angered the public. Hakan Morano of the General Police Directorate certainly understood the reasoning behind this, but after all, the Ministry of Justice was his superior department. Others could say no, but he couldn't. He could only look at the two people with an apologetic look on his face, and then said to the visitor, "Go and ask them to come to us. We are also discussing the case, so let's brainstorm and see if we can find new ideas." Before the policeman could respond, the office door was rudely pushed open. A group of Ministry of Justice investigators in suits and leather shoes had already filed in. The leader was a bald middle-aged man who was less than 40 years old. He must have heard what Hakan Morano of the General Police Department said at the door, so he said directly, "No need, you have spent 5 days without any progress in the investigation, and you can't provide a better idea. My name is Awakens Rivian, the Senior Investigation Director of the Brazilian Ministry of Justice. Under the order of the President, I will take over the investigation of the assassination of Navy Colonel Fang Lang. From now on, suspend all your work and seal all files and archives. Hand over all witnesses and evidence to us, without any concealment or omission." Everyone in the office stood up and started to quarrel indignantly after hearing this. Why? The Ministry of Justice is great. Do you fucking understand the situation? You doubt our ability. But no matter how noisy the people in the office were, the Senior Investigation Director of the Ministry of Justice named Awakens Rivian was arrogant and calm. Everyone quarreled for nearly 2 minutes. Major Anthony Rosa from the Navy Ministry reached out and suppressed everyone's chaotic voices. He said to the official from the Ministry of Justice, "You just said, on whose orders did you come?" Awakens Rivian looked Major Anthony Rosa up and down, then slowly said, "It seems that they are not all useless. There is still one person who has ears. They have no discipline at all, and are a group of gorillas. No wonder we wasted 5 days and got nothing. I say it again, we are under the order of the President to take over the full investigation of the assassination of Navy Colonel Fang Lang. If you have any opinions, you can ask your superiors to question the Presidential Palace or the Ministry of Justice. Now please obey my orders and seal all the documents and files. Hand over all witnesses and evidence to us without any concealment or omission." As he said that, he stretched out his left hand back, and the subordinate next to him quickly opened a leather folder and handed it to Awakens Rivian respectfully. After showing the opened folder to everyone, the Chief of Investigation of the Ministry of Justice continued, "Do you understand now? Does anyone have any questions?" Everyone looked at the order issued by President Dutra himself and fell silent for a while. Major Anthony Rocha and Captain Ichido Martel looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Then the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice began to take over all the documents, files, witnesses, and evidence. Major Anthony Rocha and Captain Ichido Martel secretly reported the situation here to their superiors. The instructions they received were not to leave, to make a good handover, and to cooperate with the investigation of the Ministry of Justice. So the two found Awakens Rivian, the Chief of Investigation, again, hoping to join the investigation team and help with the investigation. They promised to fully cooperate with the work of the Ministry of Justice, which would take the lead and they would assist. But the arrogant Awakens Rivian directly refused and made it clear that the President's order was for the Ministry of Justice to investigate alone. The two were so angry that they wanted to curse. What's even more outrageous is that the Ministry of Justice directly began to transfer all the information and personnel to the Ministry of Justice building in Sao Paulo, without giving anyone else the opportunity to contact them. Everyone could only stand aside and stare, powerless. Ichido, what should we do now? This bastard doesn't want us to participate at all. Major Anthony Rosa stood at the door of the Sao Paulo police station and watched the Ministry of Justice's vehicle leave. He said to Captain Ichido Martel beside him, "Do you think the Ministry of Justice has already found some clues and suspects that there is something wrong with our 3 investigation teams?" Captain Achidomatl of the Intelligence Bureau crossed his arms and touched his chin with his left hand. Major Antone Rosa was shocked by what this guy said and said in disbelief, "Are you suspecting that there are also people behind the scenes in our 3 investigation teams?" Captain Achidomatl looked up at the building of the Sao Paulo police station, touched his chin and said, "After all, even the police chief can be a killer. It is normal to have a few more spies in the police station. Have you ever thought that Sheriff Walaway has been detained in the detention room, and we have not told him about his family situation? Why did he refuse to let go? Did someone tell him about his family situation?" After listening to Captain Achidomatl's words, Major Antone Rosa frowned and nodded. "You are right. It seems that there may be someone behind the scenes in our investigation team. Who do you think this mastermind is? So powerful. Why did he murder Colonel Fang? Revenge? Love killing? Or for money? Or a political opponent? According to our investigation, Colonel Fang has no enemies in Brazil. Apart from the Japanese, there is only the Yakubu family that was wiped out. But these 2 forces don't have such great power. Can they place so many people inside the police station? I don't believe these 2 forces are so powerful. It's even more impossible to kill for love. Colonel Fang's girlfriend is studying in the United States and is not Brazilian. It doesn't make sense that there would be a love rival with such power in Brazil. It's possible for money, but Fang Yuan Group has only suddenly risen in the past 2 years. There are no people in the Fang family who have close contacts with the police, and it is even more impossible for them to have such great power in the police station. This matter is strange. It's a bit hard to say if it's a political opponent. Do you think someone is eyeing the position of commander of the First Fleet? Captain Achidomatl's eyelids jumped, and he said bitterly, "If this is the case, we have to check our army. It seems that we need to go back and conduct our own investigations." Major Antone Rosa also sighed and said, "Yes. If it is really inside the army, it will be embarrassing." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from a distance, interrupting the 2 people's thoughts. They both looked up at the direction of the gunshot, looked at each other, and shouted, "Not good." They shouted to the subordinates around them, "Quick, everyone, chase the Ministry of Justice's convoy. Catch the gunman." The convoy had not been away for long, and everyone took out their weapons, looked for the nearest means of transportation, and rushed out. Some people got in cars, some rode bicycles, some climbed onto trucks on the side of the road, and some simply relied on their own feet. The place where the incident happened was not far from them. Less than 2 kilometers away from the police station, they saw the convoy of the Ministry of Justice's investigation team parked in the middle of the road. A group of agents from the Ministry of Justice were standing by the vehicles with weapons in hand, as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing such a large group of people rushing over, they quickly fired a warning shot. After seeing that the people coming were the personnel and police from the 3 investigation teams that had just separated, they breathed a sigh of relief. Major Antone Rosa was extremely anxious, and he shouted from a distance, "I'm Major Antone Rosa, the head of the Navy's investigation team. Don't be nervous. What happened?" The police officer from the Ministry of Justice opposite him obviously knew him, and responded directly, "I know you. We were attacked here, and a killer sniped the murderer of the case. Sheriff Walaway, and Director Orenz Riven, has led people to chase him." He pointed to the right side of the convoy. When Major Antone Rosa heard the news, his heart sank to the bottom. Now the only valuable survivor has also been killed, and the difficulty of investigating the case will begin to increase exponentially. Captain Achidomatl next to him cursed directly, "These arrogant bastards. Why do you want to transfer the murderer? Fuck." Major Antone Rosa understood his mood. After 5 days of investigation, although they did not find the mastermind behind the scenes, they did not let anyone kill such an important survivor. As soon as the Ministry of Justice took over, they wanted to move the murderer and the information. Now, the enemy has been given an opportunity to take advantage of. Suddenly, Major Antone Rosa frowned, and his eyelids jumped. He reached out and grabbed Captain Achidomatl, who was about to rush into the block on the right side of the convoy to look for the killer. He whispered, "Wait, there is something wrong here. The Ministry of Justice just came and immediately moved the murderer. We didn't even know that the Ministry of Justice was going to move the murderer, so why did the killer know? And he ambushed here. Chapter 274 Dilemma. Captain Arkidomartel also reacted immediately and frowned. You're right. He's not an ordinary clerk if he knows in advance that evidence and personnel need to be transferred. But now, should we see if we can catch the murderer? We'll analyze it carefully after we finish dealing with things here. Major Antone Rosa turned to look at Captain Arkidomartel and nodded. You're right. Let's solve the problem we see first. However, we have to be careful not to be used as a gun. Captain Arkidomartel understood what the other party meant and nodded. Then I'll encircle them from the right, and you from the left. We'll encircle them in 2 ways and block the murderer inside. He was about to leave directly after speaking, but Major Antone Rosa hurriedly stopped him and said, 10 minutes have passed, and we don't know which direction the enemy has gone. Blindly rushing in won't help. He turned around and took a look at the reinforcement, who were still coming in, saying, we'll immediately block the entire area and set up checkpoints at the main intersections. No one is allowed to enter but not leave. If any suspicious person is found, they will be arrested first. Captain Arkidomartel nodded and said, you are right, let's do it this way. After blocking the entire area, we will check every household. As long as the killer is still inside, he will not be able to escape. Because this was an emergency, there was no unified commander-in-chief, and the chief of investigation of the Ministry of Justice, Orenz Rivian, had already gone to pursue the murderer. Therefore, everyone set up a command system according to the rank. Major Anthony Rocha, the head of the investigation team of the Navy, served as the temporary commander and, with the cooperation of the Sao Paulo Police Department, began to block the entire area. The blockade line had just been established, and Major Anthony Rocha met the chief of investigation of the Ministry of Justice, Orenz Rivian, on the blockade line that had just been surrounded. At this time, Director Orenz Rivian had long lost his arrogance and strength. Because of the intense running when chasing the enemy, his face was a little flushed, and he was sweating profusely, looking very embarrassed. Seeing that Major Antone Rosa had already established a blockade at the intersection, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, did you find any suspicious people? Major Antone Rosa shook his head and said, we have just completed the blockade, and have not found any suspicious people for the time being. Didn't you see the murderer? Director Orenz Rivian shook his head with an unpleasant expression. We followed the direction of the gunshot and found the location where the gunman fired. There was only one shell left at the scene, and nothing else was left. Major Antone Rosa looked at the director in front of him speechlessly. You didn't see the murderer, and you didn't know which direction the murderer ran, but you chased him randomly. Isn't this a waste of expression? But he certainly couldn't say it directly, so he could only helplessly say, then we can only pray that the enemy has not escaped from our blockade. We will immediately arrange people to search every household to see if we can find any suspicious people. Has Sheriff Waluigela been sent to the hospital? Major Antone Rocha did not go to the Ministry of Justice's transfer convoy to check the situation, so he did not know the current situation of the murderer, nor did he know where the murderer's shot hit. Hearing this question, Director Orenz Rivian's face turned green and red, looking embarrassed and angry. After a long time, he sighed and said, the gunman was less than 100 meters away from the convoy, and a shot hit the head directly. The prisoner was confirmed dead on the spot. Although he had expected it, Major Antone Rocha still found it difficult to accept this answer. With a serious tone and eyes fixed on Director Orenz Rivian, he said, did you prepare for this transfer operation in advance, or did you make a temporary decision? How many people know your transfer plan and route? Director Orenz Rivian heard this question, and he understood what the other party meant. His face flushed red, and he was about to refute. But facing the other party's unyielding eyes, some words could not be said after all. We have planned it long ago. Even the Sao Paulo branch has prepared offices and detention rooms for us in advance. Many people know about the transfer plan. I decided on the transfer route temporarily. I didn't make a plan. I just took the closest route. You don't need to say more. I know you suspect that one of us has leaked the information. I will report it immediately and apply for screening of all of us. But now please work together to find this killer together. Major Anthony Rosa saw the other party's expression and his face was also very ugly. What's the use of finding the person who leaked the information? The only living person who might know the truth has been killed. How to continue the investigation of the whole case is his biggest concern. He knows in his heart that the most important thing now is to catch the killer, which requires everyone's cooperation. In the end, he could only look at the other party deeply and nodded helplessly. The blocked area was very large, and the door-to-door search did not end until midnight, but the result disappointed everyone. Due to the whole day of blockade, the people in the area were very dissatisfied and kept protesting. The city government had to force the investigation team to lift the blockade early the next morning. So far, the case of Fang Lang's attack has reached a bottleneck on the day the Ministry of Justice took over. All members of the investigation team involved in the operation were restricted in their movements and awaited screening. Meeting room of the investigation department of Fang Lang Group. Minister, the sheriff is dead, and all the information and evidence have been sealed by the Ministry of Justice. Now they have to conduct internal screening, and have no time to conduct an investigation. Zhang Ze listened to the report of the intelligence officer, his face livid with anger. It seems that we can't rely on these rubbish. We can only investigate on our own. We didn't have any direction before, but this time it gives us a new direction. The intervention of the Ministry of Justice was very sudden. Why didn't the Ministry of Justice intervene in the investigation when the incident just happened? Instead, it intervened 5 days later. Even if they received an order from the president to investigate, why did the investigation start at this time? Is there any special reason? Also, since it is an investigation, why does the Ministry of Justice take back the investigation rights of other departments? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to investigate together? In addition, if the investigation is an investigation, why do we have to transfer all the information and personnel related to the case? I feel that there is something wrong with the investigation team of the Ministry of Justice. Do you think the mastermind behind this is in the Ministry of Justice? Maybe it is a big shot in the Ministry of Justice. After all, the police department is also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. If you want to insert people in the police system, no one is easier than the big shot in the Ministry of Justice. The intelligence personnel in the conference room nodded one after another, although everyone was not familiar with the situation in Brazil. But as a military intelligence agent, the ability of intelligence analysis has not been lost. But Minister, this is the Brazilian Ministry of Justice. If we investigate rashly like this and get caught, will it cause trouble for the boss? Zhang Ze pondered for a while and nodded. What you said makes sense. Today is different from the past. We are unfamiliar with Brazil and we should be more cautious. I will send a telegram to the boss and report the matter to him, and then act according to his orders. Don't give up the clues you are investigating. We must continue to investigate. This is a time for us to show our value. I hope we can show our ability to the boss. Do you understand? Everyone agreed in unison. Understood. Then everyone began to organize the information and files in their hands, and left one after another. Just as Zhang Ze said, everyone knew very well that they were no longer the original military agents. Fang Lang took them in, and they were Fang Lang's eyes and ears, serving only Fang language. If the boss was assassinated, they would lose the meaning of existence. If they failed to play any role they should, the current work and the boss's blessing will be lost. This is not something they can accept. Therefore, even if everyone gave up on investigating the truth, they had to hold on. Although they had poor language communication, were unfamiliar with the place, had no law enforcement power, and even had difficulty distinguishing the appearance of white people and black people, they had to overcome it by force. Many of the people being questioned were indifferent to their inquiries. Everyone had to show some frightening ferocity to get the answers they wanted. This made him feel restrained everywhere and very passive. At the same time, the order from Fang Lang required them not to carry out public activities and to conduct secret investigations, which made things more difficult. Therefore, they could achieve very little now. Just as Zhang Ze walked out of the meeting room, a young intelligence officer came up to Zhang Ze and said, Minister, because the Ministry of Justice has transferred all personnel, our contact with Mr. Sebastião Hodges has been interrupted. Zhang Ze turned his head and glanced at the young man next to him. It turned out to be Wu Shanliang, the youngest intelligence officer in his team. It was precisely because of his youth that he was occasionally inexperienced, and the easiest task assigned to him was to keep an eye on the situation of Director Sebastião Hodges. As the scapegoat arranged by the enemy, Mr. Chief's safety is not a concern. But as an important party in this case, he is also a very important character, and maybe some clues can be found on him. Whether it is several investigation teams or their investigation department, their eyes have never moved away from Chief Sebastião Hodges. Their investigation department cannot contact Chief Sebastião Hodges, but fortunately Mr. Chief has some of his own people in the police station, and he happened to be detained in the police station. His people can contact him, so through the code left between Fang Lang and Hodges, he has never lost contact with the investigation department. With this channel of contact, Hodges can answer all the questions that the investigation department wants to know. Although the timeliness is far inferior to the official investigation agency, they are not completely in the dark. Wu Shanniang's words made Zhang Ze frown, and he also understood the current situation. It turned out that Sebastião Hodges could still pass some information to the outside in the police station, but it is obvious that there is no chance after entering the Ministry of Justice. This news gave Zhang Ze even more headaches. He shook his head bitterly and said, "I understand. Let's investigate the staff of the Ministry of Justice first to see if we can re-establish a communication channel." Wu Shanniang also understood that it was too late to break into the Ministry of Justice now, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Sebastião Hodges, who everyone was concerned about, was extremely anxious at this time. He was standing in the detention room of the Ministry of Justice, pacing back and forth. The people in the Ministry of Justice thought that he had seen the murder of Sheriff Wallaway Jella and began to worry about his safety and did not take his abnormality to heart. Chapter 275 Major General. After meeting the destroyer that came to meet them in the Atlantic Ocean, after half a month of sailing, the aircraft carrier formation finally arrived at the naval base in Brazil on June 10, 1946. In order to welcome the commissioning of Brazil's first aircraft carrier, the Brazilian Navy organized a grand welcoming ceremony. Almost all senior officials of the Navy came to Natal to watch the ceremony. The most important person was the Brazilian President Dutra. The commissioning ceremony of the aircraft carrier was presided over by Defense Minister General Moraes, who named the aircraft carrier Rio de Janeiro. Naming the aircraft carrier after the capital shows that Brazil has great expectations for it. At the same time, the First Fleet was directly renamed Rio de Janeiro Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. President Dutra personally awarded Fang Lang the rank of Rear Admiral at the ceremony. Defense Minister General Moraes appointed Fang Lang as the Commander-in-Chief of the Rio de Janeiro Aircraft Carrier Battle Group on the spot. The ceremony reached its climax at this moment. The 22-year-old Rear Admiral directly broke the world record. At this time, even if there were people who held opposing views within the Brazilian army, they did not dare to raise objections in public. After all, this powerful naval fleet was born in the hands of this young man who was only 22 years old. Fang Lang did not expect that he would be directly promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral at this important moment. This moment is destined to be the highlight of Fang Lang's life and has a milestone significance. Afterwards, Fang Lang learned that his military rank had actually been determined before he came back. After the Brazilian government completed the statistics of the results of the European War, it directly held a grand ceremony for conferring titles at the Ministry of National Defense. The rank of Marshal was conferred to Defense Minister Moraes, and all other officers who participated in the European War were promoted according to the size of their military merits. There were 5 major generals who were awarded, including 1 in the Navy, 3 in the Army, and 1 in the Air Force. The one in the Navy was naturally Fang Lang. The Major General of the Air Force was the Minister of the Air Force, Nero Moura, which also meant that Fang Lang's rank was equivalent to that of the Minister of the Air Force. In fact, the number of aircraft that Fang Lang can command has now reached 150, which is about half of the entire Brazilian Air Force. Unlike the Brazilian Air Force, which only has fighter planes, Fang Lang's battle group has a complete combat system including reconnaissance planes, fighter planes, bombers, torpedo attack planes, transport planes, etc. This made Air Force Major General Nero Moura, who came to watch the ceremony, drool with envy. He had already begun to think about how to get closer to Fang Lang, because he had heard that Fang Yuan Group had established an aircraft modification factory in Sao Paulo. Among them, there are a large number of aircraft designers from Germany. Obviously, this aircraft modification factory has great ambitions, and it is certain that it will produce aircraft sooner or later. In the future, the Air Force can also directly entrust this company to design and produce new aircraft for itself. The Minister of the Navy was also officially appointed by General Crook, and he was awarded the rank of Lieutenant General. This appointment did not surprise Fang Lang. After the ceremony, Fang Lang led a group of senior officials from the Ministry of Defense to visit the aircraft carrier. That night, a grand party was held on the deck of the aircraft carrier that was cleared of aircraft. As the highest officer of the naval base, the newly minted commander-in-chief of the Rio de Janeiro aircraft carrier battle group, the captain of the aircraft carrier, and the rear admiral of the navy, Fang Lang was the undisputed protagonist of the evening. For a while, people kept coming up with glasses to clink with Fang Lang and congratulate him. Fang Lang also politely thanked them one by one. Fortunately, he was very restrained and only took a sip every time he clinked glasses, otherwise he would definitely get drunk. If that were the case, his image in everyone's mind would be greatly affected. The party lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening before it ended. After Fang Lang sent everyone off the aircraft carrier one by one, a young man in a suit came to Fang Lang and whispered, "General, the president hopes to talk to you alone." Fang Lang felt a little different about this sudden invitation, because as President Dutra's position became more and more stable, he had less and less management of military work. He didn't expect that he would suddenly invite himself today. Fang Lang looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "Now?" The other party nodded, pointed to a car by the dock and said, "General, please come this way." Fang Lang could only nod and follow the other party's footsteps. Fang Lang was not sure where the president would live after arriving in Natal. After all, it was not arranged by him, and he had just returned to Brazil today. The car stopped and started along the way, and arrived at a manor on the outskirts of Natal. Fang Lang was still wondering why the president had a manor to live in Natal, but when he arrived at the door of the manor, he found that the mayor of Natal, Walt Dursley, was waiting at the door. He understood that this seemed to be the home of Mayor Walt Dursley. After getting off the car, Mayor Walt Dursley stepped forward to shake hands with Fang Lang and led Fang Lang into the room. "General, please come this way. Mr. President is waiting for you." Fang Lang was not polite to him, and the two of them had been dealing with each other for a long time. He shook hands with him and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mayor." After the two exchanged a few words of greeting, Fang Lang was directed to a not very large living room. The living room was decorated in a Brazilian style. On the wall behind the sofa, an Indian feather crown looked very eye-catching. President Dutra had stood up and walked to the door when he heard the noise. Fang Lang stood at the door, saluted and said, "Mr. President, good evening." President Dutra took the initiative to extend his right hand to Fang Lang, and Fang Lang quickly extended his right hand to hold him tightly. Then the president hugged Fang Lang and said, "Good evening, Major General Fang." After the two hugged, President Dutra pointed to the sofa and motioned for them to sit down and chat. Fang Lang was not polite and found a sofa to sit down. A servant brought 2 cups of hot coffee and placed them in front of the two. Mayor Walt Dursley waited for the servant to leave and said, "Mr. President and His Excellency the General can chat slowly. I'll be outside. Call me at any time if you need anything." Fang Lang nodded at him, and after seeing him close the door, he turned around and looked at President Dutra. President Dutra said with a smile on his face, "Fang, I was surprised when I arrived in Natal this time. The changes are really huge. It is completely different from what I saw when I came here during the war. The streets are paved with cement and look very clean. Even the slums have been demolished, and there are no homeless people on the streets. This is really unexpected. I heard from Mayor Walt Dursley that this was all your work. It was planned during the military control period, is that right?" Fang Lang was stunned. He didn't expect that Walt Dursley would actually give this credit to himself. This was beyond Fang Lang's expectation. However, Fang Lang was more used to being modest, so he smiled and said, "I just provided some suggestions. The specific operations were all done by Mayor Walt Dursley and the government staff. I dare not take credit for it. You know, after the war, I have been traveling around Europe and the United States, and I have spent very little time in Brazil. I don't have time to do urban planning in Natal. After hearing what Fang Lang said, President Dutra smiled and said, "Okay, I understand. This is the result of your joint efforts. I didn't expect that you not only have superb command skills in the military, but also have such advanced ideas in building the local economy. I wonder if you are interested in working in my staff group." Fang Lang's hand reaching for the coffee cup stopped in midair, and he looked at President Dutra with an unbelievable look. Seeing Fang Lang's expression, President Dutra laughed. "Haha. General Fang, this is just a suggestion, not a mandatory requirement, so don't be nervous. I know you just became a general, and you won't be willing to come and serve as my staff. But I admire your advanced ideas in economic construction. I hope you won't confine your ideas to the military field. You can provide more suggestions for Brazil's economic development and construction." Hearing President Dutra's words, Fang Lang said with a sigh of relief, "Mr. President, thank you for the compliment. If you don't mind my crude ideas, I will tell you everything I know." The person opposite is the President of Brazil, and any words he says cannot be aimless. It's said to be a suggestion, but it might be that he really has such an idea, but maybe he saw what he was thinking, so he just laughed it off. But Fang Lang knew the national conditions of Brazil very well, and he would never learn from President Dutra and leave the army to enter politics. Even if he became the president of Brazil, what good results would there be? President Dutra was still good, and he successfully completed his 4-year term. His previous president Vargas was overthrown by a coup and almost died. In the next presidential election, Vargas will continue to run and be successfully elected, but what is the result? He was forced to commit suicide in less than 2 years. More people were prosecuted for corruption and bribery after leaving office, and were imprisoned and ruined. Given Brazil's national conditions, there are no officials who are not corrupt. Everyone is corrupt, and you, Mr. President, are noble. Who would be willing to be your confidant? I'm afraid everyone is worried about whether they will be sent to prison by you. Is a president who doesn't even have a confidant still a president? If you choose to be in the same boat, you must be prepared to be sent to prison by your political enemies. No matter from which aspect, the Brazilian president is a 3-star position. Whoever wants to sit can sit. Anyway, Fang Lang is not interested. How cool it is to be a warlord with military power. No matter who is president, they can only win over themselves, and dare not say anything about themselves. Although the president is a nominal commander-in-chief of the army, it is just a name. The real military power has always been in the hands of the powerful people below. Fang Lang is now a real powerful person. Especially after his military rank was officially promoted to Major General, he was also considered a decision maker in the Brazilian army. He can express his opinions on many issues. In view of the strong power in his hands, everyone can't help but seriously consider his ideas. Okay, General Fang, if you have any ideas or suggestions, you must tell me. A few days ago, the representatives of the National Alliance submitted a policy bill on relaxing the legal status of Chinese immigrants in Brazil. After the vote of the Legislative Council, it was successfully passed with 65% of the votes in favor. I also voted in favor of this bill. After all, I have seen a lot of excellent qualities of the Chinese from General Fang. You are brave and courageous, hardworking, diligent, and studious, pragmatic, and law-abiding, which is exactly what we need in Brazil. President Dutra looked at Fang Lang with a sincere attitude and a serious expression. Hearing the other party's words, Fang Lang instantly understood why the president summoned him late at night today. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.